Welcome, one and all, here to some more DPC action. Division 2 Dota continues today as we witness the North American region still trying to vie for and compete for the top 2 slots to get themselves into Division 1, and of course trying to avoid the all too scary relegation places at the very bottom of the division. To bring you this action tonight will be myself, Snare, and Fluke, Mr. Worldwide himself, Aussie man, who's been in China, he's been in Europe. You're back again in NA. How are you feeling, OG, and how you feel about tonight's games?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I was able to get a few hours sleep before I got up here at about 4 a.m. Australian time to be able to come in and cast some North American Dota. So I'm excited to be back here at NA to be able to cast some Division 2. You know, obviously you and I have been across a lot of these regions so far, and coming here into NA, it's always exciting because we never know what we're going to get.
Yep, you literally do not know ever what you're going to get out of the North American region. And if you're not aware of how things have shaken out so far and what things have looked like, let's take a quick recap and have a look at what the last day of action was like, as we did have a game day yesterday on the 9th of April. My birthday, by the way, yay! We got to witness some pretty good Dota. The first series that we had on the cards yesterday, we saw the boys versus the side of Alpha. Now, the cut, which we are seeing on screen right now, there we go, boys and Alpha. So Alpha here, Fluke, they got themselves bounced down into Div 2 from a very unsuccessful Div 1 run. A lot of the team got chopped and changed up. What have you made of them so far here in Division number 2? And do you think that they should have been able to perform better up against a team like this particular Tilted Boys lineup that, you know, let's be honest, the boys, they might not have been able to find themselves in the division anyway, just squeaking through in the close qualifiers?
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those scenarios where sometimes you're a team that comes from these closed qualifiers and you've got that little bit of momentum. You've played a decent amount on the patch as well. And then, as you already said, Alpha dropping down from Division 1 in the previous tour. Maybe they still got that little bit of a hangover from Div 1. But you'd expect, you know, a lot of the experiences they got playing up against some of the best teams in North America, that they're able to learn a few things about themselves. And this time around, they just weren't really able to work out. You can see here with a few of their drafts, this Huskar pick in the second game doesn't really have the same heroes that you usually see around it that can enable this Huskar to play and have a good time. And we've seen any majors really come out of these games and come out on top. So I think, unfortunately for them, maybe their drafting might be a little bit of their weak point. We can see that they are still able to win a lot of these fights and play around with Tilted Boys, but it could just be one of those scenarios where you've just got a little bit more of the recent form coming in from Tilted Boys, and Alpha maybe a little bit still saddened from their Div 1 drop down. But they still have plenty of games left to play around here in Division 2. They are currently 0-2 in the standings as well, going down to Fart Studios earlier on. So they definitely have a bit of a come up if they want to try and get back into Division 1.
Of course, and indeed, they went down 0-2. Their opponent of Tilted Boys, the boys, went 2-0 up at the top of the division. Another squad which was looking initially like they might be finding themselves near the top is going to be this OVF squad, the Oversight. They ended up going down initially 2-1 up against the Tilted Boys, but then they won this particular series up against the Cut, bringing them to 1-1, delivering the first loss to the Cut as well. And looking back on this series, I'll be honest, although they wound up going 2-1 across the set of games, and the Cut definitely made a very strong shot for themselves. In particular, I think, not just the game that they won, Game 2 looked fairly promising in the first 5 minutes. Ironically enough, that's the game that they kind of got rolled over. But I don't know, man. When I look back on these games, I still feel like the Cut, I've been watching this squad with so many different iterations for so long, and it just feels like I don't think the issue is the names on the player sheet. I don't necessarily think the issue is the drafts. It just feels like there comes a point in the game where they themselves don't believe that they can win anymore. And that seems to affect their performances, even more so than other squads that are in Division 2. Talk to me about this. Have you had a similar feeling when you watch the squad play Dota, that sometimes they feel like they just lack belief in themselves?
Yeah, I feel like I saw that in their series up against C-Dub as well, where, you know, I think their laning phase is probably one of their weaker points right now for the Cut. It feels like a lot of the time that they don't really are able to have much of a game if they don't start off the game all too well. They had a nice little comeback against C-Dub, but this time around, you know, looking back at some of these games as well, you see that B-God has been one of the players that has really been able to carry this team super hardcore for the Cut, and if he's not really able to have a game and be able to rotate around the map, make Scourge have a very, very good game on whatever pos one he's having, then it feels like the Cut are a little bit behind the 8 ball. But, you know, shout outs to OVS, the Oversight, to be able to just come into this series and play with a bit of pace to take down the Cut and play a lot of different stuff as well. You can see through a lot of these drafts that a lot of these two teams are playing a lot of different things. We've been seeing that B-God's been able to pick up the Sky Mage, and then Oversight in game number 2, they decided let's go back for something along the lines of like a Nyx Assassin, which we haven't seen in the meta. So I think the Oversight have proven that they've got a wide variety of heroes that can make this Div 2 really, really good for them.
I think right now the Oversight has been a team that's been definitely showing and proving to us that just because you're a team that has necessarily just been languishing around, hating life, they did have to somewhat purchase their slot to be able to be in the situation, but nonetheless, it's been working out for them. Them being transferred over from Theath Gaming, and for now, things are just looking super hot. So far, though, they are only in the 5th position because they're only at a 1-1 lead right now. Fart Studios and Tilted Boys at the very top of the leaderboard with 1 win and 2 wins respectively for Tilted Boys. SKG 3rd and 4th with the cut with a 1 win and 1 loss. But that is still a lot of Dota to be played out, especially for the bottom few teams, Ant and C-Dub, who had 1 loss apiece, and Alpha, who have suffered 2 losses on the bounce so far. Very painful to come from Division 1 and immediately lose your opening 2 series. We are going to be seeing exactly how they have sort of buoyed themselves and picked themselves back up on the side of Alpha, because they're going to be in action later on today, playing up against the Cut in the 4th place matchup. So this particular game, I think for Alpha, it's more important than it is for the Cut. You can still reasonably get into Division 1 with 2 losses that has happened before, but once we're looking at 3 losses on the bounce, you're starting to ask difficult questions about whether or not you can even stay in Division 2, let alone find promotion into Division 1. So we need to see the best version of that team when it comes to that one. For the second series of the day, I haven't actually gotten a chance to see them this season. What have you made of Sand King Gomez, and what do you think this matchup is going to be like when they play up against Fart Studios, despite the fact that Fart Studios will have 2 stand-ins for the evening?
Yeah, I think Sinking Gomez was one of the teams that Panda was really excited to see as well. Not only do they have a very, very sick logo and a sick name as well, but they've got some interesting names that are floating around there. They've got a lot of Mexican players that are coming in. We were having a chat before we went live here on our own broadcast about some of these players and stuff, and I think Sand King Gomez has really been able to kind of get themselves into a position where they're finding some comfort for them. They've been picking this position 5 Treant a lot. They've been picking their Ember Spirit a lot as well. So they're starting to find their form. They did get their first win up against Ant. So it's not like they're winning up against the top teams right now, which I feel like are just going to be Fart Studios plus Tilted Boys. So when they play against them a little bit later on today, I think that'll be a good gauge for SKG. But as you said, 2 stand-ins for Fart. It's going to be rough. And that final map, I think Alpha is going to have a struggle again up against the Cut, who, if they play their heroes and play their drafts really well, then they can come out on top.
Well, of course, going to be a lot of draft playing that needs to be played at its highest level. But the first series of the day that we have is going to be the side of Ant taking on C-Dub, another North American team. And C-Dub here, the best part about this particular matchup, the first game of the day, is not only does it start off and kick off this particular day of Dota 2, but whoever wins will be enjoying their first win so far here in the division. Both of them have been struggling to put it mildly so far. Neither of them have been able to post up any wins. And for me, the difficult part is you can go 0-1 at the very beginning of your tour. It is what it is, right? It's a bit more heart-wrenching when you go 0-1 after a 2-1 series, because that shows that you have good ideas, good understanding of what needs to happen for yourself, but you still don't necessarily have it within yourself to close out a series. And I think that's where it starts to affect you down the stretch. Knowing that you're still a mechanically gifted player, you still have good draft, you can still execute on that level, but just not being able to do so consistency, that's generally where I see teams feel like they're in a lot of trouble. So coming into this one, given that neither of these squads have been consistent, neither of them have found massive success just yet, but both of them have gone 2-1. Give me the tail of the tape here, Master Fluke. What do you think is going to be happening in the next best of 3 that we have between these 2 squads, given especially that the odds between them right now, thanks to esportbet.io, aren't necessarily that far apart?
Yeah, I think C-Dub have a really big feather in the cap in the fact that their early games have been really, really good so far. I think up against the Cut, they won the laning phase 2 out of their 3 matches, whereas the side of Ant, I think they kind of struggled a little bit in a lot of their early games, and a lot of their drafts have been a little bit wayward. They have started to focus a little bit more on this Nature's Prophet early on, which we haven't seen all too much, but the way that C-Dub have been playing their early games, playing off the back of Mark in that mid lane, I think they've got a really big advantage to be able to just pick these heroes like their Ember Spirit that they have before and just get Mark off to a really, really good start, and he can control and take over the game for them to try and finish this one out. So I feel like it's going to be a very, very early game focus for both of these 2 teams, and if Ant aren't able to kind of weather the storm coming in from C-Dub, then this could be a quick one.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's probably not going to be a quick one, given the way that North American Dota tends to go. Anything can happen in this region. Both of them, like I said, have played 2-1 series in the past. I do think the laning phase is going to be the biggest determining factor amongst both of these teams. However, something that could also play a big hand in how the series shakes out. You and I are talking behind the scenes just before we went live about teams that have a bigger support structure behind them and how that can translate into results on the field of play. And with the C-Dub, not only do they have a coach in the form of Kips, they also have an analyst who just recently joined the team. So they might have a somewhat larger brain trust. So even if the results aren't necessarily kicking in just yet, playing tougher opposition, it might be more hard to show off those positive aspects. But against weaker, quote-unquote, opposition, like the side of Ants, which shouldn't really be that weak given how many storied NA local classics are in this matchup. Nonetheless, it might make it a little bit easier for them on the side of C-Dub, just knowing they can outsource some of the mental labor and they can just focus on playing the game itself.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that just allows you to play these longer form tournaments a whole lot quicker and a whole lot easier as well, right? You talked about the support structure. If you have coaches and analysts that are just giving you drafts and giving you ideas, then all it is just about you is trying to figure out which one you want to play the most and then being able to execute that in the game. And a big thing for C-Dub is they've utilized the Ember Spirit a lot in their previous series up against the Cut, and unfortunately for Ant, that was a hero that they got destroyed by in their previous series up against King Gomez. So that might be a little bit of a weak point for them. Could be this Ember Spirit that can be flexibly played throughout a whole lot of these roles throughout most of these different teams. So maybe we might be seeing a little bit more focus on that Ember Spirit early game. Maybe we might be focusing a little bit more on these heroes that kind of elongate the game for C-Dub, because another hero that they struggled with was the Treant Protector as a position 5. So whether or not that was the King Gomez finding a little bit of comfort, or whether or not that's just them being able to have such very strong lanes with that Treant and then enable that into not being able to allow them to get these free towers, I mean, that's a question we've got to answer, right?
That is certainly a question that has to be answered within the draft itself. And of course, you're talking about whether or not this Ember Spirit is going to show up. The odds are highly likely that that's going to keep happening given how good the hero is overall. He's the flavor of the month in so many regions. But we saw some odds earlier being given between the two squads here, and those odds were provided by our partner here, esportsbet.io. And one of the cool things about our partner isn't just the fact that they're making this particular brand of Dota possible at this moment in time, but they're also launching a watch to earn platform so that you at home, instead of just being a consumer of Dota, you can participate and get something out of it as well. For every hour that you watch on the esportsbet.io platform, you earn about 3,000 free tokens, equivalent to more or less $3 US, not $3,000, $3 US per hour. So get involved in that. You can see your favorite matches on the platform. The platform itself is actually pretty well constructed, so your experience is going to be pretty good. So don't just be a spectator and a viewer, but get engaged and get involved and be in the esportsbet.io platform. Watch to earn, get yourself those $3 an hour. And of course, doing so will enable you to be even more closely focused on the draft and exactly how the game shakes out, because game number 1 here, Fluke, is going to be getting started. C-Dub versus Ant, another NA team. We do not have Ember Spirit involved in the first phase, but there's a hero that I know that you are a big fan of lately. First pick Disruptor for the side of C-Dub. They have Dire first pick playing up against Ant, who have the Radiant second pick for their lineup. Disruptor, dude, is there a better support hero to pick up in the first phase right now than this Disruptor hero?
5 seconds remaining.
I really don't think so, man. Like we were chatting about some of the tournaments that are going on right now as well, and that is a hero that has been seeing a whole boatload of play, most pick, most banned for the Disruptor. I think it's just one of those heroes, dude. Like it's such a strong laner. You're able to abuse Glimpse, which is one of his best spells of his kit for a very, very long time, and now it's the one that you want to max out early on. So it's a very interesting tale that now we've got that C-Dub can just open up with the Disruptor. The Ember Spirit still is open for them as well. Still very stock standard bans for both these two teams. Ant has been a team that has been perma-banning the Broodmother, and C-Dub have just been perma-banning the Death Prophet as well. So we've gone for another hero that gives them a little bit of this early game with the Beastmaster, a very, very strong laner, even into the Silencer, although you have to be careful of the Arcane Curse. You can still just bully out a whole lot of these position ones. So C-Dub, I like the fact that they've just gone for something that's pretty straightforward, all too hard to counter, like Disruptor and Beastmaster. They're just two heroes that you're happy to have in whatever draft.
Yep. You and I were having a conversation the other day about when Disruptor is the best, and we were talking about how good this hero can be when he has vision provided to him. And we were talking about Disruptor paired with Clockwork and how good Clockwork can be, giving Rocket Flare so you get good glimpses. Beastmaster can do the same pretty much with these Wild Hawks. So very, very good stuff from C-Dub with this opener. For Ant, Silencer Tusk. This Tusk could be in the mid lane potentially. It could be a support hero, most likely going to be the case, but I'm very intrigued about the silencer in the first phase. I feel like a lot more confidence about this hero's second phase when you have better ideas of when you're going to be committing the global, exactly what you're saving your team from. Now it feels like you're sort of incentivizing C-Dub to just pick these uber low cooldown, very high tempo heroes that can survive a 6-second global silence and still come back and re-engage the fight. Don't have to worry too much about elongated cooldown. So I'm not trading Ravage or a Black Hole for a global. I'm trading like a 90-second spell like the Static Storm. I don't really care if you silence me after that. So I'm very intrigued by the silencer pick. We're going to have to see how it works out for the side of Ant. As now second phase, they've taken out Dawnbreaker, C-Dub have taken out the Pango, no CK, no Primal Beast. That, hey, there's your boy, Ember is gone. So if Ember is going to be removed from play, are there any other mid laners right now that you rate as highly as the Ember that you think both squads should be looking out to utilize?
Yeah, I think you can still go back for his brother in the Storm Spirit. You do have the issue playing into a silencer, but we've seen Storm Spirits be able to play into that counter relatively well, especially once you get like an early BKB, as long as you can survive the laning phase without just getting kind of run over. We've seen a lot of different stuff come in. I think we've seen the resurgence of the Invoker these times around as well, just to be able to be another one of those heroes that, yeah, you get globaled, but the way that you can play this Invoker in the fight is if you have somebody who goes in like a Beastmaster, you can just go in with the Raw. As soon as you get BKB, like you just wait for the initiation coming in from your team to force out the global silence, and then you just pop your BKB, and then you're still the same kind of hero. So I would love to see them have a hero that gives them that little bit of extra tempo and to be able to play around with it. You can still play, I was going to say Pangolier, but Pango has been banned as well, so C-Dub on top of that one. But yeah, I just think a hero that is A-okay with not being the one that goes in first C-Dub is a way they're able to play around and bait this global silence.
We have often seen that the pairing with the silencer has often been the Ember Spirit, especially in China. We saw that like so many games, but like you mentioned, the Storm Spirit, if he ends up taking that role, can just force a fight on their behalf, give them coverage if he needs to be bailed out. I hope they don't go Void Spirit because that hero has just looked really, really poor of late.
Bad.
This is bad, dude.
Yeah, yeah. He's like him and Earth Spirit are like the two forgotten sons. They just haven't gotten any love in a long time. To be fair, Void Spirit was kind of in his spotlight by himself for a long time when you didn't really see all too much like Ember and Storm. So
yeah,
I can see why now he's fallen by the wayside. I think the biggest issue for him as well is like he doesn't really have the good kind of core matchups that he used to, right? Like you used to see him as this mid lane answer to things like Park and stuff like that and be able to really bully a lot of these safe laners. And these days, you can't really bully the safe laners in the same way because a lot of the heroes that are being picked up really don't care all too much about like the Void Spirit's burst window. And that's when the hero feels really bad because you have to commit super heavily as Void Spirit with your Astral Steps to get in, whereas Ember and Storm, they've almost always got an avenue to get out as long as they've got mana.
Well, here's another hero that often requires a bit too much commitment. Mars, you and I have spoken about this, that I think this hero is terrible. Doesn't have damage, scales very poorly, has rough lanes. And the thing I'm most often concerned with, actually, why I don't think Mars is as good as he used to be, I think Mars's heyday was when you paired this with like Phoenix, you paired this with Snapfire, and it looked good almost every single game. But now these heroes play differently. They don't necessarily just play around their ultimates, which would facilitate Mars playing around his ultimate. So in this game, what do you think the rationale was for the side of Ant to go for this Mars hero? Despite definitely not even seeing the safe lane matchup, not having any awareness of who's going to be playing from the mid lane, and still not having concrete team fight on his own lineup. So what do you think the rationale was behind the Mars pick here?
I think it just gives you a hero that can go in and enable you to get like a good global silence fight. I think is the big thing behind the Mars. But I mean, the Doom's still available, and that hero is being first picked. So to me, I feel like Doom is just obviously it's single target, but once you get the Ags, you can go for the AoE Doom. But yeah, I really would have just preferred something along the lines of like a Doom instead of the Mars, because as you said, like he has some rough lanes, and I mean this Wraith King versus Wraith King Disruptor lane is going to be pretty hard for them to deal with. It's double melee going into a range and a melee, and if they ever get into a spot of bother, you can always just glimpse somebody back, and you can't utilize the spear stun. And Wraith King's going to be one of those heroes that once he gets a few levels and you know he gets his Helm of Iron Will early on, he's not really going to care about the Mars. So it's one of those things where exactly as you said, right, you kind of picked it blind, and not having a hero that's able to enable your Mars, and you give up this free kind of, here you go, this is what our support and our offlane is going to be. C-Dub are able to just commit back with this Undying and the Wraith King, moving the Disruptor into the 4 position, which I think is perfectly fine because you just have this extremely strong lane with the Undying who's going to be able to zone out 2 versus 1. So maybe it's a little bit of comfort for Ant. Maybe Ush is just feeling like he wants to try and play this Mars in the offlane and doesn't want to play around the Doom. But at the end of the day, you still end up with the same kind of counters for C-Dub.
I mean, dude, imagine you're Undying in this game and you are presumably playing into a dual strength offlane duo. My God, am I happy as a clam.
Yeah.
Especially a dual strength offlane duo that doesn't have that much attack speed. So Tombstone is going to feel very good when I eventually get it. They have ice shards, sure, but whatever. If they go ice shards, I drop Tombstone just outside the ice shards and force them into an uncomfortable position. God, this actually feels like such a good... I've been a bit cold on this hero lately, Undying, but this feels like an excellent game for him. On the other side, though, and sort of try to come back and pick up a hero that... Because so far, they were super reliant on the first phase of the fight, right? You go in with the global, with the arena, you get a quick win, and then you hope and pray that there's not that many heroes surviving thereafter. But now they at least take a hero that can fight beyond 10-15 seconds. By getting the Terrorblade, you pop meta in the engagement. You can probably kill Wraith King twice if your key team gives you enough control. Tusk gives you a little bit of zoning. But the most important thing, in the laning phase, if Tusk ever goes to the top lane, dude, tag team plus Terrorblade plus Illusions plus Silencer, it's Beastmaster's gonna die every single time. So I kind of like that they went for a combination that can at least ensure the Beastmaster's death, contingent on execution. But I was a little bit worried about their lane phase before this, and although TB is not the best in the lane overall, at least there's some degree of threat that they offer them for themselves right now.
Yeah, I think they're really trying to look towards the mid game and try and play their own draft together. The TB matchup into the Wraith King is very, very good. Wraith King is a naturally low armored hero, so it's hard for him to get into these fights. Phase boots and armor is a build that you can go, but I would really love to see him go the Radiance build this game. It's very, very good into the Terrorblade. You can deal with the illusions. Yes, you're going to give a little Radiance burn away when you go into the reflection, but I think your farming pace should be able to keep up and even be able to beat the Terrorblade at some point. So I'd like to see that towards the mid game. But again, going into the Beastmaster Disruptor lane, it's a lot of magic damage. And now they just go for a magic damage mid. As you can see, 2 of them got banned out from Ant to be able to counter this Terrorblade. And C-Dub, they've got a lot of mixed damage. Their one issue is that their only physical damage is going to be this Wraith King. So that could be my only issue that I see here, that they may run into some scenarios in the mid game if this Coddle isn't having such a good time for Mark in the mid lane. They could run out of a bit of damage, but beating a Coddle in the lane is very, very hard. So C-Dub, I think they put themselves into a good spot where, once again, they're focusing on the laning phase quite heavily, with this Undying and Wraith King combination. And now with the Coddle as well, they're just going to have 2 lanes that are going to go at least even. And if you come out even with these heroes and get a little bit of gold, and you're going to be able to defend your towers with the heroes that you have. So I like the way that C-Dub have played their draft this time around. But Ant, they come up with some good solutions to the Wraith King. They've got 2 good cores that can deal with him through Reincarnate. You've got a lot of damage that can kind of just keep coming out. Your lane's going to be okay for the Leshrac. I don't think you should ever worry about being blown up by the Coddle, and you can farm as well. And that's a big thing that we saw when Coddle was first phase, right? Was when he was this mid hero, you want to make sure your mid hero is also able to farm at the same pace that he can.
Yeah. And the mid hero right now, given that it's a Leshrac, farming pace shouldn't necessarily be a problem for the side of Ant. My one concern whenever I see a draft like this for the side of Ant, I prefer Leshrac to have a battery of some kind. Nowadays, it's IO. Back in the day, especially in China, it used to be a Baron / Treant Protector / Oracle. Anything that can just keep him in the fight as long as humanly possible. Now, the only thing that helps him out in that regard is going to be this Tusk, giving him a snowball save every now and then. So it's a bit scary. On the other hand, though, they don't have that much jump and catch on the side of C-Dub. You mentioned their lack of physical damage. It's only sitting on the Wraith King. But in terms of forward-facing initiation, all they really have is ideally either a Blink Beastmaster if he ever buys that item, or a Glimpse. Outside of that, they really struggle to engage fights on their own terms for C-Dub. So under these conditions, this is where I would want to be playing Leshrac. I would want to be playing Terrorblade. And even though I don't like Mars normally, in this game, he is a perfect body. Especially a body you don't care about. Actually, it might be better that Mars is a bad hero, because, you know what? Go die, bro. It's fine. You've done your thing for the fight. It's chilled. Go initiate for us. The question I have for you, though, Master Fluke, seeing these drafts available before us, who's taking game number 1, and what odds are you going to give them, percentage-wise, to make that victory happen?
The last time I was covering North America, there was 2 Wraith King picks. and I went against Wraith King in one of those games, and he won out. He has 100% win rate so far, I believe, in North America. So I think I'm going to have to go with my boy Wraith King here, and I feel like C-Dub have got it. I think they've got much stronger lanes than what you're coming up for the side of Ant. I think their issue with their offlane is going to be the fact that Ush is going to have a very hard time to get towards his Blink Dagger timing. If he does get to that Blink Dagger timing, they come out relatively unscathed and they've got a little bit of damage they can play around with. And yeah, sure, I can see them winning some of these fights in the mid game. But if Wraith King gets off to a hot start, this hero can play at a very fast tempo, and it's going to be hard for you to do stuff because, as you said, like the Leshrac doesn't have this battery, doesn't have this saving hero that allows him to play super fast. So it's all about the kind of execution for the Leshrac. So I feel like it's not a crazy outdraft. I think this is probably like a 60-40 coming in here from C-Dub, just because I've seen how well they play off the back of good lanes. So I'm looking for, the first 15 minutes to try and be a little bit of a savior here for Ant.
Well, we'll see how it all shakes out as the two teams are already moving out across the map to try and make sure that they have some vision dominance going for themselves. The Warden will scout out Isla on this Beastmaster, so they have an awareness of what these lanes should look like for the most part. I doubt we'll have any major surprises for either of these squads. No one's going to show up and be like, oh wow, I didn't expect to see this hero here. Should be all pretty standard. And speaking of standard, actually, we've been talking about Mark here in the mid lane for the side of C-Dub, and he has been, I think we both agree, they're a standout player for the most part. What kind of build are we expecting here? Just going bots into the Spirit Vessel for this Keeper of the Light?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it, right? Because you want to try and dissuade the Leshrac as much as you can with the Bloodstone build, and enables them to play fast. And I think that's the big thing for C-Dub on Mark. Oh, we cursed him, man. Oh my god. Yeah,
we did. That's on us. That's on us. We cursed him. He ends up going down for the first blood, gets his life taken away by Ush. Actually, we double cursed him, because you cursed him first by talking him up, and then I cursed him by saying how bad Mars is. And of course, Mars is going to be the hero that gets the first blood. Damn it.
Yeah, sometimes it hits with a double whammy, but it was an interesting decision to walk down to the low ground there. They didn't have the vision of all of the heroes, but he still should have at least known that if he gets anywhere close to those heroes, he was going to die. But good little start here from Ant to be able to get that first blood for them. You can see that the Warden understands that this lady is going to be absolute cheeks, and he wants to just try and get these pulls off as much as he possibly can, because otherwise, Ush, yeah, albeit you did start off with a nice little first blood, but if Duster is able to play this Undying the way that we've usually seen it, it is just going to be pure domination against these two strength heroes. And last time Double King played this Wraith King, he had a very, very good start. Played extremely fast with like an Armlet Deso build. And looks like he's going to have a relatively free time again.
Yep. So now it's just going to be a major farm fest here. The TB also should be a hero that I don't anticipate him being too threatened in the earlier portions of the game. Once you get like level 3, maybe things start to get scary if you've tanked like 3 or 4 wild axes in a row, but prior to that, I think he should be A-okay. I'm still interested to see exactly how he's going to go fully in the itemization for this game. Probably anticipating a Radiance from this Wraith King, so we'll see if he still decides to go for the heads-up Manta. I have seen lately that some of these Terrorblades, when they're playing into Radiance carries, are opting to go for Sanj and Yasha rather than just straight-out Manta, but we'll see. Still a lot of time to go in this game. For the top lane, the Warden almost lost to his life to Duster and Double King. Shouldn't happen, but as life goes on, in retrospect, Fluke, it's probably a good thing that Ash got that first blood, because I don't think he's going to get much out of this lane at all.
Yeah, he's going to have to just try and secure creeps with what he can, with spears and rebukes. I think the Warden's doing a good job at just cutting a lot of these waves. I can't remember which game it was. It was, I believe it was... I'll have to see the game, but there was another game in Dream League where we were seeing that Undying was played against 2 strength cores, and the way that the POS 5 was playing the lane was doing a lot of this weird side pull stuff, but literally made it so that the POS 4 and the POS 3 did not get like almost any of the creeps, and I think that was a bit of a masterclass about how it's being played, and Duster's doing a good job right now at being able to make it extremely hard for the Warden to at least get a little bit of this experience. They are getting some last hits in this top lane, and I think the biggest thing for them is as long as they don't die too much to Double King, then you should be okay with it. And maybe if your safe lane goes a little better than what it currently is, then you might be feeling okay with how your lane's going.
Speaking of safe lane situations, we did see the Silencer giving up his life, the down bottom, taken away by Sanctified and Isla. Looks like they just caught him a little bit in between the lanes, not anticipating the aggression that can come out. This newfangled Disruptor, man. Glimpse over and above having Connect Field or Thunderstrike. Even though it actually has gone for a point in Thunderstrike, this is somewhat atypical these days because I've seen a lot of Disruptors go like 0-3-3, only getting Thunderstrike at like level 8 or something. So, very atypical stuff being done by Sanctified here, but still backing himself, has 2 points into Glimpse right now, so if Silencer's ever caught out again, Feeling G should end up losing his life as well.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the issues with Silencer. I was, looking back at some of the SEA DPC, they were talking about the fact that they feel like Silencer is one of these big lane dominator heroes, and to be able to abuse a lot of these offlaners and just give your carry a very good first 7 minutes, but if you're not able to do that, then this can happen again. But they get the kill on the top lane. How did that happen?
So they cornered this Undying as he was in between the river. The Warden came back with a pretty big creep wave. He had no defense for himself, so he dropped a Tombstone. Unfortunately, Double King wasn't able to close the gap in time, so couldn't throw in this young Wraithfire Blast. And down bottom, we do end up seeing exactly what we were afraid of. Silencer ending up going down yet again. They did commit the glimpse for this one, so they can't drag back Argier, so he shouldn't die here. As Isla will just be very happy to continue throwing in Wild Axes. Gone for the 2-on-1. And they brought in reinforcements though. The Warden also making his presence known here. They're gonna go in for this kill, but they kill the Terrorblade. Wild Axes! Amazing spell, and this might lead into a double kill for the Beastmaster. Axes in one, double in one. And that's gonna be this Beastmaster not only getting a massive kill, but looking at the rotation, rebuffing it completely. And that was, oh my god, Silencer cancelled. Oh, did he get Glimpse back? He didn't get Glimpse back. He just cancelled his TP down bottom. Oh no.
Canceled.
Oh no. This is not how it was supposed to go, Fluke. Everything is starting to fall apart right now for Ant in the safe lane.
The worst part was Argius pressed meta as well, so he doesn't have meta for 2 minutes, man.
No.
You're gonna feel so depressed if you're Ant. That's a heartbreaker. That's an absolute heartbreaker. They thought they could come in and try and get the kill there onto Isla, but Wild Axes, man. The thing is for Argius is he wasn't able to re-aggress because he still had the debuff from the Wild Axes. So he goes down. They do get the kill onto Dust at top, who was trying to dive Ush underneath his T1 tower, but I mean, the way this offlane is going, like the Beastmaster is having such a free lane, and if he gets to a point where he just has this super early HOD into like a Helmet of the Dominator, like I don't see a good way for them to kill these creeps, and it's going to really be on the supports to try and not feed to these creeps in these team fights, because I've seen so many times where you're playing a Silencer and you play into these summon heroes and you just die in a team fight.
Well, I want to ask our observers if they can do us a favor and quickly switch over to the CS score, because I want you to see the disparity between the Smars and the Wraith King that he's playing up against in lane. He's being more than tripled up right now in terms of CS, finding absolutely nothing from that side of the map. They even rotated in the Leshrac to go top, hoping to try and find a quick kill onto either the Wraith King or maybe even Duster's Undying, but they found neither. And instead, Leshrac wasted quite a bit of time, giving some opportunity for Mark to catch up in his own CS. And down bottom, Isla gets another kill, dominating spree for the Beastmaster, able to bring down Feeding G. I mean, okay, so we were talking in the draft about how good this Beastmaster can be when provided with vision. Normally, when you get these kind of kills as Disruptor, you have an Observer Ward pretty much right by where this Sentry was de-warded from. So Ant had a good idea of where the ward might be, but unfortunately, the Beastmaster Hawk can penetrate a little bit deeper into your side of the map, enabling such clutch glimpses and making these kills so much easier to attain, and opening up space for the tier 1 tower now.
Yeah, and this is what I said I was afraid of, right? He has like a 6-minute HOD, man, and then he gets another kill on top of that. Like, Isla is having an absolute banger of a game to start out here. The fact that he's 4-0-1, he has 46 CS, and you look across at Ush, and he's just a little boy who's just got 17 CS. He's level 5, and Double King's still sprinting at him.
But to get another kill, Fluke, because he's looking at the Warden, and the Warden will end up losing his life. Got glimpsed back into a Roar, into a Beastmaster army. Of course, he has himself access to this Dark Troll Summoner, so we had the Skellies being summoned. Dude, how is he 5-0-1 8 minutes into the game on a Beastmaster? What the hell is happening right now?
Yeah, it's a very, very good lane. Mark is able to get the kill onto Feeling G, and And unfortunately for him, hopefully he doesn't wake up his buddy in the background either with some of the yells of the way that this early game is going. To be fair though, Snare, if I want to give a little bit of hopium to the Ant fans out here. C-Dub had a very, very similar start up against the Cut in game number 1, and the Cut were able to come back and win that game. So C-Dub are not kind of away just yet. They still have a little bit of time to go, but maybe this might be a big kill for them.
We'll see if they can find this kill onto the Leshrac, who's fallen so low right now. It's only the Beastmaster and some supports here. Static Storm gets dropped down by Sanctified, and they do manage to find the kill onto the Leshrac. Isla healed up by the Illuminate Blast as well, so he's going to be staying alive a little bit longer. And he does not go down. Feeling G, unfortunately, because of how rough his early game has been, can't necessarily prefer that much damage in the opposite direction. Duster will die to the last word proc, so that's always nice, a little bit of perma-int, but oh boy, this is everything that was not supposed to happen is pretty much happening right now here, Fluke. This is not the game that they designed for themselves.
Yeah, +1, -2. That feels good if you're a Silencer player, but unfortunately, it's still a whole lot of pressure that they have to try and soak up. The net worth is not starting to get too far away from them, though, which is a big plus. They actually are able to give Ash a little bit of time in this top lane to find his level 6. He doesn't have the craziest amount of net worth, but he still is able to get a little bit of experience, and maybe they're able to make some rotations with the Arena of Blood. But if they keep throwing faces towards either in this bottom lane, he's just going to keep snowballing. Like, he's getting... Look how much gold he's got. He's going to have the Vlads coming out in a few hundred gold, and then as soon as that comes up, Helm of the Overlord is on the way. And then you're going to be looking down the barrel of like a pre-15-minute Helm of the Overlord, and how are you supposed to stop your towers going down then? Because if Mark keeps making these rotations with the boost travel, it's really going to be on Ash to make sure he's in the right place at the right time to get some of these kills with the Arena of Blood.
Yeah. They're going to try and make something happen right now, though. Connecting right behind Ash as he is going in. Arena at the ready. Looking to try and find an engagement inside their own jungle. Not going to be able to find a target just yet. It's going to be difficult because the smoke pops, the vision is immediately given away. And indeed, that is the case. They glimpse back Ash. There was a snowball out from Tusk, and the Warden might actually end up losing his life here. The Beastmaster army is right on top of him, and Mark has just made a rotation. The Arena of Blood bounces them back. But that means, Fluke, that you wasted Arena just to save a Tusk. So you don't have this as an aggressive tool anymore. And they have glimpse back in 1 second. They don't even need it just yet, but they use it anyway onto the Mars, ensuring that they get the kill onto the opposing offlaner. The chase still keeps going onto the Tusk. 10 seconds again before they have the glimpse. Not sure that they'll be lucky enough to be able to make it happen, but Duster has a fair amount of strength. You could actually tank this tier 1 tower, if I'm completely honest. They're just going to go for the heads-up kill. Kinetic Field holds him in position. He gets bounced out by the blinding light, but the glimpse ends up getting the kill regardless as it comes back off cooldown. And Sanctified, enabling his team not just to get 2 kills, but to save the life of the Beastmaster as well, so that this Isla Beast gets to keep the good times rolling with this train. Already has a Vlad here, Fluke. Only needs the recipe to finish off the full Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, they are having a very, very good start here for C-Dub, and I like the way that they're playing as this kind of 4-man group, right? Like, you need to still wait until Double King can come online with a few of his items, and the fact that you have these 4 heroes that can kind of just abuse the fact that all of their spells are insanely strong early on, they just, ticked off a whole lot of these towers. They've taken all the tier 1 towers off the map already at 11 minutes into the game. This is where you're able to kind of differentiate the good teams from the bad teams, right? Is you have such a strong start like this, but what do you do with it? You can see that already that the net worth chart hasn't really started to balloon out all too much. RRL as well as Argius are still starting to keep parity with their counterparts. It's not like they're too far behind. And it's all about how you transition this really, really good early game into a good mid game and then get the dub off the back of that. So I really want to see how C-Dub do a lot more of these objectives on the map, especially now that RL has his Bloodstone at the ready. He has an Illusion Rune as well, and they're going to look to try and get their own T1 tower top.
What is worrying, though, is despite the fact that he does have this Bloodstone for himself, they also have just picked up enough gold to close in on the Spirit Vessel for the Quaddle, so it should be available in about a minute and a half at worst. Once you have this item, suddenly this Leshrac pre-BKB, you feel so useless in this game. They are going to get the tower top as C-Dub just posturing around middle, but primarily I think the target is going to be bottom. We see the Beastmaster for Isla bring in his Dark Troll Summoner army yet again. Dude, Helm of the Overlord is actually on the way right now. All right. I need to find out exactly how fast this is, so the moment it arrives, I'll tell you where it lands in the patch timings. It won't be the fastest ever, but it's still it's still going to be pretty damn fast. So let's see. 13:03.
Like
Right,
yeah,
let me see.
13:03. Yep. I'm excited to see where he sits because he's had a very, very good early game. To be fair, they haven't been able to get this tier 2 tower just yet, and they've only done a little bit of damage to them. And you can see now they are kind of just waiting for this item timing with the Desolator on Double King, and that's when they can go. And they're finally starting to get this net worth starting to balloon up a little bit for them. They haven't done any smoke shenanigans just yet. Maybe they're just waiting on the Spirit Vessel to be available. So they have it now on Mark. So I would love to see C-Dub just try and get behind this tier 2 tower, try and find somebody who's defending it, get that kill, transition it into a tier 2, and then start to take the top part of the map back over again.
So in this patch, our man Isla has gotten the 13th fastest item timing on this. No, 12th fastest, sorry. And global, all-time ever, this is the 13th fastest out of 1,396 pickups. Not bad, not bad. Doing a pretty decent job here on the Beastmaster. And the job is made even easier when you can kill off a silencer and now just easily siege onto the tier 2 tower down in this bottom lane. They just cannot fight right now. Like, they did this without having to commit primal roll. They committed literally no ultimate to get that kill and a tower. And right now, your Terrorblade nowhere near ready to fight. Your Leshrac definitely needs at least 2 items. You need this like Kaya, but honestly, I think you need BKB as well, because if you just show up to this fight without BKB, they Static Storm you, they Spirit Vessel you, you just die regardless of having this Bloodstone available. So there's still so many more items they need on the side of Ant before they still feel comfortable fighting. And I think that they've recognized this here, Fluke, because they're smoking up on the side of C-Dub. They're going to go look for an engagement whilst Ant is still a little bit weak.
Yeah, it's exactly what I talked about, right? I wanted to see them get this, the pick off into the tier 2 tower and then transition to take over the top side of the map, because that's where you see the Argius as well as RRL are waiting and looking to try and find the Terrorblade. They run directly at him.
Oh,
They've
no,
definitely
they got
the
him.
damage to kill him.
Yeah. They have Primal Roll. And honestly, Terrorblade, one of the reasons why you definitely need BKB in this game as TB is because this hero is awful against silences. It just so happens that most of them he can dispel by buying Manta, which doesn't interrupt his usual build-up. But here, Static Storm, if that ever catches you, you just die. And now they're just going to the Roshan Pit. Free Aegis available for themselves. This is also going to be at the same time as Double King gets his Desolator. Dude, Armlet Deso phase boots at 15 minutes into the game and an Aegis in tow for one of their heroes. All right, feels nice to be this Wraith King for Double King at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be a big boy. And the way that they're able to play these fights now that they have the drums available is kind of go time for C-Dub. To be fair, though, have found some decent item timings, but feeling G. Okay,
no.
Dude. See you later, brother.
Do you mean feeling G or just feeling bad, mate?
Yeah,
it's just been a rough day at the office.
feels mega bad. They find Undying bottom, though.
Okay, they do get something out of that by being able to bring down the Undying. And we do see, though, that the Warden probably gets punished for this by Mark. Mark trying to run him down. Solar Bind has finished its duration, but the Illuminate Blast should still deal more than enough damage to secure a kill in that front. Earthwall in the mid lane. RRL is also losing his life. One more right click from the Double King. Make sure that he dies too. And that's several kills all across the map. Yeah, they get the Undying, but it costs 2 heroes and a tier 2 tower in this mid lane. Certainly not worth it. But what's weird about this is that for Ant, they'll kind of take it, because that's the first time this entire game, Fluke, that we've seen this Mars actually being like valuable at all. He gets some spells off, they get a kill, but man, Asha's had a really difficult game here in game 1.
Yeah, this is probably the reason why you don't blind pick Mars in this meta, right? I think this is kind of case in point of what we were saying in the draft, that he has some bad lanes and he's not really that great in the meta. I mean, I'm not quite sure if Doom would have had a much better time.
Oh, is he dead? No way. Ooh, but that's a pop global for that one, dude. That required global silence just to allow him to TP home. They don't even get anything out of it. So that's 2 minutes where probably C-Dub just take your tier 2 tower in the top lane as well.
Yeah, 100%. That's a massive feels bad. So I have a little pop quiz for you here, Snare. What do you think, without looking at it, is the win probability right now for C-Dub?
Without looking, 10%.
So you think C-Dub have 10%?
Oh, C-Dub. Sorry, I thought you meant Ant.
Yeah,
C-Dub should be 90. They should be 90. They should be 90. Yeah.
They're at 93% right now.
Hey,
so this game is starting to get scary. And I don't really know the best way for them to fight, because they need to utilize all of their ultimates to get a lot of these fights going, because you've always got the Illuminate to keep people alive. Maybe they can try and take the first life onto Double King. but they need to not commit anything for this first life because they have to get through 2 lives on Double King and Mark.
Oof. Good luck. Let's see what they try here. They go in. They're looking for the first life, and they're almost able to get it. A couple of right clicks from the Terror Blade with the meta, and they can make it happen. However, let's see what they do on the re-engage. Mars pops his arena, but unfortunately, Static Storm gets dropped down immediately thereafter. There's a Primal Roar onto the Terror Blade. He can't contribute damage into this fight. At the same time, though, they don't want to overcommit from C-Dub, and they will allow this Undying for Duster to end up falling. They got what they came for, which was the melee racks. And you know, normally, you feel really good sacrificing a pos 5 for a melee racks. You feel extra good doing this in the pre-20 minute mark of the game here.
Yeah, I think that's massive, right? The fact that you're getting a melee racks at this early in the game, and now it just means that for the side of Ant, they have to be constantly worrying about this top side as it will permanently be pushing in. They haven't been able to close out the game just yet. There was, you can see that there is still enough damage for Ant to get through the Wraith King's first life, but he's getting closer to his own BKB. He's got the Blink Dagger coming out now as well, so I feel like this tempo is just going to increase, and they need to make sure they get this combination going. They need to make sure they get Arena and Global Silence, try and find a key pick. Make sure it's not Duster. If they can find either Isla or Double King, it's going to be massive.
Well, oh my god, Double King, 2 shots feeling G. It was a 2, or it was a 1, yeah. Like Wraith Fire blast into a 1 hit. Yeah, he actually died in 2 total attacks. Ash able to TP out. We see that Double King is not done with dealing out the hurt just yet. Brings down the Warden in very fast fashion. Will RRL fire any better? And the answer is no, he will not. Isla gets a double kill off of that, but most of the work being done by the Double King. 3 heroes gone. There's no tier 2 tower in the mid lane, so this should certainly signal a second lane of racks collapsing. Fam, he did alone 4,000 damage in that small engagement. That's insane from the Wraith King.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why he's called the one true king, right? Because he is definitely the king of the jungle today. And I mean, I really like the way that C-Dub have really enabled this Wraith King. Like, he has been buffed up by, you know, almost the Boots of Baron coming in now from Isla. They have the Inner Beast Aura, so he's just able to do so much damage to these towers. But they also have heroes that enable Wraith King to stick on top of people, right? And that's kind of one of the issues, and that's the reason why you have to build like Blink Dagger and stuff on him so you can jump in the back. He gets the 2-shot on most supports, but it's about him trying to get a lot of these core matchups for him. And the fact that you have a Disruptor on your team just enables this Wraith King to stand and fight when he has so much more net worth than everybody else, right? Like everyone's 11k plus for the side of C-Dub, whereas you look at Ash and he's at 7k. Like he is so far behind the 8 ball that unfortunately for him, he's literally just going to be an arena bot, and that's all he can be this game because he really was not set up to have a good time.
Coming into this game, the odds from esportsbet.io were favoring the side of Ants, and they have normalized somewhat. And C-Dub is definitely being more favored for this game, but I still feel y'all have 2-to-1 odds for this game. That's capped to me. This game feels much more difficult than it would be to win under those conditions. But of course, anything can still happen. The game of Dota is a phenomenal one. Right now, what do we have? We have Leshrac, Terrorblade. These are heroes that we have seen in the past in different, obviously in different set of circumstances, but they can carry games. So if this game still goes for another 30 minutes or so, you know, you can still see a positive result for Cedar, but they drop down this Tombstone. They are ready to try and ensure that they can get this win without any shenanigans. And look at Double King. Goes onto the Warden. The Warden snowballs onto him and will be able to blink away. In the meantime, though, it's going to be a Static Storm down onto the Mars and the Terror Blade. Primal Roar goes back onto the Mars. The BKB is popped by Isla to get away from this fight. They don't want to full commit onto these heroes. They will end up being able to bring down Ash through a glimpse as well as an Illuminate play. Double King goes in onto the Silencer. 2 hits and he's almost dead, but it does survive long enough to turn the engagement and force away the first life. But what will they do about life number 2? Firstly, they will sunder him, bring him very, very low. Soul Rip will keep him alive for just a moment longer. These armlet toggles from Double King, ensuring that the game continues. Warden, oh no, you flew too close to the sun, my friend. He went in search of the Double King, and unfortunately for him, he found him as he gets brought down in a solitary hit from the Wraith King. They glimpse back RRL. He does not have a BKB, but he will pop the Bloodstone, staying alive a little while longer. As Duster has made his presence known in the fight once more. He brought back just to ensure that his team has healed and to sustain. And yet one more massive crit hit from the Wraith King brings down the Silencer. This is going to be another Tombstone drop down, and they might just be able to get another lane of racks off the back of this before the Silencer even respawns.
Yeah, no meta. Arena of Blood is coming off cooldown now, but there's no metamorphosis for you to play around with. So unfortunately for Argius, he is a little bit weaker than what he was previously. They are doing a good job at least kind of forcing C-Dub back here, but no Spirit Vessel charges, no Reincarnate. So this is probably a good time for C-Dub to try and fall back, regroup a little bit, try and get the next set of items. They're close to the BKB for Double King. Sanctified's going to get close to his own Aghanim Scepter. Mark is going to come up close on the pipe, which I believe is coming out now for him as well. So C-Dub need to make sure they don't overpress their hands.
Oh no, Mars jumped in looking for the arena, but the Static Storm was even faster. Sanctified with the domain expansion level speed, making sure that there's no Mars ultimate. They get that kill. The Warden's about to die next. Neither of them have buyback. On the bright side, they're so low level that they will respawn fairly quickly, but they might not find any allies to respawn to as Double King goes in to clean up the Silencer as well. There will be a buyback coming in from the Silencer. 5 seconds until he has access to the global. RRL, still no BKB. He can't afford to die here. They will give the global silence at long last. Forced off away from Duster. Should still end up losing his life here. And if he dies, it is going to be a dieback on the Undying. And indeed, he will fall. Double King, though, will be like, well, we will trade the Undying's life in exchange for mega creeps. As C-Dub put themselves in pole position by finishing off the final set of racks in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say, I'm pretty sure you just call it here. You just save yourself a little bit of mental because that was that's a Gabe and Tia shellacking. That was not even close. And unfortunately for Ants, this is something that I talked about, right? The fact that C-Dub are a team that really prides themselves on their early laning phase, and you gifted them a free lane for Double King. Like, you're picking this Mars blind into a team that already does pretty well into the Mars, right? Like the fact that Beastmaster and Disruptor early on pre-BKB, Mars is going to have some issues. Like even if you get a Blink Dagger off and the Disruptor is in a spot where he's able to just sit back and just glimpse you away from your arena, you're not going to have the damage to be able to kill anybody unless you have 2 or 3 people around you. So I think this is probably a pretty big slip up from Ant picking the Mars where it was. I don't hate to see the Mars all too much, but I think if you pick it super blind like that and you get counter-picked by the 1-2 punch that comes in from C-Dub, I think that's a little bit of a hard hill to climb up of because you just start at such a deficit. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't the one that went the worst for them. The safe lane was the one that went the worst for them, with this answer just constantly, unfortunately, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Isla had a phenomenal game on the Beastmaster. So C-Dub, once again, just proving that they are an insanely strong laning team, and they're able to take that and really get the dub. And I'm super impressed with how C-Dub were able to continue their lead and just make sure they didn't over-aggress all too much, and they lost exactly what they were happy with leaving. This was pure domination.
I want you to think about what you just said to me right now, right? You were saying to me that the side of the map, right, with the Raid King that kept the Mars on 3 CS for about 3 minutes, that's not the side of the map that was the most successful for the team.
Yeah.
That's when you probably know that, like, yeah, we had a phenomenal early game. Like you mentioned, Isla did everything humanly possible. Not only does he enable himself, he slows down the Terrorblade. They take over the tower so early on. And they also saved Mark a big rotation, right? Mark didn't necessarily have to even think about the bottom side of the map. He's just like, oh, well, whatever, y'all just do you. He showed up once, and after he shows up, they immediately take the tower, take over that entire side of the map. Isla gets one of the fastest Helm of the Overlords we've ever seen, 13th all-time. And to give you all context, that item has only been built 1,400 times, basically. So to be in the top 15 out of 1,400, pretty damn strong. Overall, just an incredible performance coming in from the side of C-Dub. Good drafting, good laning, good ideas as well, good execution. But the main thing for me is the draft, man. This Mars, you might not feel too badly about the Mars, but there's an interview that we did with JT from the side who plays for Extreme Gaming now. He played for IG for many, many years in the past. And he said verbatim that he feels Mars is a cursed hero in that it always looks good in the game. Then you pick it and lose, and you're like, oh, damn it. Maybe I should have gone for something else. In this game, unfortunately, there's nothing for him to play with either. Like, when I think about natural Mars synergy, I do not think of Silencer. I do not think of Tusk. I do not necessarily even think of Terrorblade. Lesh is okay, but not necessarily the heroes that I want to see being paired with this hero. So Ash couldn't have a big impact. RRL, we spoke about this in the draft, that normally we want him to have some backup, so things didn't necessarily pan out for them. Not made easier by the performance of this Beastmaster. Isla with this early Helm of the Overlord completely dominating the map. Also, I must say, like, one of the things I've seen lately with Beastmasters, so many of them focus on playing as a summoner style hero. People forget, Fluke, about how good a spell Primal Roar is. This is the kind of game that Ants are not going to forget how good Primal Roar is, because it was uber effective against pretty much the entire lineup.
Yeah, I think it was just a really good showing from C-Dubs that they understand their matchups and understand the way that they needed to play as well. I like his itemization going for the BKB. You saw a few times that it was able to actually keep him alive. So he played insane this game, and I don't think you're going to be able to give this Beastmaster away anymore. Maybe you might even be looking towards a Disruptor band here for C-Dub, or maybe even trying to take it away for yourself, because Sanctified played insanely well in that offlane, and if you give these two guys a good start, we've seen in previous series when Sanctified was playing his Hoodwink, I believe, where he's able to just kind of carry these games from the offlane, and I think that's going to be a big pain point for Ant if they aren't able to deal with Isla as well as Sanctified on some of these heroes that can start to carry the game and really start to blow the game out. So maybe just get rid of the Mars, pick up a different offlane hero, maybe pick Centaur, maybe pick Doom, maybe pick some of these other heroes that are just unable to start a fight. And you need to focus more on the lanes here if you're Ant. You need to make sure that RL are making some rotations. You need to make sure that maybe the supports link up a little bit earlier to enable Ash to maybe enable RL so he can make those rotations, because this time around I felt like there was nothing they could do on the map because their lanes went so poorly at the start. Nobody could link up. They barely smoked. I think they had like 1 to 2 smokes that just, by the skin of their teeth, they're missing out on kills on Isla. So maybe if they just keep doing that again, they can eventually get those kills and get this, game looking a little bit more even.
Something you said at the very beginning of the broadcast is that C-Dub are a squad that focuses very heavily on their prowess in the early laning phase. We got to see a demonstration of that here today, and of course they were able to carry that momentum into a victory. However, something else that you reminded us about was that it has happened before that they started in such a good fashion and still found themselves faltering in the mid to late game. So it's going to be up to Ant to try and make sure that they can create the necessary amount of chaos to make C-Dub uncomfortable once that phase of the game arrives. To find out if they can make that happen, we need another draft, so we need a game 2 to grace our screens. Before that happens though, it's going to be a very small break, so you have a chance to go grab some water, get a quick snack, and join us and be ready for some more Dota 2 action. NA Dota continues in just a moment with myself, Snare, with Mr. Worldwide Fluke. We'll be right back with some more NA Div 2 hype. Welcome one and all back again to North American DPC action. We continue this Division 2 tour as we witness right now the side of another North American team and taking on the side of C-Dub Esports. C-Dub right now 1 game up, 1 game away from getting themselves their first victory in the second tour of Division 2. Erstwhile Ant in search of a similar kind of feat for themselves. The odds have normalized now, Fluke. Pretty much even parity between the two squads. But based on what I saw from game number 1, I would be very tempted to say that C-Dub have a decided upper hand coming into the second game of the series.
Yeah, definitely. They handed out a spanking in that game number 1, and they showed their prowess once again in their laning phase and really been able to enable themselves to have a good start and be able to transition that into a very fast win. So, I mean, if we go back to a normal state of game, maybe we just get rid of this Mars for Ant and they try and play a different offlaner for Ush, then maybe they can have a bit of the mid game, because really didn't get to see much out of them, right? Like there was no point in that game that they felt like they were in control. It was so hard for them. They had to play everything literally pixel perfect to even have a sniff at trying to kill some of those heroes. And maybe this time around we might see a few transitions in the drafts. We see things like the Disruptor being pushed up in priority. Maybe the Beastmaster gets banned at this time from Isla, and you know, we might see Mark on a hero that he's able to carry on, because he was one of the players that I felt like didn't have to have a crazy game. Like Double King and Isla did everything for him, and he played well on the Coddle, to be fair, but he didn't have to have an immaculate game that time around for C-Dub to get the win. So, and definitely backs against the wall. They need something here in this series, because if they go down again in NA Div 2, 0-2 is not the worst. Yeah, and it's still hard for you to try and get towards Div 1 if you start 0-2 though.
Absolutely. And of course, they need a very good draft in order to make sure that they get their tour started with 1-1 rather than 0-2. And speaking of a draft, we have one available for ourselves and playing on the Radiant side with the first pick of the draft. And we do, of course, have C-Dub playing on Dire with the second pick. So that means that they have the responses. This also means, though, that potentially Ant have the availability and the opportunity to steal away the Disruptor. Because if not, I have full confidence that C-Dub... Is it banned? Oh, good job.
Yep.
Good job. C-Dub, because they didn't have first pick. Yeah, they did the right thing.
Yeah, very, very smart. That's exactly the train of thought that I was going to be on for Ant as well, right? Just be able to get the first pick, and then they can say, all right, we take the Disruptor away. We don't have to ban it this time around. But C-Dub are the ones that banned it. There is the Nature's Prophet that's floating around. I don't know if that's really kind of first phase overall, because you can kind of just get like... You just run into like Primal Beast +1, and then you feel kind of bad if you're Ant. So they're just going to go for something a little bit more generic in the Rubik. I like this pick. Just keeps them open, gives them a hero that can kind of quote-unquote pseudo-counter some of these big ultimate heroes. You know, we've been seeing a whole lot of Doom recently. We've been seeing a whole lot of things like Enigma that's floating around as well. But C-Dub, they respond with the Enchantress, and they just go straight for a Doom. So again, very, very strong lanes here for C-Dub.
All right, I can tell that whoever's doing the drafting right now, who I believe is Kips, their coach, has been watching some Chinese Dota, because this is a very Chinese opening. Enchantress, Doom. This Enchiro, when I see it in other regions, it looks okay. When I see it in China, wow, it looks like one of the best heroes in the entire game. Scales with damage, does very well in the laning phase. They've already picked Rubik, so it's unlikely they want to go Rubik Mirana as their support duo. But if they want Rubik Mirana as a support duo, let them pick it in the opening phase, and then you don't have to ban it going in the next phase. But even if they go Mirana, you still feel fine having Ench plus Doom. They can't go for the Beastmaster because you already have Doom available. This is some good stuff from C-Dub. The thing that's also very frustrating now for the side of Ant is you already know more or less that the Doom is going to go on one side of the map. Enchantress might join him, but you're in a catch-22, right? Because Enchantress makes whatever lane she's in a lot stronger. If she joins the safe lane matchup as the 5, that side of the map, you can't play aggressively anymore. It's sort of a waste of time. Erstwhile, if she goes, or in the meanwhile rather, if she goes into the off lane, now there's a kill lane between her and the Doombringer. So this is a catch-22 type of pick to go for here for the side of Ant. But like you mentioned, you were talking about other offlaners that they could go for in lieu of the Mars. They do not go for the Doom. Obviously, it's taken away, but they do get the Centaur. So you can run away even after you're doomed away. You can have some kind of disengagement from the team fight.
Yeah, it gives themselves some options as well. It's not the worst lane into the Enchantress as well. You can just get a return. Obviously, with the ring build that we've been seeing creep up once again, you just get double ring of protection into a ring of health, and you're going to be A-okay with whatever lane you go for. It gives you a little bit of magic damage to try and kill out the Enchantress if you ever do catch her out. So I like this response from Ant. The big concern for me is they chew through a lot of their reserve time in this pick. Usually, the first couple of bans and the first couple of picks are ones that you've already pre-talked about. But this time around, Ant really were not sure about what they wanted to play, and they're going to have to try and get this next couple of phases going back and forth really fast. And I like that C-Dub have done. This is something that nobody really talks about in drafting, is when a team utilizes a lot of their reserve time early on, you just need to make sure that your next couple of picks and your next couple of bans are extremely fast, because you need to make sure that they're still under the pressure from a lot of their previous banning and picking ideas. And if you keep doing this, now we can see where it gets to a point where they have to try and get this ban, and they have to think about their next pick as well for Ant. So they're going to use through a lot of their time, and you can get to a point where it's at the latter stages of this game, latter stages of this draft, pardon me, and they're going to have like, what, 10, 20 seconds of reserve time max, and then they might not be able to find like one of these perfect counters to come in and see it put themselves in a good spot in the draft once again.
Speaking of being in a good spot, one of the bright spots for the side of Ant is having the Rubik and the Centaur does mean that C-Dub going to be a little bit less likely to pick very weak laners for the safe lane. So Double King will probably be playing a hero that's not going to scale uber hard throughout the game. So maybe Ant can try and exploit that with heroes that can rotate onto him early on before the hero gets strong. Pango banned out by them. Second game that we see this hero removed. And Wraith King again, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Double King did really well. This is, if you're playing against Rubik Centaur, I want a hero that's not going to die against this combo and or can bail himself out of trouble. Ruth King sort of fits both builds. And if he's paired with Enchantress, then he definitely doesn't die on this side of the map.
Yeah, 100%. And also, he's one of those good heroes against the Centaur as well, because he has like kind of that big physical burst straight away. Centaur is really, really good against these heroes that like to chip him down, right? Like that like to have these constant auto attacks going. Whereas Wraith King's all about, you know, especially once he gets towards that mid game, is a lot of just big one shots, right? And you see heroes like PA, Wraith King, and Sven are heroes that kind of fit this kind of mold. And he does really, really well into that lane, but there are some good core-to-core matchups now with the Drow Ranger being picked up and the Clockwork. So I really want to see C-Dub pick up one of these range supports that's able to deal with the clock in lane. Something that really makes it so he can't just walk in a battery assault everyone. But they're going to go back for the Zeus here, so I'd imagine this is going to be the Mark hero. Maybe they want to go for a position 4 Zeus that gives them a little bit of damage. This could be extremely greedy from C-Dub if they go for like this Zeus, because you can have troubles in the mid game if you don't have a lot of that early gold going in your pocket. So I like the flexibility from C-Dub to be able to give themselves some options in their last pick, but they could get punished for their greed here.
Yep. This is a draft that can definitely be exploited, especially by a Drow Ranger if she has a phenomenal game. Then I start to really worry, because their gap close is abysmal on the side of C-Dub right now. And not only does Ant have both Clockwork and Centaur to act as bodies in front of this Drow Ranger, but Centaur has the Stampede. Just send her as far away from the fight as possible. So C-Dub certainly will have to work very hard for whatever hero comes last. I'm kind of hoping that this is going to be the Mark Zeus. I'm really hoping that this is not going to be a support Zeus coming out here. Kind of wanted to be going mid, and then whatever hero they pick for the support to have a bit more gap close. I think Ant had a very good read on banning out the Tiny. Tiny would have felt very, very good in this situation. So we know they still have to decide right now where the Zeus goes, what other hero they want in the 4 position. But for now, Ant has to be the ones that decide on who goes into the mid lane for RRL. His Invoker's been banned away. His Batrider is gone. Do any heroes stand out for you here, Fluke, that coordinate with the rest of the draft and can also potentially contest mid against the Zeus?
I think you need to have one of the spirit heroes. Maybe you just go for Storm here. It's half decent into the Wraith King because you can constantly, you know, play around in the fight where, you know, if he gets reincarnated off, you can always zip away. You don't have to worry about the slow. You're able to kill the Enchantress with a lot of the magic damage. You do provide Doom with a very good Doom target though. which could be a little bit rough for you. You still want to try and doom up, maybe the Centaur before he gets off the Stampede or even the Drow in these fights. So maybe a little rough. Like, yeah, okay. I was thinking either Storm or Puck were going to be the two heroes that you were thinking of here. You just needed somebody who can follow up with the Clockwork's initiation to be able to utilize like the Centaur with his Blink Hoof Stomp and give you that little bit of scalability as well, which was a big thing for Ant. If they just had Drow as their hero that was scaling in the late game, then C-Dub just kind of put all their eggs in killing the Drow, and then it's relatively easy for them.
One thing I love about the Storm Spirit pick as well, you were mentioning that there's Doom. He's a priority target for the Doom, but a Storm Spirit worth their salt will either get early Linkins or just make it so hard for the Doom to get on top of you that by the time you arrive, you've sort of wasted your entire duration of your own BKB/Blink. So I love the Storm pick. Very good shot from you, my friend. Good job. C-Dub, let's see here. They presumably need a hero that's going to go 4, right? And just initiate fights for them. Now that they're playing into Storm, you definitely want some kind of instant catch. So Earthshaker kind of out of the running. I mean, it can have instant catch, but it's kind of difficult to be able to reliably get that stun. We spoke earlier about like the Forgotten Sons. In prior patches, this would have been an excellent game for Earth Spirit, but the hero is certainly not in the place that he used to be. Honestly, if this was China and this was extreme gaming play, because Kaka is the only person allowed to do this, this looks like a Pog Lion game. I don't think they're going to pick Lion. They go for the Tusk, but Lion would have been phenomenal here. At the same time, though, one great thing about having the Tusk in this team, we were talking about their lack of being able to 100% gap close onto the Drow Ranger. Tusk can give you that. It can be expensive. It can cost a team fight if it happens, but at the very least, it's now available for the lineup if they want to make that happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was kind of their only real option was going to be the Tusker. You can see that the Snap and the Tiny being banned out just gives them a little bit of extra magic burst. But now the Tusker is able to play that lane. It is a bit of a rough lane into the Drow Clockwork for Tusk and Doom. I think that's probably why they just didn't Snap pick it straight away, is because their lane's a little bit weaker here for C-Dub. It's not going to be the same domination that we saw in game number 1 for them. So I'd expect that Ant are going to have some holds in this early game and some holds in this mid game, that it's not just going to be a blowout of game number 1. So I like the draft that we're seeing here from both these two teams. I think maybe the issue could be is it's not a immaculate Storm game. Like, it's not like the freest of Storm games. He can get kind of caught out by things like the Walrus Punch as well as the Doom. So has to be careful this game. They have good core answers and they have a lot better lanes this time around. So hopefully I'm seeing a much more competitive game number 2.
Well, I want this game to be competitive because game 1, just for reference, not only did we get some records being set more or less by this Beastmaster, but it was also the fastest game we've had so far in Tour 2 of the North American region. So we're hoping that this game number 2 doesn't necessarily shake out in the same direction. As we go into it, C-Dub versus the side of Ant, the esportsbet.io odds are normalized, perfectly even pretty much at this point in time. So it all comes down to how they execute and what the field of play looks like. They have stuck with the Double King, Wraith King, yet again, feeling confident about this hero. One thing we're talking about, like how this Drow Ranger, there aren't that many heroes from C-Dub that get directly on top of her. Unless, this Zeus plays out of his mind, this is one of those games where Mark might actually have a pretty difficult time. There's a Clockwork, there's a Centaur, there's a Storm Spirit. Rubik can steal some spells as well. I feel like Mark has to be, like, this Aghanim Shard cannot come soon enough. Like, maybe might even need a forced off as well, just to be able to confidently play this game.
Yeah, I think much the same as like the Storm Spirit in RRL. I think this is going to be not the freest of Zeus games, but we've seen time and time again that C-Dub are very, very good at getting their early games and getting themselves off to a good start. And Mark has been a pretty standout player for this team as well. So these guys are going to be in a good spot to try and clean this series up 2-0. They've got a lot of good answers. The one issue is might be a little hard for them to take some towers. Wraith King's kind of the only hero that can do it for you. Taking Roche is going to be a little slow as well until you get things like the Desolator up forward. I guess I do have Tag Team and an Enchantress, so it's not going to be the worst. But, the side of Ant, like, once they get a few of these teamfight wins under their belt, it's going to be super easy for them to take objectives and take towers.
They're stacking up for a potential first blood if anybody from Ant is foolish enough to wander about for this bounty rune. Fortunately for the side of Ants, that is not the case. Although in retrospect, now C-Dub will feel like they could have actually greeted it out and maybe even gotten 3 bounties. Nonetheless, off to a decent start here, just on regular 2-2. They know that they won their prior laning phase, so they're hoping for similar results. You see these lanes being stacked up. Isla and Sanctified down bottom on the Doom and Tusk respectively, taking on Argius on the Drow and a Feeling G on the Tusk. I doubt it's going to be as successful for them as it was in game one. Like, that was just way too good. As also look in the top lane. Something intriguing about this top lane is, I look behind the tier 1 tower. Look where they planted this ward. Oh wait, hold up, thought. Down bottom, Feeling G. Actually falling very, very low. He's going to be fine though. Doesn't end up dying. He's fine. He's okay. He's okay.
Yeah, they wanted to try and just get this the early aggression out of C-Dub. They want to try and make sure that they're utilizing their HP pools to win this fight early on. Surprisingly enough, though, Argius has not come down here with any regen. Okay, he's got regen added to him now. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, that's a little bit of a bold move. So maybe just waiting until the bounty rings came up. But you can just see that C-Dub now are the ones that are trying to move these waves around because they understand that playing into this Drow and Clock combination is going to be rough. But Argius, he's caught out.
No, he's in trouble right now, Argius. They have access to the snow. They don't have Snowball, but they do have access to damage coming in from the Doom and the Tusk. And they will be able to find the first blood. Scorched Earth helped to close the gap. Right clicks from Sanctified helped to get the kill. And that is another rough start for Argius. He wasn't first blood in game number 1, but he certainly did do his share of dying in the early 5 minutes. And the thing is, this lane, although it's not as strong, I don't believe, as the previous lane was, it's not like it gets any easier as time goes on. Eventually, Doom gets like a Centaur creep. You get Snowball on. They have Scorched Earth. They have this the Snowball. They hit you. They stun you with the War Stomp. And then suddenly, as a Drow Ranger with like 700 HP, you're a very sad player.
Yeah. Hopefully Argius is able to just make sure that he stays away from Sanctified and Isla in this lane. And I'm really thinking that Feeling G is going to have to be the one that's just going to have to be a body, right? Like maybe he might be the one that cops an L sometimes and goes down. But as long as Argius is able to stay alive and get a lot of these creeps, it's always good. The big positive from that first blood for Ant was the fact that Argius didn't lose too many of the creeps. I was thinking, oh no, like he's going to lose this massive double wave that CW have caught up, and then he's not going to be able to get any of the experience, but he was able to stay alive, luckily, because it wasn't underneath the tower.
Mid lane, it's going to be pretty much a farm fest, boring as hell. No need to watch that one too much until about level 6. Talk to me about something that I see happening in the top lane. This Observer ward that they planted behind the tower. So Ant, make sure to get this ward in just between where the pull will be happening. Do you like it? Normally I see this ward coming a little bit later, but as an initial ward, what do you make of it from the side of Ant here?
I think it's mainly just allowing them to have information about where the Enchantress is at any given time. You know, we've seen Enchantresses in the past, especially when they're able to dominate the lane super early on. They get their carry up to this level 3 mark where they're pretty strong in themselves, and they can just farm the small camp. So if they ever do see that, then that might give the time to go for Ant to get on top of Double King and force him out of this lane. But it's kind of one of those, as you said, one of those wars that you see a little bit later on when you try and see these carry movements. But early on, it can just give you that little bit of extra information to try and win out this lane and try and come back on top, because we saw in the previous game, Ush just wasn't able to play the game. And this time around, he's had a much better start.
For context, right now, Ush's 16 loss hits represents a more than 500% improvement over this particular stage that he had game number 1. So everything coming up, Ush is feeling a lot better for himself. Down bottom, Sanctified almost lost his life, but he's fine. He's chilled, has himself access to a Fairy Fire, still has some tangos, unlikely to die under these conditions. Honestly though, this early game for Ant, this laning phase, like way better, like orders of magnitude better than it was in game number 1 for themselves.
Yeah, 100%, and I think it just all comes down to the draft, right? Like they actually gave themselves a lot better way of figuring out what these lanes were, and they just sequenced their draft a little bit better, right? They made sure that Ush's pick, was still in relatively the same kind of spot this time around. It was second phase, but you pick a hero that doesn't really get dominated all too hard when you've already known what the +5 is going to be.
We also see the influence of Ush in the top lane as he saves the life of the Warden for now. Duster not going to be able to run him down and finish him off without any points into the impetus. But this time around, Ush can do stuff to help out his team when they're in trouble. The Warden can help out Ush when he's in trouble. Regrettably, with Warden going back, this does mean Ush is alone, so we'll see how he fares all by his lonesome. As bottom, they do go into with a Snowball. Heroes are forced away though. Feeling G inside the eye shards. Will he end up losing his life here? There's the Infernal Blade. Beautiful gust coming in from Argius. Keeping the distance. Making sure that they can just keep the slow, steady pace. I feel like outside of the Doombringer, if I'm looking at this lineup on the side of Ant, if I'm just playing a very slow, solid, nothing really happening laning phase, and I'm playing Drow Storm Spirit, I am ecstatic at these proceedings right now.
Yeah, you definitely are pretty happy with how this is going, but you know, C-Dub, they kind of drafted themselves into a much greedier kind of team, right? Like you have a Zeus as well as a Doom as your other cores in combination with the Wraith King, so they're not going to have the same kind of pace they had before. Isla.
He's dead. Didge. Isla is dead here. They throw in the rocket flare from Feeling G. Couple of multi-shot waves from Argius. Ensure that he's low enough HP that the kill will be guaranteed. All right. They exploit the timing when they know for a fact that this Tusk will not be bottom. They saw him die earlier. They know that he's most likely going to go and replenish the bottom middle. So it's like, well, take advantage of this window. And that's exactly what they do. Getting a pretty massive kill. And to make my matters even better, you know, paradoxically, I think it's even better that it's not Argius that gets that kill. Because I think this Drow is going to farm regardless. But soon, Feeling G needs to be moving across the map. So making sure that he has boots when he starts to make those early rotations, definitely going to make a huge difference towards their success.
Yeah, 100%. And exactly as you said, abusing kind of these ideas. Oh, that's a sick dodge from the snowball. Argius probably... Oh, no!
Argius, Thunder God's Wrath came out. They didn't keep chasing. They lost faith. If they had more faith in themselves, they definitely get that kill. But the turnaround, the missed ice shards means that they're not going to be able to find themselves a quick kill onto the Drow Ranger. Argius gets back. And Feeling G, you know, we were just talking about him having boots and how much it helps their future rotations. It also helps him defensively. If he doesn't have boots, Isaac can just dive him right now and kill him. But with boots being online, this is actually a surprisingly difficult kill to attain.
Yeah, the missed ice shards is an opportunity gone begging there for C-Dub. Sanctified has missed a couple now, so needs to be a little bit more wary of that. The Warden's able to take down Duster top. Maybe this is a trade coming in for Double King. He's got a lot of boys at the ready.
I don't know about when he get it, he gets it. Yeah, big right click coming in. Double King. Hashtag level 1 Mortal Strike still ends up being fairly useful, as he's able to find the kill there on top of the Centaur. Very useful kill to be able to pick up. Like, it's nice to be able to save the life of the Drow down bottom, but for C-Dub, anything they can do to also accelerate Double King. We saw what this man can do when he had some farm, right? He doesn't play this Radiant style. He wants to be able to join his team as soon as humanly possible. And he's doing so again. Most of the components of the armlet pretty much compete right now, so not far away from having the full item.
Yeah, definitely feeling good with how this early game is going. But also, you're probably feeling pretty good if you're Ant, right? Like you're looking at RL in the mid lane, 49 and 11, up against the Zeus from Mark. Argius still hasn't really started to streak ahead when it comes to the CS. He's falling quite far behind Double King, but you've got RL who's actually able to make moves this time around, and you can see that they have some supports that can play with the Storm as well, the Clockwork and the Rubik. So they're going to have ways of coming in towards this mid-game and being able to get a lot of these kills. You see this Falcon Blade build up from the Storm. It's something that we're seeing a whole lot more these times around. Treads Falcon Blade just gives you this nice little item timing where you can start to catch out some of these supports a few more times. You're able to catch out some of these offlaners. And yeah, that looks like that is a stack that is being yoinked from Mark.
Yeah, Zeus is stealing it.
What can you do, man?
Very nicely done. They used Duster stealing up this Centaur Conqueror to be able to like body for it. Oh no, that's not what was supposed to happen, but nonetheless. When do you think the Storm can start making moves on the map to try and help out his team? Like you mentioned, he already has the Falcon Blade, so he has some kind of sustain and mana, but should he wait for the full power treads en route to the Kaya before he starts to make a move? Or do you go ASAP and try to catch C-Dub a little bit off guard before they start to get their key items? We'll talk about it in a second though. As down bottom, we do see Sanctified almost dying, but Mark helping to get the turnaround with the Thunder God's Wrath, bringing down Feeling G. And now that they committed the Doom onto Argius, they can all go in the opposite direction because cool guys do not look at explosions. As this Drow goes down in front of our own tier 1. Successful first rotation from the Zeus. Now, this is what I wanted from the Storm Spirit here, Fluke. I need this guy to be the one making the moves on the map.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like he's a little shackled by his supports, right? Like, you kind of need the level 6 on the Clockwork to be able to play around him because you need the hook shot. So, RL is kind of just waiting for that timing for him, and he can kind of go whenever he needs to, but at half HP now, this is rough.
He's actually might die here. RL in a bit of a dangerous position. He's going to end up being able to get the quick pick onto Sanctified. They pop the Stampede to ensure that he gets away from danger. Duster almost lost his life here. Nature's Attendants healing him up. Feeling G trying to close the gap with this Battery Assault. Might have gone a little bit too far, so recognizes that it's time to retreat. Assault duration is about to finish. So they get the Tusk kill here. Weirdly enough, I'm not sure how much worth that grants them because they had to go all the way back to base for the Storm Spirit. He's gonna go bottom though, so to try to make up for this, they have to get a kill onto Isla, and they're gonna make the full dive. Isla still alive though. They get the jump onto Argius instead. Argius will end up being able to get the quick pick onto Isla thanks to RRL, and RRL enables them to get the double kill. Thank God for the Storm Spirit because Drow Ranger is now back in the game, baby. 2 kills, a ton of gold in her back pocket, and much more importantly, a playable game for Ant on the carry position.
Yeah, that's a good rotation coming in there from RL. This is exactly what we wanted out of him. He makes his way towards the bottom side, doesn't need his supports. That time around was kind of just reacting to a fight instead of looking for one, and that's exactly the reason why you pick up this Storm Spirit, right? Very, very good hero, just making those reactive TPs, and big wand as well for Argia, so that committal was going to be a hard kill no matter what for C-Dub, and they got themselves caught out instead. So now RL is really starting to make a stamp on this game. To be fair though, Double King completely untouched on the Wraith King. Still 600 gold ahead of the Storm Spirit, and he's about 1,400 ahead of the Drow as well. So he's going to be a big, strong boy. And then obviously Mark has had a free game as well. Got the Kyra up, going to go in towards the Aghanim Shard, and everyone just seems more happy. And this is kind of not a C-Dub that I've seen just yet of them playing the greedier kind of style. Like, they've got 3 cores that are more than happy to sit back and farm. Had good lanes. They're the ones that don't need to make these transitions.
They have made a big movement happen in the bottom lane. Stampede gets popped now as well. They want to try to save the Drow, but woo! Damage will rain down from the heavens as Mark ensures that there's no survival possible for the Drow Ranger. As Traxxas does find herself getting brought down. They lose a Clockwork as well. He did a pretty good hook shot to interrupt this snowball coming in from Sanctified. It ends up not being enough, however. As I've seen this movie before, a quick kill onto a hero in the safe lane, transitioning into a push onto that tower. C-Dub trying to claim the first tower of the map by going onto the tier 1. You know, you were talking earlier in game number 1 about how quickly they took outer towers, all of them. This is probably second slowest game because we had a game together the other day where it was like 14 minutes before the first tower fell. But this is certainly up there in terms of how slow the early pace of the game has been.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that just kind of harkens back to the draft that C-Dub have. But RL, looking to see if we can get the kill here on Duster.
Should be able to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Now, wasn't sure if they just had enough, but with maxed out Overload as well as Static Remnant, it's always going to be enough. So, yeah, I think this just kind of comes back to C-Dub being one of those teams that is very, very lane focused and very, very good at their early game, and they're the one that's playing the slower kind of greedier draft, and they don't really have the heroes that can just take over a lane like you've seen like Beastmaster and all that kind of stuff. So it is just a nature of the draft, but now you can see that Ant is starting to up the tempo.
Oh,
you almost have the Witchblade available here on RL as well.
He should be able to get the goal to complete the Witchblade by killing off Sanctified, as this Tusk really in a dangerous position. He snowballs onto the tower just to keep himself as close as humanly possible. RL snowballs past him. Mark has shown up. Sanctified is still alive for now, but will eventually die. The Warden gets the kill, but it's going to cost the life of Feeling G. This probably took a lot longer than they thought it would. But Feeling G, those power cogs, man. Alrighty, we see you, Clockwork. He stays alive as a result. He gets himself out of dodge. Unfortunately, doesn't lead into them being able to pressure the tower. And because it's 3 heroes committed in the mid lane, the Centaur is stuck being able to just stay in the safe lane, can't do much against Double King. And of course, bottom, Doom is just, doing Doom things. So overall, they lose the Sanctified Tusk, but feels like they gained on the map as a result, unless they end up losing this Enchantress. But they get off the Doom onto this Rubik. Rubik getting salvation right now thanks to this Gust from the Drow Ranger as well as RRL making his presence known. They're trying to bring down at least one of these heroes. Enchantress almost killed Drow Ranger by herself. Will end up staying alive, and there's going to be the kill onto the Warden thanks to the Thunder God's Wrath. Doom ends up not going to waste. Top lane, we see Ash. He has to run away from Double King. He's on so low HP. If he gets hit with the Wraithfire Blast, he probably ends up dying. The Skellies are giving the vision. Will they tank the tower for him? No, they will not. He realizes, well, Ash is probably just gone. It's fine, I'll let him go. But this is concerning me, Fluke. Every time they get a kill on the side of Ant, it always results in them losing something of real substance. Like down bottom, they almost just lost Sanctified. Yeah, he's going to end up dying. Argius almost died here, but Not I see. I see both supports being drawn to this side of the map, and therefore not pressuring mid, not pressuring top, leaving Mark as well as Double King to just farm to their own devices yet again.
Yeah, and this is where you can see the net worth is really starting to balloon out for C-Dub, right? Like, Double King and Mark, untouched. Double King has a 15-minute armlet and a Deso, by the way. So if he gets close to anyone, they're just going to melt. And this just means that they're able to take more of these tier 2 towers. Those initiations on the bottom side, Sanctified trying to get the kill onto the Drow Ranger was a little bit of a question mark for me. Maybe he thought he just had a little bit more damage. If you had the Thunder God's Wrath, hell yeah, go for that kill every day of the week. But they weren't able to do that one, and now there's a team fight happening.
They go in with the Stampede though, looking for some targets first and foremost. There was a gust onto the high ground. RRL jumps off the Mark. They've already lost the Clockwork and the Centaur. Double King ends up bringing him down. RRL getting a quick kill though onto one of the supports. He brings down the Zeus next. Sanctified looking in a very dangerous position himself. But now RRL has convinced, or committed rather, a lot of his mana pool. Does manage to zip into the river, so that's going to keep him alive. Double King finding a way to just stay away from Argeus with the Wraithfire Blast. Isla doesn't have access to the Blink Dagger, so he just can't recommit immediately onto Argeus, but they're going to be looking towards Argeus. Nice little gust to ensure that there's a silence. There's no Doom available either, but still the Doom hero itself still feels strong enough that it's worth running away from. And Ant, although they've been taking fights that have cost them something previously, this time around, they get a much better trade out of it. Yeah, they have to lose their life at the Centaur, but it does come by bringing down Mark, bringing down both supports, and taking a life away from the Wraith King.
Double King just stood his ground against like 3 or 4 heroes, and he was still able to kill the Centaur. So I think that just goes to show like how strong Double King is right now. 3.2k damage by himself, and same amount of damage coming in from RLL, who was able to just get into the background. Unfortunately for Mark, he was about half HP when that fight kind of broke out, and that meant that RLL didn't have to commit all too much to get the kill onto him, didn't have the Heavenly Jump either, so it wasn't the best of team fights for C-Dub, especially because Double King got called out very, very early on as well. So these fights are starting to show a little bit of signs of life here for Ant. RL, I think he still has a lot of emphasis on his shoulders. At least now that Isla has his BKB in his hand and Midas, he's going to look to try and get these fights going for his team, because they didn't have Doom in that fight, didn't have the hero, didn't have the ultimate either. So that was a fight that went relatively even, considering that there was no Doom to come out on RL.
Yep. I mean, speaking of this Doom, he's getting Blink Dagger next, and we are still fairly far away from the Storm Spirit having access to a Lincoln Sphere. So this Doom will always be effective for this stage of the game. Feels pretty scary. He's pretty much got it right now. One more creep camp. I imagine C-Dub is going to try to go for a smoke soon, because they have all their ultimates back online. They know for a fact that there are 0 Lincoln Spheres on the enemy team. There are 0 BKBs on the enemy team. If we Doom a target, we will kill them. It's only a matter of finding out who they are. So the blink is up. We'll see what they decide to do right now on the side of C-Dub. The important thing, and I think the frustrating thing though, Fluke, it's 18 minutes into the game, right? When you haven't taken a single tower, and all these towers are more than 50% HP, this is a rough time. This just feels awful, because Drow is not the kind of hero that just farms her own jungle. She wants as much space on the map to be able to farm. We actually see her jump forward. Isla commits the Doom onto the Rubik of all heroes. All right. I mean, sure, mate, you're going to get the kill, I guess. But that, dude, you committed a BKB charge and a Doom onto Rubik. That does not seem like the play for C-Dub.
Yeah, no, that's not worth. If you're Ant, you're like, hell yeah, we got the 9-second BKB as well as the Doom coming out of Isla. Yeah, that was, maybe he was expecting a few more heroes, and that was to actually become a team fight. But you can just kind of see the power of Centaur, right, where he just hits the Stampede button and then you have to commit more than you originally wanted.
Ooh.
Now there's no Doom.
Get a quick kill onto a Duster, but there's no Doom, but they might still have the damage to bring down the Storm Spirit. It was all a bait, Fluke. They baited us as well. Ush is about to lose his life. Feeling G in the midst of 4 heroes right now inside the power cards. He gets himself brought down. All right. Ant were on a similar train of thinking as us. And unfortunately, that's what C-Dub was relying on. They punished them super hard in the top side of the map, managing to bring down 2 core heroes and opening the path to Roshan. Double King can do this alone. He's going to get help from Sanctified potentially, coming in with the tag team. But honestly, it's completely unnecessary. It's just looking like a... Oh, wait. They actually don't feel confident. Dude, Double King, go do the Roche, mate. You can do it.
Well, the one issue with Wraith King soloing Roche is Roche one shots your little scarecrows. So it is a little hard to play it because I remember before they changed it, it was remember when Shadow Shaman was like kind of coming back in the meta and you would just drop snakes in the Roche pit and Roche wouldn't be able to deal with them. It's kind of the same deal with Wraith King because they're summoned units and they're not the same as like a boar or anything like that. So they get kind of like one shot by Roche. So it's a little sad just to be able to play that. But I mean, as you said, like a massive debate. I was like, all right, this is not going to be a fight they're going to be able to take. You can even see it on RLL where the way that he played, he was like, there's no Doom, there's no BKB, I'm free. And then they just get a 2-man War Stomp and that's kind of it. So, I mean, that's a real rough showing here for Ant, and I think they really need to wait for one or more of their item time instead of win these team fights. But Isla, he's stuck.
He is indeed stuck. He pops BKB though. And since they've already committed hookshot, he can just freely TP away. Nothing to be able to cancel the spell at this point, but he's fine. We saw in the replay there when we were looking back on that fight as well that you mentioned the jump from RL into the 2-hero War Stomp. I think one of the things that they also didn't bank on was they forgot how much damage Zeus could do. You know, in the last fight, RL was able to get on top of the Zeus, kill him off really quickly, and Mark wasn't able to have that much presence in the fight. This time around, Mark is alive throughout the course of it. He throws down Thunder God's Wrath from afar. And then you're just like, oh wow, this is actually a stupid amount of damage that's coming from the Zeus hero. That's not even directly involved in the fight. So now, C-Dub, I think they're trying to get more map space here. They get the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Finally, we will see a tower falling bottom for Ant as they get something on the map. And this Drow Ranger in dire need of more help. She's going for the Manta style next. And Storm Spirit has just finished off the Sergeant Kaya. I hope he starts building Lincoln's BKB. I feel like this game is honestly unplayable unless you go Lincoln's BKB, maybe on even both your cores of the Storm Spirit and the Drow. But we'll see if Drow and Storm can survive this. Storm, well, there's the reveal of the Blink Dagger, my friend. It gets revealed and shown to this lovely little Storm. We saw the Doom earlier onto Rubik, didn't make much of a difference. This time around, massive difference onto the Storm. Q Lincolns, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, it's still so annoying for you because they have other ways of popping your Lincolns, so it's not just like... The thing is with Dooms these days is obviously he can have the Ags build up as well, but the way that you just play with like Blink War Stomp, it's like, as long as the Doom is semi-competent with his team, you're going to be able to outplay the Lincolns, right? I believe... Was it China or one of the Western Europe games we covered where they were playing against the Doom and the same thing happened, right? Where it was just like you just instantly were able to counterplay the Lincolns.
China. It was China. Yeah.
China, yeah.
Speaking of Doom, he finds himself right next to Ush. And Ush gets back up from RL, who just goes in. And there's the War Stomp yet again you're talking about. There will be the multi-shot onto the Enchantress, and they will be able to bring down the Ench. Snowball forward, nice salvation. Isla still alive. Double King jumping forward. He wants some targets here. They brought down the Rubik, but Mark, he's been isolated by the right clicks of Arceus and the jump in of Feeling G. Triple kill for RL so far, but now RL is starting to run out of mana. He needs to get the hell away from this fight. Can they get him out of here? Looks like that will be the case. The impetus shot's not coming in time. The Blink Dagger was still on cooldown for Double King's Wraith King. So it will hash out into being a 4-for-2 engagement, a buyback from C-Dub to salvage it at the end. But RRL, this time around, not playing around the Doom. The Wraith King took too long to arrive. And we see the difference that can be made when they get to the kill on the Doom first, and then shortly thereafter bring down the Zeus. Suddenly, Double King, strong as he is, can easily be kited around.
Oh, they don't get the vision.
Dead? Oh no. Oh no. Feels bad.
Yeah, the thing is with shards is it only gives vision around the final destination, so he didn't actually get the vision when he went through the Centaur there. So unfortunately for Sanctified, he's unable to get himself a freebie on Ush. But exactly as you said, RL is playing really, really well around not having to play through this Doom. Now Mark, he's the one that's in trouble though.
Oh, they actually held the Wraithfire Blast until they can get it onto him. Double King is going to end up losing his life. They thought they could get the quick pick on Mark. That was actually excellent play from Double King. Like he baited, faked out the Wraithfire Blast, anticipating that the Storm Spirit would dodge it, and then waited until the Storm Spirit landed to land this actual stun itself. That leads into a huge amount of burst. Mark drops the Wraithfire Blast. on top of all the lightning damage. And now they have a clear path to Roshan. Dude, it must feel so bad being on the side of Ant right now. C-Dub, just keep catching them exactly when Ant feel like they're at their strongest. That's when they get exploited the most by the C-Dub lineup.
Yeah, it just feels like C-Dub are ready for anything that comes their way, and now they have an Aegis on their Zeus as well. He's going to go into this Aghanim Scepter, and I'm sure that after that, Mark's going to try and go for one of these defensive items, because you're going to see in these fights, he gets hook-shotted, he gets jumped on by the Storm, and he's kind of just food. And he was going for this Aghanim Scepter when they were much more confident with how this game was going. So once he picks that up, there's going to be a lot of extra burst for them. Double King still having an immaculate game, 6-0-3 on the Wraith King. Feeling good with how this game is going. He's playing very, very well right now. And unfortunately for Ant, I think it's going to be hard for them to make those fights go that way, go their way, until they have multiple members. Oh, Isla, what a find.
Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Seriously? Yeah. Really? All right. This is even better than finding a random neutral item. You give Mark some additional gold. Get the kill. As a result of that kill, he is 200 gold short of having the full Aghanim Scepter. And they still don't have a single BKB in their lineup.
Yep. We thought Mark was doing a good job before. You wait till you see him drop all these thunderbolts everywhere. People are just going to have to try and duck, dodge, dive, dodge. I don't know, whatever. That was a very bad dodgeball reference, sorry.
It's dodge.
They're trying to avoid.
Dip, dodge, dip, dive, and dodge. Yes.
There we go. See, this is why you're a lot smarter than I am.
For RRL
No.
though, I don't. Well, he couldn't dodge, he couldn't dip, he couldn't duck, he couldn't dive, and he couldn't dodge. So he just dies. While that's happening, Isla's busy rinsing off the Warden a bit more north side of that kill. 11k gold lead, and you were talking earlier about how good C-Dub are, generally speaking, when they play from this laning phase advantage. This is much more impressive, right? When they know that they're going to have even lanes, but still manage to have a crushing mid game just off of sheer execution, it feels like.
Yeah, you can just see that they've got a lot of confidence in themselves and a lot of confidence in their ideas. I think this is going to be something we're going to be looking at for the remainder of Div 2 NA is going to be this Wraith King, man. Like the way the Double King is able to kind of confidently pick it into matchups that might not be the most stand up for the Wraith King. He understands, as long as he knows what the lane's going to be like, he can quite easily play this Wraith King to a very, very high standard. And he's a man after my own heart playing the one true king. So always going to be a C-Dub fan as long as they pick in Wraith King.
Yep. This is his second game, or third game rather, on the hero on this tournament so far. 100% win rate, like you mentioned earlier. Looking super, super hot. The hero overall is still 100% in the region, so between himself and Scourge McDuck, they're making sure to pad these stats for all of us globally. I'm actually curious what it looks like on an entire world level, but I don't think we have a moment yet because we might have a fight breaking out because they need to defend this bottom side of the map. They're watching their tower get caved in. This is so frustrating. You see that it's this Wraith King hitting the tower, so you can't actually jump him. You know that the Aegis is elsewhere, but dealing with the double life is still super, super hard. In the meantime, though, Isla managing to catch out Feeling G. No buyback on the Clockwork. He is only level 11, though, so he'll be back sooner than you can blink.
Oh, boy. Yep. So he'll be ready. He just kind of brought a bit of attention back his way. They have Aegis now for a couple of minutes still, a minute and a half left on Mark, so they're just going to try and tickle this tier 3 tower. And exactly as you said, this is kind of the power of the Wraith King, right? It's like you want to commit on him, but you know that he's going to have 2 lives always, and it just kind of puts you in this part of the game where usually you see these teams have to do this with Roshan. You can just do this with a spell.
All right, they set up for the 2 heroes inside the hoof stomp of Ash, but Ash might still die even through the BKB. They just have so much physical damage. Walrus punch into the air, some right clicks from C-Dub, and they managed to bring him down. Double kick on a dominating streak. They also managed to save the Wraith King's first life with some pretty sick plays, jumping back with some smokes as well. RRL though, between himself and Argius, their combo up to bring down the Enchantress and remove the first life away from Double King. Looks like that will prompt the retreat from the rest of C-Dub. Not really keen to play 4v4. They know that there's some new round of neutral items. Might as well go claim those. Get your heroes a lot stronger. Get Wraith King a Pally Sword. And it's not like you're going to lose map control in this interval of time, right? You can still just stack up and wait for the next Aegis before you make a push, given that it is expiring in about 25 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So they're A-okay with just leaving this be. You don't want to over-aggress until you have Reincarnate almost at the ready. So you can see now in the next maybe 10, 15 seconds is when they're going to be more than happy to try and get these fights going once again here for C-Dub. They still do have a few things to try and claim on the map. I would like to see them get a little bit more of this triangle control back for them. They have put a lot of emphasis towards the bottom side of the map and really just controlling this Radiant side jungle. But if they're able to just control up this triangle as soon as Roche does spawn, there's going to be really no hold for Ant to be able to come into this game. They've got a lot of good vision to Ant to at least keep control of this triangle, whereas you can see a lot of the vision being focused towards this bottom side. But Ash gets caught out.
Oh no.
He died so fast. That's a centaur, by the way, and he died in the moment that he got Walrus punched in the air.
I'll be honest, right? I was like looking also on the map. I was looking at some of this vision above the triangle. And then I'm like, oh, it looked like they're going on to Centaur. By the time I clicked back, he was dead. I was like, wait, what? What's going on? But if you look at his itemization, it's actually not that tanky. 2300 HP. He has Blink, BKB, Vanguard, and a Cloak. So at 30 minutes into a game, this does not make you the uber beefy boy that you'd like to be as a Centaur. Gonna end up losing a lane of racks as a result of this. And they take it very casually on the side of C-Dub. They're gonna back off. I think what probably didn't help that fight is that was also the reveal of full AC damage with the Desolator. So the mere amount of tankiness he does have on the Centaur very quickly eroded by this itemization of the Wraith King.
You blew it.
Yeah, 100%. It is kind of crazy. Question mark? Okay. Yeah, there is a disconnect. We will eventually be able to figure out what's going on here for C-Dub, but they're in a very, very commanding position here, and they have kind of once again handed out a spanking to Ant. Unfortunately for RL, this time around, he had a good lane and made some really, really good rotations, but he just got caught out by the amount of catch that C-Dub have. And the one time that I was like, okay, Ant are really starting to come back and getting a stranglehold in this game was when they grouped up as 5. Haven't seen it since. They have been kind of on all different parts of the map throughout the entirety of this game. Haven't really been able to link up. There was a few times that RL as well as the Clock were able to kind of walk in and get some of these ganks going, but then they got turned on instantly and they lost the Storm and things start to feel bad. So maybe we might see Ant.
Speaking of Storm, he jumped onto RRL. He jumped onto Duster rather, RRL did, thinking that it was a potentially easy kill, but they were ready for him. They jumped on him. Mark created the space by dropping the Nimbus Cloud. Walrus punch to follow up, and then Double King is there for the right-click damage. Whew! Feels bad to be the Storm Spirit. Well, that is... You were talking about how things aren't that bad, or they could get worse for RL. This is worse, because you know what makes it worse here, Luke? He was 100 gold shy of BKB.
Bruh. That's the worst kind of feeling, because you know that item is going to be so important for you in these next couple of fights. It might not stop you from getting 100 to 0, but at least allows you to pre-BKB if you want to. Yep. So the way that this game is going right now, C-Dub, they are very much in the driver's seat, and at least it's only 20 seconds until RL's back up, but we're going to have 46 seconds until Roche may spawn. And if it's a fast one, then C-Dub just get another Aegis on Mark, they walk up, they take top tower, and it's going to be kind of just dotting your I's and crossing your T's to try and get this second game done. And their first series victory as well on the board.
Hey. First series win, and it's especially coming from a 2-1 loss, getting a 2-0 win. That is a massive boost. Gonna buoy their spirits by some large margin. Isla right now, Octarine, bots 2, BKB with the Blink Dagger, building himself into a Hex. One thing, a hero that's really been struggling as well has been this Drow Ranger. Sure, we have seen some kind of cool multi-shots coming in from Augeus, but he had to backtrack. He was building Lincolns first, came back for the BKB, and then still has to go back for the Lincolns because he recognizes that BKB by itself is certainly not good enough for the current game state. And that's going to be the issue for both of the cores. Storm Spirit definitely needs Lincoln Sphere as well. However, they do now have triple BKB, so you wanted to see them 5-man fight? They're going in for it as they smoke up. The worst target in the world is Double King, so they're going to dodge him. They might come across Isla though, but Isla, oh man, what a read! What a read. Blinks away, he runs out, he's in his own triangle. They simply can't catch him anymore.
Yep. Fast hands. He's going for a Wind Waker. I like the source, so I'm going to let him cook here. He has bots too as well before he gets rid of his Hand of Midas and fills up one of his slots. But this is the fight here for Ant.
If I Sanctified. But he's going to be able to dodge some of the damage with the snowball. Look how much damage they've already dealt to RRL because of the jump in from Double King and the ultimates coming in from Mark. At the same time, they apply the Doom to the Drow Ranger. So she is down and dusted. Yule Scepter from Isla to throw up Rubik. Allow him to count his blessings before he has to count his curses as he gets killed on the way down. 4 down, only 2 buybacks. Another lane of racks seems set to fall here, Fluke. And if I'm honest, I think another set of Gs should be coming out fairly shortly, given how well C-Dub has been playing.
Yeah, that was... you could see that RRL is very tentative at running in and putting himself on the front lines because he understands that that's where all the emphasis is going to come from C-Dub. And he played it nice and slow, but unfortunately Double King was just able to find him out and just blows through him. And now RL is dead. They finally get the catch onto Argius, and yes, they've got buyback on the Drow, but you know you're allowing 20 seconds of your base to just kind of be handled by C-Dub here, and they're going to get tier 4s. The game won't end because I don't think they're going to have enough time to do it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, they're going to force some buybacks at the very least. Drow's out, which is such an honestly huge win for them. Even if you don't necessarily end the game or get megas off of this, the fact that you force their most farmed hero to have to buy back in a genuinely impossible situation, you're like, all right, sweet, bet. We're happy with this. Do that every day of the week, please. And
Yeah, especially when he's buying back with only like 10 seconds left to go, right? Like usually a rule of thumb is you want to have like 30 seconds to go, but it could be the game-ending fight.
They go in directly for the Centaur. Centaur can buy back. Pops the Stampede immediately to get his heroes out of dodge. So they know that they've already committed down this young Nimbus Cloud, but Centaur, he jumps into it before they can destroy it. Oh no, he is dead. Down to rights, no buyback. Didn't trigger off the BKB. They take away the first life from this Raid King. But as mentioned, that is only the first life. Double King is not just his name, it's his state of this game, and he's still a king twice over. Can't kill him again. But oh my god, Ash didn't get off the peak. He didn't pick BKB, Fluke. He jumped into Nimbus without BKB. How?
Sometimes here you're just not thinking about the little things, right? And especially in a game like this where you are very, very far behind, you kind of need to have everything go your way. And unfortunately, it just didn't go the way of Ash, and he died back this time around. They're trying to give him a little bit of his extra levels, but with an Aegis and a free shard. Yeah, this game is... I want to check the win probability. Yeah, it's 100%. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was going to say, I feel like this game is next to impossible to win. And Dota Plus agrees with me 100% right now for C-Dub. And yeah, this is a rough one. And this is really rough for Ant because losing the series up against Sand King Gomez and now losing a series up here against C-Dub, who I think is kind of hovering around the middle towards top of the pack of Div 2 North America. It means that you're going to be going up against teams like Tilted Boys and Fart Studios a little bit later on in the tournament. And those series aren't going to be any easier than what this C-Dub one was. So it's going to be a rough test for Ant to try and stay in Div 2 here if they go down in this series, especially in convincing fashion like this. But I mean, props to C-Dub. They've looked really, really strong in this series.
Yep. They've been looking pretty incredible. Funnily enough, although Ant ended the last tour in 3rd place here in Div 2, having a 4-3 scoreline, they find themselves losing to C-Dub, and now the Doom comes in from Isla. They want to try and bring down this young Drow Ranger. She's down for the count. The double Thunder God's Wrath from the heavens. And they're going to be forcing a fight here. First life taken away by Double King. They do end up losing this Tusk as well, though. Buybacks will be in from the Rubik. They really want to just try and end this game. And that is what they will achieve for themselves as Ant call the GG. We have a repeat of the last tour as they go down 2-0 up against the side of C-Dub. But unlike the last tour, these games, Fluke, were extremely convincing, both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong showing from C-Dub. Game number 1, they completely tore them apart in the lanes. They got it done in like, what, 26 minutes or something like that was the crazy time we had in game number 1. Game number 2, played a little bit more greedier. They had the Doom, they had a Zeus as well as the Wraith King this time around, but I think Double King showing that he is a expert on this hero here when it comes to the Wraith King. He knows his item timings, he knows when he can be aggressive, he knows what heroes he needs to go on, and he's just able to play the lane so well. And C-Dub, they're a scary team looking like this, and especially because they've got a lot of comfort as well. And teams haven't been able to deal with it just yet. I feel like when you're looking towards some more of these different series, you have to worry about Mark's hero ocean that he's got going on right now. He's played a lot of different heroes and looked really, really strong on them. And even for, their safe laner as well, Double King, he looked really, really good on the Wraith King. He's looked good on a few other heroes as well. So this C-Dub squad, they've got a lot going for them right now. And if they keep this up, then maybe we might see them in Division 1 next tour.
Yeah, certainly a very promising performance coming in from them. They played well all across the map, made some pretty clutch rotations both games. Double King just had a very solid Wraith performance, but I think it's down to the amount of space his team made for him. In game number 1, it was Isla that was making the most amount of space, ensuring that there's pretty much nowhere you went on the map where you weren't feeling threatened. But in game 2, I must say I was really, really impressed by this Mark performance on the Zeus. Always making sure to target the right hero in the midst of the fight. And even if he wasn't there, holding on to Thunder God's Wrath until you know for a fact that's going to secure a kill. It's as many people would have played with Zeus's in their lineup, and you're like, dude, where's the Thunder God's Wrath? What's happening? Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah. I blew it earlier to kill some random support, but he'd always make sure it came out in impactful moments. I mean, half these highlights, Fluke, are him just using it on the Storm Spirit and RRL not being able to play Dota because his HP pool is either at 0 or it's low enough that he always has to zip away rather than into the fight.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing from these highlights, right? Like this was the kind of the little cherry on top with the refresher rob that Mark had just picked up. But I think their target prioritization and the way that they were able to deal with RL, who had a relatively okay Storm game. I think it's like one of those things where you're playing into the Zeus, so you naturally counter him, but there are a few stuns, but you can outplay them with things like Zip as well as BKB. But they just understood that if they ever got an opportunity to stun RRL, they killed him. And that's a big thing. I don't think there was ever any scenario that I saw RRL getting stunned or chain stunned and he was able to zip away. And that just means that C-Dub, not only is their coordination really, really good, but their ideas about the game and ideas about how they're going to win the game are also very, very strong. And just looking across at the stats, man, like Mark had a few issues where he got called out once or twice, but ever since then he was A-OK. And Double King, I mean, this guy hasn't died in 2 games. He's absolutely untouched on the Wraith King, and the way that they pick it as well. It's not like they're last picking Wraith King every game. They're like picking it 3rd and like 4th and stuff into a lot of like non-crazy matchups, but they play around it really well. They play around his hero really well, and I mean, I'm just super impressed with C-Dub.
Yeah, this was a very good team performance because sometimes you'll see these squads, especially in like Division 2 across all the regions, they'll do really, really well. However, most of the responsibility of them doing well is down to 1 or 2 players. But here on C-Dub, it's been pretty clean to see everybody involved in ensuring their victory and ensuring that everything goes as well as humanly possible. You would love to see it. This was a really fun game to watch. We see the influence of Duster as well, the kind of heroes that he plays. A much more aggressive player than Afromush was in the last season. So I think that's probably helping to contribute towards some of these positive results. The fact that they can play a style where they're like, all right, Sanctified, you just do the right things. Duster, dude, go die. It's fine. Get as many deaths as you need to. It's chilled. As long as you're making sure that you're getting these deaths in a situation that forces the opponent into a bad position, we're fine. We're cool. We'll deal with it every single time. Very impressive game here from C-Dub with this 2-0 victory. I would definitely say that for me, although Double King did well, like you mentioned, he didn't die a single time across both of these games. When I'm seeing a Zeus make the first rotation in the game, and that rotation guarantees a double kill, and the enemy team has Storm, I gotta give the Zeus that MVP vote. Mark just had a phenomenal performance. Really great stuff done by him. And also, look at this, the itemization here, Fluke. Not defensive at all. He realized that his value to this team is just killing enemy heroes. If he can do that, even if he dies, it doesn't matter. They're probably going to still end up winning the game.
Yeah, I thought after that second death that he had towards the Dire Roche pit that he may have gone back for something along the lines of like a BKB or a 4-staff. But as soon as that fight kind of went their way, they're able to continue that snowball going. They killed RL a couple of times, and he just felt like he was untouchable. And he kind of was, right? Like there was so many times where they were the ones that were getting the pick on RL. I do feel like I'm kind of harping on RL a decent amount here, but there was so much emphasis on his hero to be able to carry the game. There was so much pressure on his shoulders to be able to do a lot on the Storm Spirit, and unfortunately sometimes the enemy team can understand that as well, and Mark understood that he just kind of had to be this big damage dealer in the background and really was able to get his team over the line, and has been a shining star for C-Dub for a decent amount of time now, and just looking to see him, rack up more MVPs and go forward and see how they're able to come up. But unfortunately for Ant, they have a few things they need to figure out here. I think Ush is really struggling in this series. Maybe something to do with his hero pool. Maybe they need to make more rotations to his off lane to be able to enable him in these games. But yeah, he had a real struggle this series.
I think for RL, for me, the itemization in game 2, because he went Falcon Blade, then Sanjkaya, then Falcon Blade, Witchblade, then Sanjkaya, then BKB. Felt like there were too many melee items to help him out. And for Ash, unfortunately, when you're playing these heroes that don't play with summons, if you're not playing Beastmaster, you're not playing Lycan, you're not playing Visage, suddenly Wraith King against Centaur Mars? Yes, daddy, give me Wraith King every day of the week. Well, for the side here of Ant, they have found themselves going down 0-2. But the team that has gone up 2-0 and gotten their first series win did so, myself and Fluke agree, primarily based on the efficacy of their draft. To help us talk about their draft is going to be their coach of the team of C-Dub, Kips. Hello. Welcome. Very weird to have you on the other side of the microphone here. And how you doing though? How are you enjoying the coaching experience, being back in the leadership seat in a bit?
The leadership seat. I'm not sure if I want to call it that way. I think especially since, first with Aframush and now with Duster, we've always had a leader on this squad. So that's really not something I have to do. And I enjoy not having to do that for a change.
But talk about this team, right? C-Dub, obviously this is a team that is very much on the come up, right? A lot of people haven't necessarily heard of this organization. How did you get yourself involved into being the coach for them, firstly? And what do you think that you've brought to the team so far that has very clearly made a difference between Tour 1 and Tour 2?
So the way that I got in touch with C-Dub is that their CEO, Timbits, is a very persistent man. He wanted me on board and he just slid in my DMs and he was like, hey, do you have time? And I'm like, nah, I'm not sure. I'm going to do SA DPC. And then SA DPC fell through the first tour. You all might have seen a little bit of that. And then he slid back to my DMs and was like, hey, what's up? There's no SA DPC.
He's like, this will work. This is going to happen.
Yeah. Exactly. And I set some very clear boundaries from the start because I didn't want to have to carry the team and I didn't want to have to do this full time because casting is my main gig still at the moment. And he just gave thumbs up to everything and was like, okay, let me pay you money and introduce you to the team. And that was very nice.
Okay. What's it like coaching a South American team versus, say, coaching a Southeast Asian team or a team that's in Europe? Are there any differences in terms of what you have to do, from the perspective of being a coach, outside of just the differences in culture and personality?
I enjoy not having a language barrier. It was the easiest at the start in Malaysia, but then with TNC, the language barrier was very big. With Vega, the language barrier was very big. And then complexity was, of course, nice to actually get to English speakers first or second language. But that team had its own issues. And here I'm in a team where somebody else has selected the players on coachability and on character most of all. And really all that I have to do as a coach here is come in and improve the process, which is something that I wanted to do. I'm not really telling them what to play. I'm not really telling them how to play their lineup or, things like that. I'm saying, all right, this is when we're going to get together. This is how we talk about things. This is how we evaluate. These are the goals we set. Have we reached them? All kinds of stuff like that. All I need to do is understand that they've got the game covered and I make sure they do everything else better.
Okay. Brother Fluke, what you got for the homie Kips while she's on the line?
Yeah, congrats Kips on the series dub and
Thank
getting
you.
the team into fighting shape. So you were talking about the fact that you kind of just help facilitate a lot of the stuff that's outside of the game. So what are things that you've been able to do for C-Dub this time around to enable them to try and get the results this time in Tour 2?
So we've been really focusing on our training schedule in between the two tours. I came in during Tour 1. Our lineup had a bit of internal friction with the shot calling and stuff. And what I've been working on during the scrims is really we've been evaluating the shot calling. We've been doing a bunch of other trainings than just scrims. And we've been, in general, trying to spend more time together as a team and trying to learn more about each other as players rather than just showing up and playing our games.
Hell yeah. I always like to hear people when they talk about things that are outside of Dota and how that's able to help them in the game as well. And I think that really goes to show at how strong C-Dub has been so far in the early game. And I think a lot of their combinations have looked really, really good. So one last question before we do let you go, Kibbs. How do you feel like the team is going to go for the remainder of the tour? Obviously going 1-1 right now, had a very, very strong showing this time around here. Do you feel like a lot of these other teams, they should be able to try and make it towards Division 1?
We beat ANT pretty solidly in the last tour as well, when we were a lot more wobbly, I think. So for me, this result doesn't really mean anything just yet. But if I look at how our process is going and the decisions that we're making, the mistakes that we're making now versus the mistakes that we used to make, I think we could be candidates for promotion. We'd like to be candidates for promotion. But of course, like if we promote or not is not really... I don't really care. And it feels a bit blunt to say, but really, we're just training for like TI 17, is what I tell the boys. And on the road to there, maybe we promote, maybe we don't. We'll see.
There's going to be a lot of TIs down the line, right? Hold on. One more serious, really serious question, Kibbs. Really serious,
yes.
really serious. I need a new album. Recommend me something. Put me on some hype.
Oh, something new, something hype. I mean, all my old stuff is hype. Did I already Porcupine Tree pill you?
Yes, we did. I did give you that. Yeah.
Ah, dang, that's my best. Let's do Amorphous. You're going to listen to Queen of Time.
Queen of Time, Amorphous. All right, I'm down for this.
Yes.
Queen of Time, Amorphous. All right, everybody at home, put that in the chat. Make sure that you remember it. Nobody forget. And don't forget the name of Kibbs. Not only is she out here coaching a team that's going to be winning TI 17, but has been branching out in her own regard, not just casting and being an analyst, but your hosting has been very good to see. So good to see you out here flourishing. Thank you so much for your time, Kibbs. And we'll see you, even if it's not in Div 2, in Div 1 rather, I'm pretty sure we'll see you again winning in Div 2. So shout out to you and then see you next time.
Thanks, guys. Lovely speaking to you. See ya.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. As, of course, Kibbs, the coach and extraordinary woman herself on the side of C-Dub. Honestly, just one small tangent. Kibbs is honestly one of the best human beings on planet Earth. If you ever have an opportunity, find yourself, make an excuse to meet Kibbs and get this person in your life. She's amazing. She's great. It'll improve the quality of your daily experience tremendously having her around. And of course, already, Fluke, it has improved the quality of experience for C-Dub. Like you mentioned, they did beat Ant. And you could almost see, like, mid-season, this C-Dub team did start to get a little bit better. Wasn't enough at the very end to get them into Div 1, but they were fourth. Now there's some potential coming up with a 1-1 beginning. If they can keep this run going, maybe they end up in tiebreakers for second. I'm with her that I don't think it's enough just yet to conclude that they can be top 2 contenders, but I think they're certainly out of the conversation of just being a mid-pack team, given the way they performed, because this has looked clean from start to finish. Good drafts, good execution, and even different game plan styles that still ended up being played at a very high level.
Yeah, and I think Kibbs being kind of brutally honest with their team as well. I think a lot of teams here in Division 2 that, you need to be working towards the future and understand that the process can be a pretty long one. And I like how she's really started to put these processes in place for this team and really been able to enable them to get towards that higher level. Because at the end of the day, a lot of the players that are playing around in all the Division tours, like they're like still in the top 1%, top 0.5% of players that play Dota 2. So these guys know Dota in and out. And if you enable them to be able to become better competitors and better teammates, and that's what really differentiates teams that are just stacks that come together in some of these Division 2 games, and teams that are able to actually have the snuff to go in towards Division 1 and then start to make a splash there as well. So I think that you can really start to see when these teams get a little bit more of that support staff behind them and able to get the things that are outside of Dota really, knotted down and be able to figure that stuff out so they can focus on the Dota.
I mean, it's one of the things that I forget who said it. I think it was Puppy or No-Tail. I think it was No-Tail who was like, if you get the fundamentals down, everything else just falls into place. And one of the fundamentals of being a good team is having good infrastructure down. So you get the infrastructure, you get the fundamentals, suddenly things can just start to fall into place. It did so for C-Dub, not yet for Ads, but we'll see if it does so down the tour for them. Of course, that was only the first series of the day, as we do have a triple header of Dota coming at you from the North American region. 2-0 in favor of the side of C-Dub. The next series that we have, Fort Studios versus the side of SKG. This SKG squad, the Sand King Gomez, I love their name, I love their emblem. I hate the hero that they named after, so I'm still a little bit concerned about what might happen there. But I think the really hype series is going to be the one that rounds out our night here, Fluke. The Cut versus Alpha. The Cut has been a team that has always, they've been a perennial mainstay of Division 2 here in North America. Erstwhile Alpha has been one of these teams that has, they come in, they go up, they can go and come down, go up, come down. A very up and down roster there. Do you think you were mentioning earlier that maybe they're still suffering their hangover from the losses that they suffered in Div 1, obviously after also changing up the roster a little bit. Is that hangover going to continue even into today? Do you think they'll suffer another loss coming up against the Cut and therefore go with 0-3 at the beginning of the tour?
I'm not 100% sure. I feel like the Cut are a team that can have very high highs. Like we've seen what Scourge has been able to do. We've seen what B-God's been able to do. Like I believe one of his games he absolutely popped off on the Sky Mage. So they have some high highs, but they also have some pretty low lows. And I think if Alpha's able to kind of tear that apart and really be able to pull them to pieces, then maybe we might see a full 3-game series. But again, it's kind of one of those things where you come off the previous series for Alpha. They got 0-2'd by Tilted Boys, whereas the Cut, they've been competitive in all of their series as well. So I would like to hope that this is going to be a full 3-game series. But as we've been saying throughout the entirety of today's now, you never know what you're going to get here in North America.
Never know indeed. I thought this first series was going to be 3 games, but we only got 2. So the Cut versus Alpha could go the distance. I'm pretty sure the next series, though, the San King Gomez versus Fart Studios lineup, that one has the greatest potential to go 3 games. Neither of these teams have lost so far. So whoever wins is going to go double up their winnings, go 2-0. Whoever loses will be going 1-1 with their first loss delivered to them in Division 2 of North America. So, of course, that series is going to be super, super hype. Maybe even on par with what we saw from the side of C-Dub as they took down the team here. And it was... Let's not. It wasn't even close. Ants got crushed. It wasn't even close. Anyway, because of how much this crushing happened and how deep it was, they were literally an ant crushed under the heel of C-Dub. The next series is going to be a little bit of time away. So we have close to an hour of a break, about 45 minutes before the next series will commence. So everybody at home, make sure that you do a couple of things to ensure that you're fully ready for that next set of games. First thing I want you to do is make sure that you are following Mr. Worldwide here, Fluke, at Fluke Oz on Twitter. Make sure that you're hearing from him daily. I want you to also go follow the homegirl Kips as well, because she is genuinely a world treasure. Follow the PGL esports crew. And more important than any of that, go drink water, hydrate, take a walk around the house, message someone you love, let them know you love them, and bring us that love for the next set of games. But until then, this is myself, Snare. This is Fluke. I'm not sure when we'll be back on NA, but until then, we love y'all. We will see you then, and we hope that you are as happy as we are to be engaging the best game ever made and to be enjoying this wonderful Dota 2 action. Till then, bye-bye, peace out, more Dota to come. We'll see you then.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
It's the couldn't come sooner.
Good evening, North America, and welcome once again to the Division 2 as we have seen one series already been played out, and now it is time to head over to the final part of the day. Two more series, not just one, but two more to go. We're here with T-Panda and, of course, with Lizard, and we're looking at Sand King Gomez versus Fart Studios. Both teams, they already came up with a W from their first series, so 2-1, but 3-map series, that means. So a lot of Dota behind both of those. I was scrolling through some stats, Lizard, and obviously this is just based on one series, but the averages are looking pretty interesting. On the side of Fart Studios, I Annihilate, Fart SJ, averaging with the top kills per game average, 12 and 11. And at the same time, you got Jenkins in the top 5 with most deaths, also 8.3. So you always got this one guy. It's going to end up dying a few times. You're still going to have to deal with it. You think we're going to see a course changed? Maybe Jenkins dies less and maybe I Annihilate and Fardis J kill less?
Jenkins dies less? Are you mental?
It's a long shot, but...
I think that cold weather in Finland got to you, man. Jenkins, like, he can only die a lot or die a
lot or plenty, yeah. no other option out there.
There are two modes: die a lot. That's it. That is. We love him. We love him for it.
We love him for it.
That's why we all love him for. Yeah, he makes it entertaining. He's actually always on point with his rotations as well. On point to feed, obviously.
Yep.
But we still love him for it. Like he's my favorite player on Fart SJ, Fart Studios. He's not a fart boy though. That's a problem. Like they only made BSJ change the name to Fart SJ. Everyone else kind of just ran the practical joke on him and kept their nicknames. But it is what it is.
It is what it is. On the side of Sand King Gomez, Shido and Ducho, both of the core players, they're looking fairly good, at least coming out of that first series win against another NA team. Now when you put these two teams pitted up against each other, it's going to be a rough battle for both. You cannot take it for granted, but I want to give a quick shout out to the sponsor, esportsbet.io, and are still having this watch to earn campaign. So you got to make an account, log in, and just watch some Dota, and you can earn yourself 3,000 free tokens per hour. So you can make up some tokens, convert that into some dollars, maybe use that those tokens for something, some goodies for yourselves. That's all at esportsbet.io. So go check out the campaign. But we have a draft ready. So let's dive into Fart Studios versus Sand King Gomez in game number 1. Of course, SKG, they're going to ban out again the Monkeys Forever Comfort Brewmaster from the offlane. This is leaving us Furion. This is leaving us Brood in the pool, the Undyings, the Disruptors, the Rubiks. Plenty of options to go for.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff still left in the pool. Let's see if the Prophet gets banned out. And the other Prophet, one is out, the other one is still left in the pool. How you been, by the way, T-Panda? Where have you been? Why did you leave me with John X Fire yesterday?
I hope John was taking good care of you. I was stuck in another region where you were also, and I have no idea. I just did not show up. That's it.
Okay, you just didn't. You just felt like not showing up, and that's it. Like no, me and John, we had a lot of fun. It was good.
More fun than with
mother. Rude mother instantly, my lord.
I just wanted to make you miss me a little bit. I'm happy that is the case. I hope at least. Yeah, Brood Mother, Rubik. That's your solid offlane opener from Fart Studios. Sand King Gomez. Oh, all right, let's go. We got a Pudge first phase. What do you like about the Pudge first phase? Is that like super confident? I don't care about your counters. We're here to have some fun. The hero's great to play. He's got some fun timing, some fun items to build. Or are you just like, man, I hate this Pudge so much? Like, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are filled with melancholy and nostalgia, T-Panda.
You sound like a Finnish man already.
I'm a sad old man. I am a husk of what I used to be, just as Pudge is. This hero, back in the day, he brought the hype. He brought the energy. He brought the soul rings, the tranquils. You run across the map, you hook some heroes. You bring the pogs to the chat and the fail fishes every time you miss your hook. You know, the dance games when you pick a Pudge. Like you get hit by emotes because it provoked emotions, evoked many emotions. What does it do now, Panda? Tell me.
Well,
Nothing.
you just said
The only guy.
evoked emotions. I think it provokes people now.
The only emotion that it evokes or provokes is in you, T-Panda. You're the only excited person I ever heard of Pajla. All he does is he buys Aghanims with some Hood or Vanguard, uses his shitty rot, runs around, stinks the place up, and that's it. Like, how is that fun? How is that fun? Tell me, Panda.
Because I want to see how Fart Studios have to play against, you said the shitty rot. You've got it on Sand King Gomez, though. How do they deal with it? Is it too pungent? Is it too much to deal with when it's not a Fart Studios hero in their Game 1 draft? Yeah, I feel like it's a vibing hero, right? He just exists with his Aghanims, just chilling out in fights, running around people, dealing dot damage and a huge AoE. Everyone just wants to stay away. At least they want to keep a distance. But man, one thing, it's not even about the Pudge anymore. We've got a full reserve time on SKG. We have almost a full reserve time on Fart Studios, and we finished two phases off the draft.
They have one way to save us all from the misery of position 1 Pudge.
Oh, you're still going on the Pudge rant.
I'm
It's
still
gone
going on
under
the
your
Pudge
skin.
rant.
What has he done to you? What has he done to you?
Okay, let's be real. This is tiny mid, right? With the tiny mid, this Warlock should be most likely with the Pudge. Your Legion is gonna get handled by the Troll. Troll Treant should handle the Legion, but maybe not. Maybe with the press the attack, overwhelming gods, maybe you'll be able to deal with the Leech Seed. Like maybe that lane will be solid if your last pick is a 4. I'm not sure what your last pick is. I have seen some position 5 Legion commanders before as well, like in Western Europe. They pick that a lot. They pick a 5 Legion, put it on the safe lane versus the Brood. It's goddamn awful. I hope I never see it again in my life. But if it's offlane Legion, I think it's solid into the Brood, because all you have to do is, you have a decent lane and then you rotate on the safe lane and defend against her. Panda, tell me. I was too busy thinking about Pudge and how they ruined my boy. They massacred my Pudge. They massacred him. What do we need here for Sand King Gomez and for Fart Studios? Is it a 4 for Sand King and mid for Fart?
Well, to answer your question, either if they prefer a range support, they pick a 4 now to go with the Legion Commander, like, say, Hoodwink. Hoodwink is an idea they could go for. If they still want to play Tiny LC in the lane, we need a mid-hero. As you can see, Fart Studios, they're banning out the puck. Potentially another one to at least ease on up the matchup for Fart Studios and their final pick, whatever they want to bring up into mid for Annihilate, who has to play something else now instead of just the Tiny that he got to play a lot in the last series. Kept on getting better and better game after game. We also had Danny in the interview talking about the team and the vibes. Well, it looks like they will have to find a new option. They banned out the puck, so might as well just ban the Storm Spirit too if they're not going to plan on playing it. Plus, Sand King Gomez already having the pick before. And of course, Fart Studios, they need a mid, so potentially our mid matchup comes out now, depending on the Tiny. Do you pick a flex, though? You got 2 minutes of reserve time. Another 4 to 2 hero.
I think Tiny is a decent 4, sure, but he's not really counterable that hard in mid lane from the remaining heroes. By some sneaky heroes, but nothing that's generally played. Maybe put him mid. Pick your ranged 4 with the lead. What about what? Tell me.
If you have a 4th melee hero, go Primal Beast, then you can flex the hero 2 and 4 here with the Tiny.
I mean, you can pick anything that can be mid and 4 and flex it to Tiny,
exactly.
Right?
I'm looking at the pool of heroes, like what are viable, and I only really see the Primal Beast. Is Pango's banned. What else is there? Okay, Lesh is really not a 4, and never forget about that. Tusk? Oh, Tusk is also banned last phase. Yeah, so it really just leaves us with Primal Beast, unless they want a pure mid-hero that might get countered by Fart Studios, like Ember.
Yeah, you can go for...
Oh, Ember is actually banned, never mind.
Like usually what you do if you don't have the last pick on the mid lane, you pick a hero on mid that can't be countered. Some sneaky mid laner, something that's super annoying. when you're playing versus a troll, OD comes to mind. Like Puck is banned out. He's not even that great of a pick into OD anymore. But like these kind of heroes, you know, just put the troll. He goes mad. He goes berserk. He starts trolling and writing a lot into your DMs. You just troll him. That's it. Block, delete, and you move towards everyone else that's nicer to play around with.
Yep.
Do you block, delete the trolls? Do you answer? What do you do to the trolls? Tell me. What is the go-to? You strike me as a person who's gonna write to them and talk to them. Am I correct?
To some extent, I guess. Nothing that comes to mind right away. I guess like you want to have a good speech, you got to think about the words carefully here. San King Gomez, yep, they bring out the hoodwink, so that's a tiny mid, as you were saying. Mid most likely going into, tiny going most likely into mid. Called it out early in the draft, but I got my hoodwink, so I'm happy. LC hoodwink, solid lane. Troll gonna make it a bit difficult though.
Yeah, troll is always hard for any of these melee offlaners that want to just right click Q. That's why they picked it. And then again, you know, it's a troll pick, so troll is a troll and the hero troll is bad. So if we go all the way around, you might win the lane, but the hero itself isn't that great. You're playing it into a patch, so your matchup isn't that terrible, to be honest. And Sand King Gomez, it's not like they performed extremely well in the last series that they played, so I still think Far Studios might be favorited here.
A little bit, yeah.
A little
Fair
bit.
to
Yeah,
say.
it's hard. It's hard, like in this NA Division 2, it's hard to favor one team after another. Every series, more or less. Just one series didn't go all 3 games.
Yeah.
Because the teams are really close.
The fact is they dropped the map to Alpha, who's currently 0-2, and that was the only map win they've had in the past 5 maps. Could also speak a bit of, you know, cold start, and you got your OD. So Mr. Lizard being correct here with the predictions.
I'm correct, but on the other side, like they picked the OD versus the Legion commander. It's it's the same idea. You stroll in prison versus the duel, right? So.
Also, go ahead.
Nothing. Monkey Forever was really trying to explain something.
The thing is, yeah, like you see the ODs and the Legions, you have the Astral, but it also works the other way too, especially since you're playing a mid OD. If LC wants to kind of isolate one hero from the fight, that is duel the OD. Look up the OD in the fight, blink him, duel him, then Pudge has free reign, Tiny has free reign. They can do whatever they want around the fight. They can even try and blow up the OD if they want to. Of course, the Treants can make things harder, and the Rubik can also potentially steal a couple of good spells this game. You know, Hook is very good. You got the Heart Dispel from Press the Attack. Even a Sharpshooter from Hoodwink, if you're able to get that, is very efficient. That's going to break the Pudge. He's not going to feel too great during those team fights. Plenty of good stuff for Fart Studios, but yeah, I like how the way that LC sits into the picture, despite it might just end up being countered. The lane's not easy. OD is going to be annoying. But San King Gomez, they want to play a timing here.
It looks like a terrible LC game, man. The only benefit that you get from this Legion is you get to send her versus the Brood after the laning stage. Like, she gets to defend into the Brood. That's it. But everything else is goddamn trash. The lane is trash. Post game is trash. Like, you need to get Blink BKB, and every time you initiate, it has to be on the OD. Like, you need to catch him. If you don't,
at least
like,
your mission is clear for the game.
Yeah, at least that's simple. You know what you have to do.
You know what you have to do, indeed. Game 1 between Fart Studios and San King Gomez is going to be kicking off. We have one team. I remember when I was casting a lot with Harry, he'd always be the professional team is the one that smokes from base. And Fart Studios, no smoke from them at all. Don't get the movement speed advantage to get those deep wards out. San King Gomez, though. Yeah, I mean, it was just something that we always kind of memed about, like, especially when it came to qualifier teams. Like, you always smoke from base, like when the game starts.
For me, if you're smoking from base, you're a nerd. You know,
that's fair enough. I'll take that.
That's how it is. You're try-harding way too much. Just play the game, bro. You don't need to do these smokes from the base. Like, chill out. You're not playing for TI 11 or 12. You're not in the finals. Relax. What's up with this?
Yep, depends what your goals are for sure. Is it for the money? Is it for the enjoyment? Do you just want to humiliate your opponent? This is NA after all, you know. Like you gotta.
What kind of an enjoyment do you get if you know that you're smoking from the base? If you're tryharding that much, you're like, come on, bruh.
You're trying to upset your opponents where they're like, oh, look at these damn tryhards, you know, like when they run into a smoke, if they get a first blood or if they're able to contest a bit.
I just don't think that it's worth it, T-Panda, you know, like if you lose, like how do you look your mother in the eyes again after?
Mom,
you know,
I smoked from base today.
And then you lost.
Yeah. You got a
That's
real weapon.
Disappointed. Your father opens the doors. Are you winning, son? And he sees you smoking. Like, how do you alt-tab fast enough so he doesn't see you
he
smoking?
He looks at the
from
screen
base?
And he leaves the room. He closes the door. It's like, son, I am disappointed.
He goes to buy a pack of cigarettes after.
Oh, hopefully not. Let's see what this game has in store, though. Are we going to see disappointment? One of the best things about North American Dota is the aggressive tipping game, right? You know, like there's no real respect to your opponents except banning phase, you know, like we ban out the instant Monkey King Brewmaster from Monkeys Forever, but is that the only step you're going to take towards upsetting your opponents, potentially? Are you going to find a way to punish your opponent more? Probably.
I just saw a hook being missed already by the Pudge.
Oh, shame
sad
Cheeto.
boys. Very sad.
That is your level 1 hook, indeed. Gonna make a lot of difference.
Of course, it's 150 pure damage, man. Like, it's one of the hardest nukes in the game. Come on, T-Panda. It's good. Plus, it puts you out of position. It's sick. It's amazing.
It's amazing, yeah. You want to land those.
Yeah. And if you miss it, it hurts even more because you could have went and killed a centaur or something with it instead.
You know, meanwhile,
could have done something more useful.
Looking at the mid matchup between Annihilate and Lund. Lund is actually pulling off ahead here versus the OD. 7-4 versus now 4-1. A lot of denies, a lot more CS, so early advantage for the Tiny. That will change depending on OD's luck with Essence Flux. Gotta keep up that mana. If you're gonna drop too low, that's it kind of like an RNG matchup in a sense. If you have like the best luck possible, I feel like OD can get so far ahead. But if you're unlucky and you're out of mana and you can't use your Astral Imprisonment and you only have Arcane Orb to use mana cost to get a bit of regeneration, you might be missing out on potentially slowing down the Tiny.
Yeah, I know Tiny just played his beginning of the lane very well. Top lane.
Top lane, Yanbura.
He's running.
The run now. There's the the Stinky Pudge hook is available. Roth is there, but you're trying to catch a Broodmother. That's going to be very
I
tough.
think he can. I believe in Shido. I believe in him. Come on, man. Where was the hook? Oh, I'm disappointed.
Disappointed again. Lizard is a disappointed dad.
He had it. He had it for sure. It was easy one. But
Guess he lost confidence.
He decided not to.
Dutcho might actually be dead bottom. That's a lot. That's 12 fervor stacks right now. Jenkins just needs vision, but he doesn't want to miss out too much on CS. You've got a Flag Bearer creep about to die. They could turn around with the Bushwhack. Get a good combination of spells there with the help of Dutcho. Also throwing in the overwhelming odds. Troll fairly low. Also not enough mana right now. Just 2 mangoes on the Hoodwink.
I'm not sure why Shido isn't using more hooks on the big creeps at least, but it's fine. Like bottom lane, Legion Commander actually...
Hook connects, and Shido actually might die because of it, because he's got the Brood right on top of him, the Porridge on the ground.
He's got sticks,
they're actually going to kill the Brood. Damage is overwhelming, and it's going to be enough. First blood goes for the Warlock. The Porridge down to the ground. Upheaval 2 points. What you gonna do?
Man, you have to have more faith. You're a sergeant officer. Have more faith.
I'm a caster. I mean,
you see those sticks?
I started having faith for a team. I'm gonna get called out for bias.
Oh no! It's just you see the sticks. You have to like think that he knows what's up. He's gonna push to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge
but he
and get the kill.
Did get the kill just before he fell.
Newsham, he's gonna. Oh, I told you
there
he's
we
gonna
go.
hooked up.
Connection, upheaval. Okay, that's actually a very good counter. Telekinesis instantly on the target next to you, and that will break up the upheaval channel. Handy.
That's but he went level 2 upheaval in this lane, by the way. That's pretty cool. I've seen this. Like I've seen warlocks recently just max out upheaval. In the lane, I'd probably get level 2 Shadow Word and then do upheaval. Like you don't need any more than level 2 Shadow Word.
Yep. Really trying to poke this Pudge, but he's got a lot of regeneration. Unfortunately, Flesh Heap is going to run out, so he's going to take full damage from this Brood, but
Upheaval.
able to run out. Upheaval stops them in place.
Big upheaval plays. And he gets the scent. Easy clap.
Easy dosh. At least they are able to contest this Brood Mother Rubik lane. It's not always the easiest, as you can see. Like, the moment you're out of position, you are going to take a ton of damage. Just going to hope that Warlock always has his heal available. Pudge now pumped back the full, and so is the Brood. And we are going to see rotations towards mid for the 6-minute runes. Jenkins already covering the bottom half. Matt 9 is also going to make his way in here, but for their unluckiness, Tiny is going to be finding the rune on the top half. That's going to be a haste.
Tell me, Mr. T Panda, why can't you bushwhack a hero next to the tree and protector?
That is an excellent question, my friend. Treant Protector is mobile.
Tosses a net trap that stuns enemies if they are near a tree in the area. Treant Protector is a tree.
He's a mobile tree.
Ah.
But shouldn't that also then work with Nature's Prophet? You pop treants down on the ground and you bushwhack?
Maybe. I'll think about it. Lund, he actually dies to the tower hit. Damn. Annihilate uses the ulti, but the tower is who finishes off the kill.
Yeah.
He needed this, like, Tiny was doing quite alright against him. Now he's got the Meteor Hammer as well. In a minute or, like, he's gonna have it any second now. Good times for OD. By the way, also nice little stack of Heart Camp in the Radiant Triangle, so they've got that as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of creeps.
Funkies forever. Oh, the hook!
Shido. Oh, he's going to be in between upheaval and rot damage. Not sufficient. Going to go for it anyway. Try, but the stick's going to be in between the Vanguard, reducing the damage dealt by the Rubik. And mid, Annihilate's going to go down. 9. Just needs a couple more hits to finish him off. Is the regeneration harder than the right-click damage? Lund, he's got toss available. I'm pretty sure Odie should die. Gonna go for the hammer. Oh, he got the avalanche. Good read from Lund.
You should have stayed out of the woods.
Yeah, they also had bushwhack, so they could have used either one of these two to get him. Hooked up, gets him.
That's a connection.
Nice
Upheaval is ready, but he's too far away.
That was a nice hook, though. Very juicy. I liked it.
Oh, now you're liking
There's-
the Pudge.
I'm just liking the hooks. Not liking the way the hero is.
It's all
There are
about the
some hooks that you can... You know that you can hook behind the creep, right?
Yeah.
Like you can... There's a way to hook behind the creep. So he did one of those. It was really nice.
Some things just don't change. Oh man, I remember like I think we've had this discussion like twice when you were still able to throw curved hooks back in the day. Imagine if that came into Dota, you know, Pudge Shard able to throw curved hooks.
Wait, were you able ever to throw a curved hook?
Yes,
I can't
you
remember.
were. Yes, you were.
When,
Yeah,
when
we
was
had
that?
we had a long discussion with Fear about that
When was that? I can't remember.
long ago.
When?
Long ago.
Dota 1 or Dota 2?
Dota
man?
1. Dota 1.
Dota 1. Okay, I can't remember.
I cannot say Dota 2 for sure, but we discussed about Dota 1 curved hooks.
Okay.
I don't even remember playing Pudge really back then. I don't know much about the game anyway. When I played Dota 1, I was still you know, just enjoying the arcades.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Bit of this and that. I love to play Risk. 1 minute 30 left. 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 1 minute
Oh, you were a custom game enjoyer.
Yes, I was. I was indeed
okay.
an arcade spammer, yeah.
Okay. That's the first time I heard someone refer to them as arcades, by the way.
Yeah,
Dota is an arcade game.
Yeah, Dota is an arcade game. Yeah.
The fans of the arcades.
But technically, they are arcade game because they're like mini games, in a way. Some were very big mini games compared to others. However, on the topic of talking about Dota 2, I Annihilate, hammer combo onto the Hoodwink in the mid lane, drops the hammer for the kill. Meanwhile, top, they also find Monkeys Forever, chasing him down with the hook connection from Shido.
Dude, this level 3 upheaval and drought is like impossible
Obnoxious.
to play against. Yeah. Like the poor brute couldn't move a millimeter away from Pudge. That's a rough thing to deal with.
It's not fun to play against for sure. Like the moment you get caught, you're just not going in, not going out. I think you're gonna be looking at some force staffs on the side of Fart Studios, potentially at some phase of the game. However, I Annihilate. He is deciding to get himself, after the power treads, a blink straight up. So, hammer blink combo, blink in for the prison, look for a lockdown, help the troll to kind of join in late for a potential kill. Start playing around with the brood. Like, I think one of the good things is if you do go for that blink, despite the upheaval now having damage and it can actually break the blink, you can locate the Pudge, put him in a prison, disengage, look for a more favorable position to fight in, and then go in. Oh, nice.
Oh,
Manta
nice
dodge
Manta.
there.
Yeah, Manta dodge. He's got Manta already.
Yeah.
What a boss, Tiny.
One-time Manta.
Yeah. Oh no. This time there's no Warlock, right? Oh, there he is.
Oh,
Hello.
there's the Golem. Drop down, and the upheaval. Pudge is going to be catching up to you. You ain't going anywhere. Bye-bye, Monkeys Forever. Yeah, this is just... this is so hard to play against. Holy damn. Warlock, Pudge, double slows.
That's a base lane right there.
That is a based lane. While Troll's trying to finish off his Battle Fury for the potential 14-minute timing. Could be faster. Take into account that he doesn't die in between. Fart Studios want to make sure that happens. Smoke up from mid, but it has been scouted out by a ward. The vision did show to the mid lane. But
yeah, they see this. They see the Legion has duels, so they're rotating in because most likely what's going to happen, Sand King Gomez is going to try and duel the troll eventually.
They have sharpshooter as well. Maybe he plays bait now in the lane. All right, this is what we're looking for. Aggressive play. 9 TPs away, and he TPs into mid. As they're fighting the Treant Protector, Jenkins will die. Nothing new under the sun. The Dutcho still going to be chased up by Annihilate. Newsham just need to locate him. He's going to walk back in, and oh, that might have just been the mistake, as he's going to fall very rapidly. Yanbura, he can't do much to hold them back. London 9. They were looking for a rotation towards bottom. Came all the way to the double or triple camp, basically, there on the side of the triangle, and turned around.
Yeah, interesting that the OD goes bottom to use his Meteor Hammer instead of spamming it mid, you know. Like, usually when you get that meme hammer, you really want to take that first tier 1 that's right next to you, and then afterwards start rotating around. It's not like he was mostly using the Meteor Hammer on Tiny, so the tier 1 on mid, the dire tier 1 is full HP. It wasn't touched.
We got
Brood.
TPs coming into the top lane. Trying
they've
to
got
locate
blink
the
on Tiny,
Brood, maybe
though.
even the Troll. They're going for the Pudge. They want to get a kill on him before he finishes his Ags. Flesh Heap has already ran its course. It's going to turn around with the Overpower. Jenkins tossed into the air. Lund's going to turn it around, and they're going to lose everyone. Sand King Gomez, clean out 3. Tips coming out from Jenkins. He could not get the overgrowth out on time, and he's going to get thrown into the air. Everyone obliterated with that AoE damage. Newsham, he ain't going to go out either. Toss into the air. 9 is there. No bushwhack though.
fine.
TP coming in
He's
from
got
OD.
sharpshooter.
Annihilate. Can they get the chance to turn it around? Meteor Hammer, hook to cancel it out. Overpower, sorry. They do have another Dismember, and they will take down the OD as well. So that's 4 kills.
Radiant structures are
Fart Studios, man. What up?
The favorites coming into this series, maybe by a little bit, like we said. But let's look at a replay out of that. Oh man, did they fall for it? Like, okay, it's a good idea. We can potentially kill the Pudge here, but Lund blinks in just as the overgrowth is coming out, and they just get obliterated from the face of the earth.
Wait. I don't think that's a good idea. That guy is kind of big. He's got Point
kinda
Booster,
tanky.
Ogre Axe, and Vanguard. Like,
Radiant's bottom tower
your chances of killing this Pudge aren't really that big.
They wanted the OD for it, but top lane, we're going to see the Golem sent down. Jenkins gets the kill onto 9. Shido tossed away. Lund is here also with an Invis rune. They can't see the Tiny coming. They know he TP'd in, but he's got to get the catch on Monkeys Forever. Another Avalanche coming out. The Fatal Bonds damage, sharing a lot. Newsham will die. And they potentially even saw where Jenkins was going. Fard SJ finds Dutcho on the bottom half of the map. The rune comes out. Does he get another one? Yes, he does. Almost instantly a second one, and Annihilate's there to help him out.
Okay, at least they are getting some kills on the Troll and the OD. Like, these two are, Troll has a good time. Fart SJ,
Radiant's top tower is
FSJ, he's got the Battle Fury, so he can farm. And he is like this big win condition for Fart Studios, so eventually he can take over. But
Found Jenkins.
everyone else needs to stop feeding, because this Pudge almost has a Reaver from
Well,
kills.
talking about feeding. It's Mr. Jenkins going down. That's going to be the third death for him. I mean, he was doing some dewarding action. And duel on bottom. Can he actually take down the Troll with the Blade Mail? Very close attempt. Yes, he will kill him.
Damage.
But no dual damage, indeed.
Rubik?
Now found Rubik as well in the mid lane, Newsham. Yeah, what can a Rubik do when a tree comes flying in?
Know what the problem is? Like, usually, I'll tell you, Panda, listen up now. Chat as well, listen up. So basically, Monkeys Forever on this Brood, he should be the problem, right? Like, this Brood Mother should be scary. You should be afraid of this top lane. Like, Sand King Gomez can send 3 heroes towards the top lane and they can all stand in front of the tower and defend it, or not care about the Brood at all. Pudge is probably the best, and he's deeping in. I don't know how that missed, but
Okay,
yeah.
how did that go through? We got a replay of the duel here. So close to getting that duel win.
And it's like, if you aren't playing top
Oh,
around the
farthest
Brood, like if you aren't playing around the Brood,
Yeah.
like you're not winning any fights. And if you are playing around the Brood, which is something that you have to do at this point, you're also not winning any fights.
Yep.
So if you're Fartis J Studios, all you can do is basically chill around the Troll and help him farm. Like, make sure that he's getting something on the map. Because
Indeed. Another duel in bottom. Jenkins getting the ulti off just in time, but the overwhelming odds will finish him off. No blade mail this time, Fartis J. He was very angry after that last battle, so he's going to take this with open arms. Range hits, not enough, not even the throwing axes. And they missed the Sanity's
this is so
eclipse.
sad.
Oh,
Here comes
man,
Tiny.
this is a real clown fiesta right now. They can't get anything done. The OD also in trouble. Dutcho comes in for round number 2 to take down Newsham. Oh my goodness, Fart Studios.
top lane,
Again, well, it's a trade-off. It's something.
it's not even a
It's not
trade, man.
even-
He's
oh my. Okay, this game is something else. So I'll put it that way. I was not expecting to see a game like this for our first game of the night here. Oh my good. Okay, okay. We already lost the bot fight. Pudge literally 9 HP from the rot ticks. You can't kill yourself with rot anymore. Up to the reaction. Oh, that is perfect. Oh, that is just perfect.
I don't know why he just didn't hit him earlier, like just running
yeah.
through the trees. He's very afraid of the Pudge.
Oh god. Jenkins, when you're looking at the bot of this game, I'm not sorry. Oh my goodness.
They're
Well-
baiting bottom. They're baiting bottom on the tree end, so it's a nice little play, but there are wards.
Yeah, Hoodwink also shows himself dewarding. They have a Warlock illusion here. Is that going to be more of a tastier bait? And they found Jenkins. Well, they're baiting with the treant, but he's literally alone there. So
He was baiting
cool.
before, Right now, he's just feeding. It's not the same. He's a bit too
It's
far out.
exactly not the same. Yeah, like he should have maybe backed out as well. So it is what it is. They take down Monkeys Forever in the top lane. Sand King Gomez. Okay, can we talk about some positives out of this team? Not just, Fart Studios, of course, they're dropping the ball pretty hard this game, but man,
But it's so much fun to talk.
I know it is. But
Yeah.
SKG, for the SKG fans out there, they must be pretty happy with what they're witnessing currently because it is a utter annihilation. They've got 21 kills in 20 minutes. They're going to look for the 22nd on Annihilate. Overgrowth comes out, but it's not going to be enough. The upheaval is down. The Rot Pudge is going to walk towards with the Avalanche. The Tree Toss will finish him off. Lund with another kill. And they will take over this mid lane completely.
28 stacks of strength on that 14 flash sheep charges from the Pudge. Feels good, man. He's got 3k
All right.
HP 20 minutes in.
There's a casual grove bow here, by the way. Oh, it was. Did they get it? Wait, what? The courier picked it up, but it's not in the courier's inventory. Did I miss something there? Okay.
Well,
Nope,
you can
never
send
mind.
it
It's
based from the courier, right?
Yeah, you can. Probably just did it just on time. Yeah, they haven't recovered.
Monkeys, stop. They found him.
Well, not only just found him. We do not have
The death is silent.
The death is
in
very
Founding,
silent. We do
yeah.
not have a pest problem here. Broodmother yet. I mean, you talked about you don't really get to you don't get in kills because the Broodmother is not being a threat. Well, they're not getting to play the map either. All the tier 1 towers are standing.
All of
Yeah.
them? Let me double check. Bottom, mid,
Bottom,
top.
mid,
yeah,
top, all up.
All of them. You
That
are
is-
correct.
That is a problem. That is a massive problem.
Yeah, I feel like Sand King Gomez, the team with really the best name, them and Tilted Boys, like two best names in the region. Like Fart Studios it's good, but it's a bit too much, It's like you're trying a little bit too much. Sand King Gomez at the same time, I don't know, I just love it.
Goes for the wild bushwhack. Nobody to be caught by it. Meanwhile, Shido
He's got
looking for
Blink.
the hook. He's looking for the hook. Oh, he got him.
Got
Fart
him.
SJ. He's gonna get caught. Doesn't get the ulti off either.
He's gone.
He had a split second. He could have pressed R, but I think he wanted to save it. Maybe Annihilate could have probably dropped down an Astral Prison. They could turn it around. But that's a
lane.
no top lane, Broodmother. You have just been deleted.
Realistically, there are chances for Fart Studios to come back, but they are very slim. Maybe you need a BKB on Troll as well. Like he's going into SNY. SNY is good. You're playing into a Golem and you're playing into Duel. So it's understandable why he's going for it, but it's a rough one. There's Zags now on OD, so that also makes the game a
You
bit
got
easier.
something going in your way. But Lizard, let me ask you a question.
Ask.
When have you last seen a 0-9 Broodmother?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This early.
Not in a while. Not in a while, definitely.
Something
There's been
different for sure.
there's been some time, yeah. Oh, he's tipping bottom. 0-10, let's go.
Yep, can we make
They
it
are
10?
smoking up though.
All right. It's still going to be a 5v5 fight. They are going to get surprised, but do they get the jump in first? Shido already goes on the Broodmother, deletes Monkeys Forever. No grease being used. Lund's going to get the jump onto the Odie. He's going to be gone as well. Jenkins drops down the Overgrowth, and Fart SJ, he's going to get pulled into the other direction. Tries to fight the Pudge. The duel comes out as well, and they just call GG. It's gone. 23 minutes. Fart Studios have nothing to give anymore in this game. Sand King Gomez run them over, absolutely running them over in this 23-minute hurdle. 7-32.
Yeah, this was... Woo! What happened? Sand King Gomez, good job, guys. Like, they're chilling super hard on those cameras. They're like, yeah. This was a beatdown. Like, I don't know. I always expect more from Far Studios, from my boys, right? But it really didn't work out this time around. And Sand King Gomez, you know where the name is from, you remember, right?
Sand King Gomez. Yeah, it was the coach was saying Sand King cometh, right? Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
wordplay, yeah.
It's not a wordplay. He just heard Gomez instead of Comet. He just heard Sand King Gomez. I don't know. I guess it's a bit of a wordplay, whatever. They had some decent gameplay in this game. Like, they completely dominated Fart Studios in every single lane. It felt like maybe bottom BSJ did well, did all right. Annihilate, he managed to kill the Tiny, but Tiny, you know, he got his Blink Dagger fairly early on, and then this first rotation towards the top just shows the Blink. It didn't really matter even that much. Like, he still had space to farm because the Pudge was way too big. Pudge was just owning the top lane. Yeah.
Too many issues to answer in this game. Warlock Pudge, certified strong lane for sure. If they get things to click, if the opponent isn't going to get like their openings and their chances to punish, we can see how hard this lane is going to snowball, and that definitely was it. In this fight, in the top lane as well, Shido, who goes down to 9 HP, but Monkeys Forever has nothing to give, and just gets killed in the trees without even getting to hit the Pudge. They were so certain that he's going to die, and he's going to avoid any unnecessary rot damage, but yeah, it just ended up being a huge mistake. And then the final fight, you know, no chance given. Senkin Gomez still got the initiation out despite the smokes used by Fart Studios. And SKG, yeah, very clean game. Very good execution. They won every single lane this game. Even you could say the OD Tiny lane. Tiny got so much more out of the game. Technically, I could say mid was somewhat even, right? You could say it was a bit even. Farm was fairly well shared on both of these cores, but Tiny just got much more out of the rotations. He starts to snowball, and Annihilate like, guys, what are you doing? Can we have a game out of this? You know, I'm having an all right time. My side lane's feeding, my other side lane's feeding, and just couldn't get the package together. But a well-deserved victory for SKG. Do we give the MVP to... Do we give it to Shido? Do we give it to Jan Bura? Do we give it to Lund on the Tiny? I feel like we have some good candidates.
You choose, Deep-Panda. I'll give you the illusion of choice.
I absolutely love this Warlock. I'll give it a shared. Let's go Shido or Jan Bura. Let's see what production has chosen for us. Shido or Jan Bura, both played well. All right, let's give it to the Pudge. Exactly. Great lane. Missed the first hook of the game, but did not miss any future hooks that meant something. So they played a pretty clean Pudge game. Good axe timing. The Vanguard up first. Very important. If he didn't go for the Vanguard, that actually would have given a lot of kills out of this Pudge, like maybe even 3 times. You saw that one rotation to the tier 1 tower. Right item choice made a big difference here.
Yep. The right item choice, and probably the only one that you can go for, like Vanguard and Axe, like Hood, maybe sometimes possible, right? We discussed it a little bit during the draft. If the enemy team is just filled with magic damage, but Vanguard probably the thing that you need. Also, you get to run in and rot with that Aghanim's if you have the Vanguard. So, yeah, pretty well played by them. Like, Senkin Gomez, can they give us a 2-0? Can they perform twice in a row to the same standard, I wonder? Like, that's going to be really cool if they manage to. Because so far, most of the series have won all 3 games. Even the series that start off with just an insane stomp like this one, they'd still go all 3 games. So, I don't know. Let's see. Gonna be a fun one. I can feel it.
Well, you heard the man. Can we see a 2-0? We'll find out after the break.
Dire's middle tower
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the North American Division 2. And apologies for the long break, but we are back live, at least for the time being. There was a situation that needed to be resolved, so hence the break. But we are back now, and I have an announcement that I need to share with all of you. So with the first game already being cleared out, going into Game 2, the situation is as follows. So with Fart Studios, their current roster's location does not meet the eligibility requirements to participate in the region. So they can still play their future games with a potential stand-in, or if they are relocating back to North America. So as the rules state, we have to follow the guidelines. And since the series was already ongoing, they could not get a stand-in for this series. So that is the situation. San King Gomez are therefore given a default win from Game 2, hence the series ending 2-0. And that is the announcement. So we're going to take a look at the schedule. We have one more series of Dota to come today, and it will be the final one for the night. And since we are already done with this one, it's going to be a bit of a break, but make sure you're going to be tuning in a bit under 2 hours for The Cut versus Alpha. Both teams that have suffered losses in their previous series and are sitting 1-1. So this Alpha actually 0-2, but they are looking to look for their first victory. The Cut want to push themselves forward in the bracket. So that is pretty much what we have coming up for today. Lizard, unfortunate situation, but at least we have one more series of Dota to watch today, The Cut and the Alpha. What is your take before we throw over to a break?
It's kind of sad. I messaged Jenkins and the boys, and they answered like, we do get wrecked first game anyway. We get wrecked first game, so maybe they would be better in the second and third. But it is what it is. Those are the rules. What can you do? Let's go game series 3.
Yep, that is basically the situation. So, ladies and gents, we're going to be taking a break in about 1 hour, 50-ish minutes. We will be back for the final series of the day. So do tune in back into the PJL channel for the last series of the day. Until then, we will see you in a bit.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. The wait is finally over, and we head over to the final series here at the North American Division 2. And, well, I mean, today's been an eventful day to some extent. C-Dub taking a 2-0 versus another American team. We saw San King Gomez take game 1 and then getting a default win. And now we head over to Cut versus Alpha to finish off the day here with T-Panda and Lizard. We had a bit of a break. Managed to do anything special during the break here, Lizard, while preparing for the Cut versus Alpha?
Managed to win one game, lose one game, you know.
Love to hear it.
The casual Dota experience. What can I say? Win some, lose some.
Yeah,
Zero MMR gain. Zero MMR gain. That's what matters. Right?
Most importantly, nothing lost. So still sticking with the PMA train. The Cuts, they're currently 1-1, and Alpha 0-2. Both teams lost their last series. Alpha played against Tilted Boys, while the Cuts, they were able to take a map or a game off of the oversight. That was game number 1. Weren't able to turn around the tide and just got ran over in a reverse sweep. So one of these teams is going to be winning. Will Alpha get their first series victory? They played with a stand-in last time, and now I believe they should be with their full roster for this game. The Cut shows a lot of promise from time to time. Can Alpha be the upsetter? Can they pull off a surprise? Because right now, I mean, it hasn't been a really tough start. I mean, a strong start, at least in Division 2.
It hasn't been. Like, they really messed up their opening series. I think it... Did it go 3 games? I think so. I think it did. Yeah, it did, right?
Yeah, it was.
It was a 3-game series, but they still lost. Like, we all expected more from Shaggy and the boys. We expected more from the Cut. There's one of those, like the Cut and I guess the Far Studios. These are the 2 teams that you expect to be maybe even getting that promotion, right? But from what I've seen so far, I would actually say that Tilted Boys and Sand King Gomez look like the strongest. At the moment, at least. Sand King Gomez, on point. We've seen what they did to Far Studios in game 1, but still, it was very convincing. And Tilted Boys so far just looking all right. Like, in every series that they've played, they looked on point.
Yep, they definitely have. It's just down to, like, can they keep up the streak? Getting those wins on the board, very important here, starting off, at least in the division, because it is kind of, like you said, kind of tough to say who's going to be overall the strongest team. Like, you put your pre-expectations, you look at the current streaks, and, you know, if Alpha takes a win off of the Cut, that's actually going to make the Cuts run a lot harder here in Division 2, because then you go up to 2 losses, and you do not want to start your first week in this division with a double loss under your belt, because there's a lot of situations with only 2 slots to promotion. 2 losses might be too much. 3 looks like it's almost impossible at that point. So you want to just clean out win after win after win. Maybe lose to the team that ends up being first or second for promotion. So that's like the only silver lining that you can get for losing or dropping a series, and you'll be fine with it. But 2, it's going to be a bit too much to deal with. And for Alpha's sake, you already are 0-2. You lose 1 more, it's more and more starting to look like, boys, we might be facing relegation from the DPC. We'd have to play qualifiers again. We'd have to set up the whole team all over. Is the team roster going to stick together? There's a lot of things to take into account.
There's a lot of things to take into account for sure, T-Panda. But tell me, like, you're very talkative. Did you hydrate in between the series? What did you do?
I had some chocolate, I had some beef jerky. I played a couple games of Rocket League, and I won 6 out of my 7 games. So, you know, I winded out a little bit. So,
I can understand the energy now. Beef jerky, chocolate, winning 6 games for confidence. Of course, now it all makes sense. I'm computing, I'm connecting the dots here. Okay,
yeah,
so
honestly, I'm just killing time for the fluff because we haven't started draft yet.
But you did win 6 out of 7 games. You wouldn't lie to us, right? You did not lie to us.
I would not lie. At least, sadly, it's not Dota, though. I mean, didn't get any points on the board. And my internet connection has been a bit iffy, so I feel like I'm gonna jinx it the moment I queue, and then I have a crash, and then I'll abandon the game. And I was like, I don't want to face that situation, so I'm trading on thin ice, you know.
Smart. Is it ranked in that game of yours, the Rocket League?
Yes.
Or
yes.
unranked? Do you play with a controller?
No, I play KBM. Good old keyboard mouse combination. That is the way to go.
Isn't like that a huge, I don't know, bad? Isn't it much better to play on the controller?
It is. I mean, you'll get to do all the niche little kind of things. Like every time you talk about like driving, you can only go full left or full right. You never can do like
a
I just want to.
bit.
Yeah, I don't want to turn like a little bit. You always go full. So
Never go
that is
full.
the thing. Never go
Full right or full
except
left,
full
yeah.
device sometimes in Dota. But hey,
Full
something
device
that you
always.
can do is head over to esportsbet.io with the Watch to Earn campaign and platform that is going on right now. So making an account, logging into esportsbet.io, and starting to watch some games. We have a game starting pretty much in a few moments, so you have an opportunity there to start tuning in for some points, some tokens. 3,000 free tokens for you every hour, worth about 3 USD, so you can earn while you watch some Dota. Simple as that.
Speaking of tokens, T-Panda, did you know we're watching the Cut versus what team? Alpha, right? Alpha had a stand-in last game, and they lost. They lost with a stand-in. Now, he was standing in for Satoshi. Satoshi is also known as Satoshi Nakamoto, the founder of the blockchain decentralization white paper. So basically the crypto god, right?
Right.
Did you know that Sabo 666, also known as Joker, is playing together with Satoshi in Alpha? And Sabo 666 is the last name of Nicholas Sabo, who is like there are some that believe that he is true Satoshi Nakamoto. So this team is loaded, man. Can you
Okay, this team is definitely loaded. But hey, let's look at the draft and see what's going on. I'm not sure what the tangent at the end was going to be, but you nailed it.
What do you mean?
They are loaded. They are ready for this series. They want to take a win, but
You didn't get the
they-
tangent? Come on, bruh.
What is going to be like the the storyline you just built? How does that translate to draft? What kind of heroes are we going to see? If you're fully loaded, what are the stuff you go for?
T-Panda, I don't think you understand the gravity of what I just told you. You don't understand the gravity, my friend. That's the problem. If you did, you'd be way more hyped. But what kind of heroes are we gonna see here?
I blame the
don't know.
chocolate on that.
Maybe Alchemist. You know, Alchemist can get a lot of gold, get those stonks rising for the cut and alpha. It's doable. I think that's a hero. What else is there? What else gets that? Oh, Clockwork, because we're gonna fly to the moon, the rocket. That's
Right.
also good. Clockwork would be decent. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. Let's see. The Cut and Alpha. Both of these teams, like, they haven't impressed in the last series. The Cut, obviously, a team that we should expect to do better. They've had some techies games here and there. They've had some Skyrat games yesterday as well that they lost with. Maybe they can pull off something like that once more. But for now, they just pick up a good old Treant. They picked Treant Sky before, so
Whoa, that's
still
a
an
graph.
option.
That is definitely a pick graph right there. That's a lot of tree and protectors being brought up. But yep, the cut, they continue with the trend. Yeah, you mentioned Skywrath. It's an interesting one. Did you actually remember in Division 1, in Tour 1, we saw a Skywrath building a Midas.
Skywrath Midas.
Skywrath Midas, and they lost.
Yeah, of course they lost. How do you go Skywrath Midas? Don't you
Stonks.
just... The Stonks definitely rising for that Skywrath, but not for his team.
Not for his team.
That sounds really bad, honestly. I
It
don't
is-
know who
it is.
I don't know who did it, when they did it, but I urge you, please do not copy that.
Do not ruin your pubs with that build. It can be rough to see your teammate building. You see the gloves of haste on an intellect caster. You're like, oh boy. Oh no, Midas. Oh, what is he doing?
Skyrat?
What is happening here?
Are we gonna see some Skyrat or Techies? Which one? Which one are we getting?
Techies,
From the cut.
I mean, it's still open for debate because they go for Ember, but about those two heroes, if you'd have to pick out of those two, I'd go Techies. I mean, I already
go Techies?
liked what I saw with Jubei and B-God when they played Disruptor and the Techies, because they literally won them a game.
Okay, like sure, I would love to see it. Like for me, both are fun. I think like Skyrat into Phoenix is always decent because you get to silence him for a really long time. He can't really play very well against it. Later on, obviously, if he eggs, you're done. But if you get silenced during the dive, you're done. So it goes both ways. And Alpha, they respect it. They ban out the shitty Skyrat mage. They don't want to play against it. They do let the Techies go through, so that's a little bit. That's a little bit scary.
I mean, you could ban it next, but do you spend all of your bans on the pause 4? You usually go for like carry bans in the second phase. You can take like Ursa's. If they have like a like a really big comfort hero, like even a Tinker mid, something like that, you do want to take away. You see the Puck Storm stuff happening as well, and since the Disruptor is also yet available, even as a 4 for Alpha, despite them having the Phoenix, and you see like Starks, Huskers, Shadow Fiends, like, okay, the Husker, maybe you don't want to get cheesed by Husker versus the Ember, you just lose that mid matchup, but everything else kind of makes sense, and they ban out the Techies.
Yeah, they ban out the Skyrat, they ban out the Techies. They don't want to play against either one of those two. And Hoodwink is also something that Cut was playing before. So basically, everything that Alpha has banned out so far has been played by the Cut. They're basically just banning out Comfort Zone. I respect that, you know. Like you see here, you see a team spamming certain heroes, you ban them. The Cut right now, they have many options. Like you mentioned, Disruptor is still in the pool. I wouldn't mind it with the Treant. Also, some good old Clockwork into the Shaker, I wouldn't mind. Not as good with the Treant, and I'd rather have him on 5 than a 4. Mirana as well versus the Phoenix would be pretty damn solid. There's just a lot of options, T-Panda.
Snapfire, yeah. Like, the thing is, like, they go Snapfire. But the, my original question was, before the Snapfire pick, is there another Pos 4 that gets a lot of kills in a game? Because I was, again, looking at numbers, and I saw that in the top 5 kills, where you usually have carries and mids, we got B-God and number 1, 11.3 kills average per game. He's above Tilted Boy's carry, he's above Fart Studios mid, he's above Alpha's carry, he's above Senking Gomez's mid player Lund, who's been absolutely crazy. B-God is the guy on top, the Pos 4 for the cut.
It is what it is. Italiano Gangster, though, has been on top of everyone with his Primal Beast. This time around, they got Marcy instead. And this Marcy could be the carry for them, because they did play a carry Marcy. We'll see. I've seen a couple of them already in the region. With the Treant, it should be a decent lane. Snapfire should most likely be your 4 here, but it can be like 4 played in the safe lane with the Marcy. It can be offlane Marcy. We'll see what they decide to go for. Do I like her here? Not necessarily. Like, there's this idea in which you jump the egg and you just blow it up, but it's basically the same thing with Snap. Like, if you jump the egg and blow it up with either one of these two, the hero is kind of done afterwards. Like, you lose most of your potential. Like, Snap, counter to Phoenix. Sure, yes, but how many times are you gonna be next to the Phoenix as a Snap? And what the hell is this? Why do we see a Dark Willow Shaker and a Phoenix? I call shenanigans. Did they forget that they only need 2 supports? What's happening, T-Panda?
Alpha's playing a fun draft. Fun, or I would say unorthodox, maybe, in a case if you have...
Is this Shaker mid into the Ember?
I was thinking the same thing. Do we have a Shaker core? Or Mars mid, and Shaker could go offlane? I guess that's your flex. Willow and Phoenix supports as a duo.
Sounds pretty bad, but they're both really good with Mars. Like, you get the
only
Terrorize into the arena, you get the egg into the arena, right?
Yeah, like, that's the only thing that I see right now is, like, the lane combo of Mars and Phoenix, but Phoenix could end up being relegated into the Pos 5 role. And then you play with the Willow, which is another good idea. You know, Spear and Brambles. You get a lot of extra damage throwing your target through the roots into the trees. So you're going to be rooting them up and doing damage and potentially even stunning. But Shaker looks like a core. I've honestly no idea how the Shaker mid fares against the Ember Spirit.
He does well. I'll tell you how
I
it fares.
think it's tough for the Ember. That's how I feel like it goes.
You don't have to feel anything. He crushes Ember. A Shaker
crushes
on
Ember. Okay.
A Shaker on mid crushes most melee heroes, and Ember is not one of those that enjoys playing into the Shaker. So if the Shaker knows what's up and what he's supposed to do, he can counter the Ember really hard. But that's only in the lane. Like later on, Ember still takes over and just wins the game because he's a bloody Ember, and Shaker is still a Shaker, especially since the changes to the Aghanim's. Like when he had that sick Ags, when he could fly through brambles and all the roots, he was pretty good. But now that you can stop the jump, it's like not as strong. But we'll see. Maybe Alpha have something different in mind. It's like you mentioned, it could still be a Shaker offlane in Mars mid, because Mars also does fairly well into the Ember. So you can have that. The cut right now, they have to. Well, it's still very flexible for them. Like Marcy can be the carry, and it can be the offlane, so they can still pick some flexible hero on 1 or 3. Even Ember, like, man, their draft is like whatever. They can decide literally in any direction they want to at the moment, and last pick this.
Well, if the Marcy does end up being the carry for the team, they did ban out Sniper and Juggernaut, so I believe they're just trying to secure the lanes for Alpha. I think you can still play the Mars lane just fine, even with the Sniper in the field. But it could just be snap 3, put Marcy as a support.
If you're looking for carries, then Life Stealer looks pretty damn solid. Like you get that.
What about Luna? I'm kind of reaching out with the Luna idea, but usually I've seen a lot of good Agi cores being paired up with Marcy, hence the Sniper Marcy is very deadly. Spectre? This is actually a decent Spectre game.
I mean, you don't have a last pick, that's the problem. Like, you're gonna pick a carry here. You pick an Ursa, but you don't have a... I guess Ursa is probably the safest one out of everyone. Because there's something that really punishes him on that position 1. Like, you get this hero that can deal with the egg. There's quite a lot of kite potential on Alpha. I'm not the biggest fan of Ursa. I guess it works. I like him more than our other suggestions. But... I'm not sure. Like, let's see. Maybe Alpha can... There's an obvious option of a troll, right? But I don't love troll.
Yeah, troll to Ursa. Yeah, that's the classic.
There's a different option of a drow, but you don't really have a lane for a drow. You don't have a good position like 5 to secure that lane. But it is a decent option until the big bear gets on top of you.
Alpha does have a weird draft because they did go for the Shaker Willow second phase.
Yeah, maybe some CK or a Faceless Void, something like that. Their draft is just very wonky. Phoenix and Dark Willow as supports. They're great, by the way, with Shaker and Mars. Like, there's a lot of combos here, but maybe they have something like hidden in the carry role that they want to pick. They'd go with the troll, sure.
Troll is the straightforward answer, yeah.
Yeah, that's the power of having that last pick, right? Like, you can counter their carry. They go with the troll, which is a direct counter to Scourge McDuck, and it's also good versus Italiano Gangstar. Like, he should have a good laning stage, and he should be strong versus the troll afterwards. So because of that, I guess it's a good pick. But overall, I don't like troll. I just played versus a troll, by the way. He disgusted me the whole game. It was really bad.
Yeah, I mean, Troll is a hero that I've always kind of despised. I think there's like maybe a bit of bias that I've always hated Troll, that I'll probably always hate Troll. But the game is good for it. Like, you got the roots against Ember. You're naturally countering Ursa with your mischance. You're forcing Ursa to potentially buy a MKB, very expensive item, not your go-to item on Ursa either, just to get your swipes to connect, because you're not really like getting extra bonus damage from adding another damage item. You usually just want stats and attack speed. pump up your passive, get those stacks up on your opponent, make sure overpower connects. MKB doesn't give you like this super big extra, right?
Nope, but you still buy it into a troll, and then he still pops his ulti and does absolutely nothing because he can't control his heroes. So it's the worst ultimate currently in the game. I don't know why.
Yeah, for the troll, yeah, that is.
If that was a shard, I wouldn't buy it. But it's an ulti for him. Right now, it doesn't feel great. It feels good for the lore of someone being a troll. You know, he just cannot control himself. Do you know the lore of troll? By the way, do you know his lore? It's very interesting.
Lore. No, tell me.
Someone trolled him basically. I'm serious. They trolled him like there was some village that he promised to take revenge on. They were trolling him all the time. No one believed in how cool he was. Something like that. It's very bad. Like,
Oh, okay. I'll need to look into that because
it's like actually an internet troll.
I don't know like what I was expecting. Waiting for an actual like Lizard getting super deep dive into like, oh, we're getting something really like in-depth information. Well, all right, he just got trolled. That's the main point. But Monster, he's not having a great time here. He will get the safety at least away from the rest of the cut. They're trying to secure Jubei. This is the classic brawl, protecting the tree strat. Alpha trying to invade, but they will keep the trees up.
I love the fight though. Like they both teams, they showed up. They fought like some Polish hooligans after a football game in 2001 on a field. I like it. Don't Google that. That shit is brutal, by the way. But anyway, anyways, like
I actually
nice little brawl.
I don't see Satoshi in the game, so. Monster, who was Alpha's offlaner. Yeah, he's standing in. So the funny thing is, he's standing in for the team that he no longer plays with because he was Alpha's offlaner in Division 1.
Maybe he's back. It's the Schrodinger's monster. You open one game, he's there. Maybe he isn't. You never know.
Maybe he is. Maybe he isn't for sure. I'm curious to see how this mid shaker is going to work out. Black Soul, we know that he's on the side of Alpha. I think probably the best player. I maybe debate Rises. He can have his good games and he can have his good days, but consistency wise, like Black Soul, if he has the confidence to pull out a mid shaker, I mean,
no. Soul is definitely their real position one. Like Rises has all the games that I watched so far. Rises really struggled. Unfortunately for the team, he wasn't either given space, or he couldn't find the space, or he wasn't playing his heroes. I don't know what it is, but he's the one that struggles the most on that team. Meanwhile, on the other side, I feel like Italiano Gangstar so far already kind of.
Rises, he did go 22-1 on Lina versus Fart Studios in game 1.
Yeah, but Fart Studios went some Necrophos.
That is also true.
It was the best Lina game ever, and he was completely uncontested. But yeah, he did carry Troll.
Oh, and might just actually die in the bottom lane. He's got the axes. Italiano Gangstar, he's missing all of his right clicks, and he's almost going to get the kill onto the Marcy. However, one hit.
He's playing with fire.
Oh, he's still going in. Empyrean, can he get it? The tick damage, it's going to be enough. One more right click thrown into the mix. Bigot looks like he will be trading off with a potential kill for him. And the cookie is also interrupted with the throwing axes. Rises secures the last kill in the lane. Solo experience kill as well. Nobody to share it with.
Yeah, that's a good start. That's how you want to start the game. If you're any team, 2 kills on the safe lane. That's a feels good man right there. I don't know why he remained a bit too long with the Marcy. By the way, what did I tell you about the mid lane? Can you remember?
Shaker should destroy the Ember. Yeah,
What's
and
the
he's
CS?
doing it right now.
He's not destroying him, man. He's making him turn off the game. Like this is literally disconnect range right here. That's where we're going. But sad man, he's not like that. He always comes back. So I'm sure
Yeah, he'll find a way.
He knows the lane is just very rough.
Just gotta make sure that the end result is gonna be a W.
Yeah. Bot lane, though, is very difficult for them. They can't jump this troll, because what do you do as Marcy? You're literally all right clicks, right? And you can't do that versus him. 60% miss chance is... it's quite a lot. It's not 17%, but it's quite a lot. They go in.
Let's see what they can cause this time. The cookie stun is there, and again, just a lot of right clicks being missed, and that is gonna be enough. The debuff runs out.
Finally, they manage. Soul.
So getting dived in mid. Oh, Sadman
Oh,
dies
that's
because
sad.
Joker rotated in, the root connected, and he couldn't right-click Soul.
That's very sad. Like, he goes in for at least something, you know, like Hail Mary play in which you come back. You have 8 last hits versus 23. He has 3 times the last hits on the Shaker. Oh, yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's sad. It's sad, man.
That's not a funny joke, Panda. But I am laughing, though, yeah.
But you're still laughing.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
still
I
good.
only make terrible jokes, so
It's good
no
enough.
offense taken.
His name is Sad, by the way. S-A-A-D, so...
yeah,
his
I guess
middle
he's
name.
Sad
Yeah.
or Sod.
Yeah, it's Sad, probably.
That's what they call a player nickname, their second name. Scourge Duck.
Yep.
Great minds think alike, eh? Top lane, Root is there. He actually walks back into it. Monster's got no mana left, so they're just going to trade off basic right clicks here, but it will do a decent amount of damage onto Jubei.
His last name is, by the way, actually McDuck, just so you know. The player's last name, so be careful with the jokes that you make.
That is a...
Are you checking right now?
I mean, I could. Just to make it better. All rises. That's an easy CS. He misses in bottom. It always hurts when he missed the flag bearer.
Especially with the troll that has like a bazillion damage, but what can you do? Like,
Can you do?
if you go too close, you might get thrown by the Marcy, so you're being a bit careful about that. So far, so good for Alpha. Like, they're winning lanes. They're winning mid, they're winning top lane. Bottom lane as well is not that bad.
Yeah.
Soul, Arcane Rune.
Everything going according to plan. Soundman gets the stun. The Shaker is in trouble. Doesn't get to do anything. And they will get a second kill off of Joker with the support rotation for the action rune. Black Soul will be picking up the Arcane in his bottle, but we'll have to... Will he rotate to the side lane now? Like, you got Arcane, you could just rotate right away?
He
Or do you need
could,
to
or
protect mid?
he could, or he could just continue farming a bit, right? Like he struggled on the mid lane, so just getting everything back would be pretty damn solid.
Yeah.
By the way, even though he got tripled by the CS of Shaker, Shaker is only, what, 20 gold in front, like not even in front at this point. It's crazy, right?
Yep, Ember's been surviving. And the kill and the assist that they just picked up actually means a lot.
Of course.
Every kill you get is always like 4 or 5 CS. Troll in trouble once again. This is not the first time, but it is the Marcy who seems to be falling in first. Rise is able to dodge around the trees. Italiano Gangstar with the help of the snap. I think they overextended a little bit too much.
Are fortified.
Desperate for these battles, but just can't turn them in their favor. Scourge McDuck also has to hide in the top lane. This top lane is just being pressured a lot by the Mars and the Dark Willow. Talking about monsters Mars, he's gone for Falcon Blade. How often do we actually see this being built on Mars? Not very often in my eyes.
Do we ever see it?
I'm asking you.
I feel like I never see it. It's like, but it is a good item.
Player preference?
Overall.
It's a good item, yeah, like maybe it's a player preference thing. Mars does kind of struggle with mana from time to time. It does give you a little bit of extra on top of that. Right click scales with God's Rebuke. Extra tankiness. It's viable.
Yep.
Falcon Blade has only from time to time been like a option. I don't feel like it's ever been like straight up meta, except for the collective sum. Like there's the few heroes that usually opt for Falcon Blade if the game is correct and the hero is correct.
It's been probably in the best state ever, Falcon Blade. Like in the last couple of months, it's like Falcon Blade, Meteor Hammer, and Radiance. Those are the flavors of the patch right now. You're building one or the other. Some heroes. I mean, Doom is probably making Octarine Core one of the most picked up items just because Doom is played a lot, but besides that, no one else is buying it really.
4-4 on the board, and net worth is somewhat tied. Alpha, I think they only hold to a couple hundred gold of an advantage. The difference has really been built by the snap.
It's crazy how close, just how close everyone when it comes to cores is. It's like 100 gold up and down, nothing crazy from these lanes. They're really neck and neck.
Super close, and the snap has 20 last hits picked up as well, so that does kind of bring balance from this off lane, accumulating a total of like 60 CS on the mid lane. Yep, trying to go for Black Soul. Sunman.
Nice from Soul. Yeah, very nice fissure. To stun the Ember and also break the Mortimer's Kisses. Really, really nicely done. And then he backs out. They don't get the kill. They also waste Mortimer's Kisses. Yeah, solid. Now you should probably make a move on top lane with the Shaker, or just continue farming up. I don't know what he's gonna buy. Like, is it some Blink Dagger Shaker? Is it
He's going
Shaker?
for double bracers at least, but he might just end up dying here. They're gonna go all in with this fight. Ember Spirit with another Remnant jump, and the Slate's gonna finish him off. The egg. Everybody's just gonna run away from it. Joker has to battle it out. Ember Spirit gonna get hit by another Fire Spirits. That is level 3. It does hurt, but he's always got the option. Just Remnant TP home, come back in. Empyrean Joker. Gotta be careful not to overextend too much here, knowing that December is returning.
Do you think that he should have just echoed there? You know, echo in between all of them.
Wasn't it on cooldown?
Nope. He had echo. He never used echo. How can it be on cooldown?
I saw echo was on cooldown, and
What did he ever use
fight
it?
was over, but I guess it might have just come off cooldown. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it was available. But I guess if it was ready, he should have definitely used it. Oh, nice jump there from Salmon, catching Joker off guard. And top lane, they've got the Ursa also inside. He needs that enrage, and he's not going to get it. There we go. Echo Slam for the kill. Black Soul will pop it just as the stun was about to end. Otherwise, Ursa would have enraged and might have potentially been able to buy a couple extra seconds for the chase.
That's why he didn't use it.
That's why he didn't use it.
He knew he's going to need it in 1 minute on top lane. What a player. What a player. But sometimes, for real, players do save their spells just because they know they need them for bigger goals later on. Chances are you wouldn't get a kill mid, you just survive.
Yeah, I think it's like you always plan ahead a bit, like, yeah, I don't want to use it right now because it doesn't look like this fight's winnable. Jubei gonna drop the Overgrowth onto 2, Mortimer's Kisses. This one is much further away for a fissure to cancel out, so they're gonna take down Joker. Ember also trying to make a move towards mid, and Empyrean is also chasing the Ember, so they had full vision and full information. Get the hell out of there.
Not easy to kill the Phoenix. Doesn't have the egg, but still not easy to kill him.
Mars starting to blink, build into the Blink Dagger. It's not going to be the rush timer because you did build the Falcon Blade in between. Battle Fury almost up on the Troll Warlord. It's just a... just need to farm a little bit more on Alpha.
Can I just share some emotions with you, T-Panda?
What's on your mind?
You're on my mind. But besides you, the fact that I love Div 2 because of all these heroes that I never get to see usually, you know? Like, it's a different game. It's a different kind of a beast, Division 2. Not only in NA, everywhere else. Like, Shaker mid lane. I haven't seen that since 2018, and I see it now, you know? It's like, it's pretty dead, but under the right circumstances, it can work, so they pick it into the Ember. I don't... Like, he still died a couple of times. He definitely decimated Ember on the mid lane, but...
I mean, I can tell you,
he fed after.
Underrate, or I will I will totally agree with you about Division 2 because while you've been, doing the Division 1s and the big tournaments, the LANs, the majors, the TIs, the occasional Division 2 from time to time, I've been grinding this for 4 or 5 years, seeing these wacky plays and builds and heroes come out, and it's always entertaining. And, getting the Marcy in the bottom lane with this rotation from Alpha. I think one of the struggles Alpha also had last tour was making these big rotations happen and actually getting to win those trade-offs. It felt like they can come out strong in the laning stage, and they just dropped the ball at 15 minutes and they couldn't beat anyone at that point. They were just, all right, we're just going to lose the game right now. We're not getting anything to work in our favor. But back to the the whole Division 2 shenanigans. Like, they were calling me last year when I was doing 4 different regions of Division 2, the protector of Div 2.
4 regions. Do we have 4 regions? SCA, NA, SA, Europe. Okay, we have at least 4 regions.
Yeah, I was doing NA, SA, East Europe, and SCA last year. So plenty of Division 2 games. I think I cast like 340 games last year.
That's why when I look at you, you have that crazy eye. Now I get it.
The twitch. It is there. They're diving mid, though. Gonna get the kill onto Joker. A bit surprised, I guess. They have to use the haste defensively on the Shaker, too.
Yeah, he's got haste.
Look at Rises. This guy is just between the old Tier 1 and the Tier 2, trying to chase a Treant Protector, but no success.
The man has a Battle Fury. For me, he's free to do whatever he wants to. This is probably the best game I've seen him play since that Lina game you mentioned. So I'm just happy he's having a good game. Rise is my bro. Do whatever. Just farm up. I believe in you. I do think that they have a problem with the Shaker not going Blink first. Like, this Aghanim's will be a... It's not gonna be late for an Aghanim's timing. It's just that for the game timing, it's gonna be late because you'll just be farming on your mid lane Shaker. You won't really be doing much. Like, look at where Shaker is. He's just mid chilling,
Yeah, it's just hitting creeps. And you got 2 heroes now with Khalif capability, as you have it. But Monster shows up for the arena. Marcy cannot quite get the safety until now. The fear comes to the backline, breaking the Mortimer's kisses. But Rises drops to 1 HP, and he has to fight with his ult. He's all in. There's nothing he can do. Sticks came off cooldown. He didn't even get to use it. Oh, Rises, you were talking about him having the best game since the Lina game, and now painful loss.
It happens usually like this. He's a little bit too aggressive, wants to make moves. He doesn't play the carry like the carry is played right now. He's more of an old school, well, not necessarily old school, but like 2016, 2019 carry that joins the fights because the mid lane was actually the true core anyway when mid lane was infected with SFs and snipers and whatnot. He fights way more. And honestly, on that top lane, maybe the problem was he's there because Shaker isn't.
Oh, they're gonna fight in mid. BKB used by the Marcy. That's a good reveal, and the troll is dead again.
Oh, that's twice in a row now. Oh,
maybe he can get more. All he needs is a couple punches onto Empyrean, even with the attack speed slow. What you gonna do? Marcy's got
when they come
Unleash
for
up.
you, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when Marcy comes for you? Yeah.
Spear comes out with the brambles. They can get some revenge on the offlane Marcy. Jubei, 3-man, beautiful overgrowth. Sun might just keep on punishing. Okay. If only he got the blade mail for the enchant totem slap. It could have been a big damage return, but they're gonna keep on going. They're not done yet. Just wants to keep up with the distance from the Shaker, not to go straight in, but he got the Slate of Fist available. Joker, also pretty low.
Still fighting.
2 more hits will do.
Yeah, like
Not Mars DPC.
Marcy did die in the end, but you killed the troll twice. That's huge. Like, you just... This troll was on top of... He was on top of the network charts. Now Ursa is 1k ahead of him. Scourge, McDuck. He almost has a Blink Dagger completed together with a Battle Fury.
Ooh, nice Slate dodge there from Sam. Oh, he can't actually get out with the first Remnant jump. And the Phoenix Egg was inside the wall. He couldn't actually hit it with the Snapfire.
Snap has Yules? Damn, B-God. Always finds his farm.
Always does. Yeah, I was talking about the Snap in the laning stage had like 20 CS. He's actually at 5,000 net worth right now, which is almost... It's almost double compared to both of the supports combined on the side of Alpha.
And it's almost as much as the Shaker. Now imagine having the first 3 minutes in which you have 3 times the amount of CS that Ember has, and then you fall off completely off the face of the earth. Like the Ember is 1,000 gold in front of you. It's rough.
Rough indeed. Who let the dogs out?
Toying with you. You understand that,
Rough.
right?
Rough.
4K lead for the cut.
I won't leave you hanging. I'll play the bit.
I love that you did. I love that you did. All right, Alpha, they're making a move towards top. They can catch the Marcy. They could force out an 8-second BKB, but they are seeing these moves. Some good
They're
moves
running
over there as they can reposition. That deep ward actually on the cliff only shows towards the Roche Pit and the river. So they don't have full information about what's happening. One ward also placed down right in the middle of these camps. I'm very curious about this ward. I will tell you, like this one right here next to the medium camp above the Roshan Pit, but no worries about any wards. They do find the Marcy in the end, and the kill will go through. Southman coming in with the Remnant jump. Still on the chase. He wants to fight the Mars. Well, with the Mortimer's Kisses, that is very doable and achievable. Just needs a hit. All right, he'll die to the tick damage. It's going to be enough. Be God.
Be God, indeed. Oh man, I'm just worried for the troll. Are you worried for the troll? Do you share the sentiment? Is he gonna find his footing? Is he gonna come back into the game? He's going for a basher. Sorry, BKB. Yeah. So Battle Fury, BKB, go into the pit immediately after. That's somewhat of a
fight. Black Soul gets he gets poked right down with that Aghanim's jump. They need to survive. They need to get him out of there. He does get the jump away, but the Marcy's already finished off with the egg and finishes off Black Soul. The cut, they're just running them over right now at this point. They just don't have the capacity to fight back. They're fully ready on the side of the cut.
So back in the day when Shaker was a popular mid lane, right? Like he was a popular mid lane for quite some time. He was popular because you couldn't stop the Aghanim's jump. Like he just jumps, even if you stun him, he still flies over and he completes the jump. And he gets stunned, but he gets stunned at the end. You know? Right now, if you stun him mid-jump, he just falls down. If you grab him mid-jump, you'll just stop him. If you even brambles, even overgrowth, any chains, searing chains, all of these spells will literally stop him in the spot. And because of that, the Aghanims is not built anymore on him, because it just sucks. It's just not as strong. So my problem was like, you're saving all this time to buy that Aghanims, and I'm just not sure if you'll be able to have impact with it. I hope that he will. I hope that he's gonna prove me wrong and find a different way to execute with it, but it's just difficult. It's not an easy item to play around with.
Game is hard.
Game is hard indeed, yep.
Well, they are encroaching in towards mid. Easy Phoenix kill on the horizon. They'll take down Empyrean and convert into a bit of a push, or they could just invade triangle takeover. They have already placed down a ward on the high ground, so they do see enough. Monster is located by Jubei. Blink forward. Simon can't get there in time. And here comes Rises. Well, okay. Like, don't go there. Chill. You know, like, you just got this one guy, like, standing on top of your shoulder. He's coaching you. He's telling you what to do. And you see he makes the first aggressive move. You're like, taps on the shoulder. Chill. Just calm down.
Hard to calm down a troll player, but...
yeah, press R is like, well...
Yeah. You can't, actually. It's
Look,
impossible.
Mom, no hands.
Exactly. But he needs to join the fights. He has everything that he needs, like this BKB and Battle Fury. So from this point onwards, maybe smoke up. You have all your ultis. Give this troll some mana.
That's a very good scan because they see Monster. Oh, they wanted to get the combo out with the Mortys.
He missed the chains, right?
He missed the chains, and they also missed the dispose. So that's an ulti down. Alpha, great timing for the smoke. This is the time. All right, bring in the troll. And Alpha, you got yourself a game plan.
What's up with the troll, though? He's just farming.
He's TPing now. The team is telling him, come. He's going to take the bait, push out the wave. They've got the high ground position, and this is where you go in.
Could be good.
Got the stun out. We go. Let's see who they can get. It's the Ursa. BKB's up. Monster runs away from the big fuzzy wuzzy. Comes out of that as well. The heals are there, but the initiation's already been burnt, and Jubei gets himself an overgrowth of multiple heroes. Don't tell me they're going to turn this around. TC, the cut. They will lose a couple. The Aegis is down, and Period will fall, however, to Italiano Gangstar. And there comes Scourge McDuck, ready for round number 2. Blink in 2 seconds. Troll has been searing chained and brought back by the Marcy. The stuns are there. The Echo
Nice
stun comes
Echo.
out, but the stun is there as well. The cookie completely incapacitates Black Soul. Rise is trying to deal the damage. Yule's coming out from the Snapfire, and Rise is killed off with an Earth Shock. And they will end up losing 4 on the side of Alpha. The cut just walks away. Very happy about that trade.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, by the way, why he bought the Yules. It's really damn solid versus the
damn
Troll. Later on, Wind Waker versus the Arena as well. Oh man, like that fight, I feel like it could have been a disastrous fight for the cut, because this Ursa went in and wasted most of his BKB chasing the Mars. I really had a feeling that they executed a little bit better on Alpha. If they kited a little bit better, perhaps waited the BKB a bit longer on the Troll, they could have maybe done more. But it's hard because they were fighting into an Aegis, like Ursa.
They were fighting into an Aegis, and Jubei just surprised all of them. Like, he caught 3 or 4 heroes, and that's like your go-to sign.
Yeah, but I thought that was actually not that good, because you're baiting your Ursa into a fight without the BKB.
So here's the replay from the last part of the fight.
Yeah, he caught a lot of them from the back, but you're about to fight without a BKB. For me, that was like maybe a better team, like Div 1 team would have punished you for it. In any case, it worked out for the cut. Good overgrowth for many heroes, so it worked out. Yeah.
That's the most important part. Italiano Gangstar trying to apply some pressure.
Yep. He's going for a Midas next. Really? Cool. This man is the true Gangstar. He wants to, have that net worth as well later on in the game. No messing around here. Midas minute 25. Interesting. Like, what do you think? What is the latest timing you should buy the Midas in? For me, it's like, I don't know, minutes. It depends on the hero, obviously, but minute 25 is really stretching it.
I mean, it's there's like this idea of massing gloves of haste, like literally just gloves of haste and having power treads on a hero, where you get a lot of attack speed on heroes that just need to get like big punches in. Marcy actually has a lot of right-click damage, but you want to utilize like every possible moment that you can. So I still feel like Midas, even not just for the goal, is going to be pretty good. But Jubei found no overgrowth this time. Ursa actually gets rooted up, and Scourge McDuck, he's in trouble. He's going to get the Yules up into the air, trying to get a setup on him, and now there's another counter Yules used up on the Troll. They actually stunned the Ursa. They hear the sound effect, and Italiano Gangstar moving in for the rescue. Won't dive that deep.
I think you're talking about Gloves of Haste, right? But there was a patch where Gloves of Haste were just super bad.
Oh, Rises. Oh, that's a lot of damage. And here comes
Marcy.
the Unleash onto Monster. They will tag team this Mars and the river. Nothing you can do except for the
Shaker.
fear. And oh, Shaker got stunned. He got stunned just at the critical moment. He can't get his Echo Slam off. It gets destroyed. And Rises is trying to fight all that he can against this Troll. And can he take him? He will take the Ursa. They will finally find something, but they're in trouble. Jubei, Force Staff in, Overgrowth, and the Shaker to drop as well. Everyone gone on the side of Alpha.
Crazy
that fight took so long that Jubei got back in.
Crazy that Mars is the only one that survives, and he's the one that got gone on, first. He's the one that... He's the initiator, the culprit for everything that happened. But Alpha, if you're that Shaker, that's the... Oh man, that feels bad, man, right there. You jump in, you don't manage to... Like, everyone is around you, right? Like, it's the ultimate Echo Slam opportunity.
Yeah,
and you get
let's
stunned.
look at this. Like, the way it starts off is, all right, we've burnt another ulti. 18 seconds for the Tree and Protector to spawn. And now the fight really breaks loose. Shaker, he's getting ready to jump in. He's got everything ready. The fear comes out. Cookie. this guy does everything correct. And at the same time, with the fight still breaking loose here at the outpost, Soundman with the chase, Mars still got his BKB available, but actually does get the spear off onto the Ember Spirit, and a decent amount of damage will be dealt. He finished off the kill though. Oh, close one, 150 HP monster. He's got him. That's 1,000 gold at least secured, and then we'll find a second kill with his Snapfire pinned to the wall. And Ursa will come in for the snipe to take down Imperium, but he pops his BKB. Shaker gonna get bashed up. Ursa doing a decent amount of work here. Taking down one, could look for more, blink up in 5 seconds, but they're already out. Oh, Arises is in.
Troll can fight him. He's got ult.
Potentially he can, like... There's the basher on the Ursa, which you gotta be careful for, but... I guess that's also the fact that they cannot really harm this troll with that BKB. They burnt another... He's down to 6 seconds now. Still a 10k lead for the cut, which they are not going to be giving away. At this current pace, at least. Maybe 1 or 2 good openers from Alpha, and they could just turn the tide of this game.
Maybe. There's definitely a chance for them. They need to kite out the BKBs, and after they're done, like, they can fight afterwards. So far, it hasn't been terrible from them. They're 10k behind, like, it's not the best position to be in, but Alpha, they came back from worse before. Troll is getting some items, like he's got that SNY now completed too. Shaker needs the BKB, like he definitely needs that. Once the BKB is completed on Shaker, the fights are completely changing. From that
Joker is in trouble in top. He might be dead here. TP, okay. No TP chance.
Easy kill, easy clap.
But I agree. Like, I feel like if the Shaker already had BKB, that last fight would have been so different in the river. But B-God has been the man on point. He's got this Shaker stunned every single time he's trying to go in. He's already hit by the cookie stun. That was not the first time he did it, and it's incredible that he's done it again. Trying to throw out some fire spirits. He's got another set available. Just trying to slow down Roche as much as possible. Burning Spear also in. He already opens up an inventory slot open. Ryze is still pushing out the mid lane, but they're going to get the jump on the Mars. Ryze, he's going to have to join in the fight. BKB burnt by the Mars. They're all stacking up towards him. He pops down the arena, but they're just dodging it. It's a zoning ulti. Ursa going to be able to run out. It also catches Rises on the spot, but that does mean that there's no Ursa hitting Roshan on the stacks. But yeah, I mean, he's already got the Aegis, never mind. He did finish it off. What am I saying here? He's got the Shard.
Got him.
Got the Roche that you wanted.
Not the Roche that you wanted, but the Roche that you got.
I mean, that is the Roche that you do want.
I know, I'm just messing with you. By the way, Sumail also played Shaker today. I just got a message, so I was wrong. That's probably where the inspiration comes from. So it is picked up more. I still don't think that the Aghanim's really gave him a lot this game, unfortunately, so far. But maybe from this point that we talked about, like once he gets the... Oh, Abyssal.
That's a big catch if they can get this Mars. He tries to get away with the Orgo Seal Totem. And Ursa just trying to get closer to Mars, but he doesn't have to do anything extra. Phoenix. Oh, Empyrean, he tried to save him. He's gonna get DP cancelled.
That's so unfortunate. Like
that is unfortunate.
You save your body syndrome. You know, he was keeping distance, just sunraying him. That Mars was very dead already.
Oh,
Link in. Yeah.
Yeah, Black Soul able to get out just in time.
Oh, B-God, if he only trusted his instincts, he could have cookied there, but yeah, not like that.
Well, the lead just continues to grow on the side of the cut. Even though Alpha does have a couple answers, these items increasing on the side of the cut is going to make Alpha's game harder and harder, despite 1 or 2 counters in the team. The Troll to the Ursa. Doesn't feel like it's going to be countered for long. That BKB is already hurting a lot. Every time you see the whirling axes, it is a way to pop BKB, but Scourge McDuck, he's already so strong on this hero. You can probably just, you know, continue going, even if he misses all of his overpower hits at the start. Wait for the BKB for later. If this was like the first fight between the two and you've got your BKB, you might have to use it to get that initial punch in. But now you got options.
Yeah, now it's definitely easier.
Whoa, nice juke there from Scourge McDuck. He literally just stopped this hero for a second, blinked forward. They will find the Dark Willow monster. Fissure comes out on the spear, but it's not enough.
That's
Now they see rises. Oh, they see the rises on top. The Troll Warlord gonna get rooted up. BKB. Does he get the TP away? He needs to stay away from potentially the Ursa, but also the Treant Protector. And that is history.
He's gonna
for
fight
Rises.
them though. He pops his ulti. You know, that's a real troll right there. Everyone poking at him. Just they're falling apart on Team Alpha. I don't know why. By the time this is like the problem that I more or less talked about. You're going for the Saxon Shaker, right? Because of that, you have no playmaking capabilities on your team for some time. His Aghanims was delayed, like that. Let's put it that way. It wasn't the fastest one, but still, even when you get it, by the time you got it, they already have BKBs. They can see you. It's telegraphed that you're jumping over. They can BKB afterwards. And the biggest issue is that all that aside, like it doesn't matter. You can still play versus BKBs. You can kite them. The biggest issue is that you still need a BKB. Just the Aghanims doesn't work anymore because your jumps can be broken. It's sad, but the hero was a little bit too busted back then, so they changed it.
But he does have his 9-second BKB now, so you gotta make it count. You gotta make it count. Like the next fight, your BKB goes down useless, then I don't think there's much saving you.
There's maybe this option to just wait for the ages to run out, and then you smoke up. You use the BKBs. You gotta, like, you're 20k behind. Like, this is do or die.
Yeah. One thing I would actually like the cut to do is actually buy a gem, because you've got these wards that are placed down next to these camps, which will give you that kind of freedom for the defending side when you're pushing out waves. You want to make sure that you can split push as far as you can without getting caught. I think that will probably eventually catch you is a smoke, but these wards are actually giving a bit of protection for them that they have placed deep in.
I'm sorry, so T-Panda, they're smoking up 4, right? And Troll is only now TPing in. I agree with you when it comes to the gem. Like, they need to just control the map that way. Rises now has a Satanic fully completed.
Oh, Rises is under vision too.
Should
And
be
that's
fine,
deep,
though, right?
and they know now exactly what's going on. Phoenix, he gets his egg off just in time, and they're looking for Snapfire to start hitting the target. Yes, they will. And Monster's going to get stunned up with the Basher. The spear doesn't go through. Joker's going to be falling. He's going to be flying back into the Fine Troll. He's going to turn around. He's got his BKB. He's got his ulti available as well. Scourge McDuck's going to be controlled. Then the Echo Sun coming out as well. Can they take down the Urza? Can they take down Fuzzy Wuzzy? He will go down. They've got the control. They've got what they needed. And Soul looking for another angle here. Trying to jump on top of the Marcy. Will get some damage out as well. But Rises pops his ult. He's got the roots under the Emperor's Spirit. Ember's going to be going down as well. And Alpha's fighting back. They're looking for more. Maybe the Snapfire as well. Beacon, he's on the run, trying to get away from Alpha, but they will secure the chase and get another kill for themselves. The fight they needed to win is the fight they will win.
Perfect, really, from them. Like, executed exactly how they should. Like, not even an ulti pop to kill the Ursa at first, then used it to kill off the Ember, used Satanic instead. They get baited hard to jump on the Phoenix and the Troll. They think that they can take him down.
Look how close that egg is. Like, 1
that-
HP and he gets it off. So
Yeah,
it draws
that
all the
was-
attention.
That was huge. He dies afterwards, but who cares? Even the Dark Willow that dies, who cares? She can buy back. There's a tier 2 right next to them. She joins the fight once again. And it's a very different game when Shaker can actually jump in and use all his spells because he has that BKB. So much nicer from them this time around.
This is the first time in the last literally 10 like this is their 10th series I watched them play. that they actually fight back at the stage and in the stage of the game like this. Like usually they're gonna lose that fight, and potentially we're looking at high ground defense next. So I'm actually a bit excited on the side of Alpha, but the cut, they gotta look for those fights a bit differently. Marcy's BKB was used just hiding away and goes back in for the kill. Jubei does get the overgrowth. Scourge McDuck trying to deal out the damage to take down the Shaker. He's controlled. They will get the kill. Despite the BKB soaking up the Mortimer's Kisses damage, you still got a Fuzzy just slapping. Those claws hurt. Willow slowly getting burnt to death as well. No chance to escape.
That was toasty.
He has no buyback. Shaker has no buyback. But I don't think that the cut knows this.
So looking for more.
They know about Dark Willow, obviously, but that's it. Do you think they can get him here? I think he should be fine. Unless he decides to creep skip. Yeah, he should be fine.
If he did decide to stay, then that Ember would really quickly be on top of him.
Yeah. Like he has a TP. He could BKB TP, but that's just a waste. All right. Nice little rebuttal there by the cut. They did get a kill at least, or 2 kills around the tier 2 tower. Still though, it's anyone's game at this point. Like the 20k advantage disappeared. It's only 14k now, and that's not something that you cannot play against.
Let's see what the cut wants to do.
Unsurmountable.
They need 30 seconds for Overgrowth to be back up, and also another 30 for the Mortimer's Kisses. So their team fight capability will be up before the Willow's going to be up, and the Phoenix is dead. Just like that. The Ursa inside the arena. BKB in 3 seconds. Rage is available.
Not sure if you want to fight this. If you're Alpha, you're 2 heroes down. Like, one thing that they're really missing is discipline. Look, again.
Rises just gets caught out of the tower, falls on Alpha. They do get a bit of a turnaround, but the Yules comes out. Shaker didn't get the BKB off. Now he does. Rises fighting. Ursa dropping low. Rises just gets stunned up, and they will lose the troll. He's gone for 100 seconds. And the cut, they're just diving onto the high ground. Yeah, exactly. This just might be game at this point because they did not get the fight that they wanted.
Okay, they are a bit low on mana. They don't really have a lot of resources. Yeah, they don't have a lot of resources, BKBs, so they play it more safe, disciplined. Like one thing that Alpha isn't doing is like they're just not careful with their heroes. Like 2 of them are dead. They're poking their heads out like on the low ground alone, and the cut just instantly pounced, instantly picked them off.
They are giving a bit of disrespect on the side of the cut with their heroes. Trickster's Cloak allows Monster to walk away. The fear is onto 2. Yule's coming out. The stun should be connecting as well. Cookie save pushes him a bit further. More staff to safety. Ursa starts the siege. 40 seconds, no carry. Link into the root by Marcy. Spear comes out onto the side, onto the Ursa. Another Cookie in. Jubei is also pretty deep behind enemy lines. He places down the vision.
Nice stun. Their pushing power is really low, at least. That's a really good thing for Alpha. The Roshan is up, though. The cut maybe should have done that instead of trying to push high ground. But I believe he respawned recently.
Yeah.
So let's see if they just run straight into it. If you're Alpha right now, you need to smoke up and def this. There's an Ursa, angry Ursa hitting it. William, they probably can't manage, right? There's no way.
You're not going to get there in time.
They smoke up,
this Roche is already going to die, so most likely, do they just turn around? No? Well, they're kind of committed to the plan at this point, so they are... their presence is known. Nobody's clearing the bottom wave.
Maybe a fight with the DD, right? Like, maybe that's an option. Also, what I would like it. I don't see it, and he's not gonna buy it. Like, he's already 6 slotted, more or less. A blink control would be really nice. But
not a bad idea.
Hard to get
instead
it,
of boots.
Yeah. If he gets that amount of farm, ever. There's a huge wave pushing top. Because of that, the cut are just very careful, chilling on the high ground. And you can see what's the difference between these 2 teams when they don't know what's happening, like when the cut isn't really feeling safe, they just guard the high ground and stand there, and that's it. Yeah. Alpha, meanwhile, they're a little bit more, more trigger happy to
Coming in.
Roam.
Smokes are popping, rises in the front. Instant BKB. They do get the fear onto 2. The Echo, they got them. Aegis is down. Sadman, one can eat it from the back. Jube, he needs to get in for the overgrowth. Egg has been burnt. Phoenix needs to get out. Won't be able to. Just nuke down. Monster also going to be pummeled by the Ursa. They're taking kills one by one. There's also a fight on the side. Ember going to get stunned up, but do they have the damage? Rises, pops his ulti as well. Looking for the kill on the Ember. Will be able to.
That's
4
not bad.
versus 3.
Yeah, 90 seconds. That
Is under attack.
if you're the cut, you need to bail. That was pitch perfect fissure into Echo Slam. Like the two of them, they jumped the high ground, just got completely cut off from the rest of the cut, and then the arena was there just to hold them in place. Really nicely done.
That looked scary for a moment because Monster was about to die to the Ursa on the side of the fight, but they were also getting drawn by the attention that, hey, Ember is actually dying. Like, is it worth getting this Mars if we don't get the Ember away? Ember still dies, and then the Mars just gets to walk out. Like, Trickster Cloak OP. His item is definitely strong. Scourge McDuck, he's going to get stunned up. Do they go under the tower? I don't think they will.
It's so annoying for an Ursa, you know, when you get these brambles spawn around you after Bedlam. Not Bedlam, what's it? Cursed Crown. Like, it's just... You want to roam free, you're a bear. But the kite is always difficult for you to deal with.
Is under attack.
The thing is with the Willow, like you have the cosmetics that change the spell icon on the Cursed Crown, but if you just play a plain vanilla Dark Willow, I thought Cursed Crown when I was casting Willow for the first time was Crown of Thorns because it kind of looked like a crown with spikes and you get stunned. I was like, Cursed Crown, right? I think that's got a better ring to it. Crown squeezing your head. Happy Easter, everybody. 45 minutes into this one. The cut still holding on to a lead, but the game is hanging on a thread.
Yeah, this game is way closer than I expected it to be. But both teams really stepping up. I believe, at least from what I've seen before, they've stepped up their execution. And yeah, it's not stellar, but it's pretty good. Like, even what Alpha is doing right now, in this game, they have already improved quite a bit in, like, positional sense.
Yeah, they have. Like, there were some disconnected fights. They still make their mistakes, but I feel like they're not making a ton of mistakes one after the other the whole time. Do get some good fights for them.
They are losing
Instant mass TPs are coming in. They force them back. At the same time, the cut moves away. Gotta find a way to split push this bot and top waves. Can't let the wave push in like that and have everybody teleport back to save a range Rax. Well, at least they keep it up. There's a DD rune also spawned in the bottom half of the map, or the bottom half of the river. Useful for Ursa, very useful for the Ember. Ember also building a sheep stick.
Just some more control, right? Like on all of these heroes.
Might as well. I really like seeing mid players building it.
Yeah, it's always nice. It's like sometimes you want to scale into damage and whatnot, but some games you know that your team brings enough of that. So Jubei, they do see him, yeah. He blinks out.
Rises, he quickly shows up in the mid lane, but the cut ready to take a fight at any second. If they see an opening, they will jump it.
They're gonna force it now. They have Ursa double damage. Like, I have a feeling they'll just go ham. 5 seconds until Ninja Gear is off cooldown. Can just use it for the smoke. Pop that Trickster's Cloak in, maybe? No? Okay. And just go in.
Rises, shows up in mid. Now, Younger Gang starts just clearing out some ancient stacks. And here we go. Monster takes the initiation. It is on Jubei. Jubei, he's looking to get his ulti off. The Yules comes out. He's got the overgrowth ready and available. But again, he just gets stunned the moment he lands onto the ground. And they've got the egg destroyed right away. But the BKB's also burnt out. Ryze is going to get hit by the Abyssal Blade and has his ulti. He's going to turn around and get some damage out. He still has Satanic that will take down Sandman. They'll maybe even take down the Ursa as well. Ursa going to be going down to 30, 100 HP. And Ryze is going to go look for the 1v1 here with Scourge. And they will get themselves the Echo Stab connecting onto all of them. But they need to win this fight. They got the buyback coming out for the Troll. Jubei coming up with the overgrowth as well. And now Phoenix going to be falling. The next one, Soul on the sides of the fight. Ursa falls. Scourge backed up is down. He will come with the buyback as well. They need to win this one in the end. This is so tight on both ends. Who's going to take it in the end? Sadman going into the front. Jubei's going to be right there. Sun coming out as well. The chains onto 2. He's got the Cursed Crown right on top of him. The Mortimer's Kisses doing a lot of work and doing a lot of damage, taking down Monster. He's going to be out for the count. Willow going to be going for the buyback as well. Rises onto the high ground. Sadman coming up with another chains, but not going to be able to take down the Troll. And the Cut going to get to go for the push again. They got themselves an Ursa very deep in, but the Yule's going to be connected there. And the Cursed Crown will follow. Right now, just the Marcy pushing down that tier 3 tower with the Unleash. They don't have a lot of tools.
So many buybacks. What a chaos, man. What a chaotic fight. Insane.
And still, it keeps on going. Troll is in trouble. The dieback is looming in the air. Marcy going to get bashed up once again. Ryze still has ulti available. The Stunning Star connecting Abyssals there as well. The Fear and the ulti comes out. They're going to take down one, maybe even Jubei, but the Yules comes into the air. Scourge going to take the fight to Black Soul. Black Soul, he has his own sword crafter, but it's not going to be enough. And now Ryze is still running around. Going to get hit by the Gleipnir as well. Fighting against Scourge, but Scourge is too much. And the ulti, the Satanic comes out. He's going to heal back up. Can he take the Ursa? That's a dieback. They will take him down. Rises will take down Scourge, McDuck, and Alpha. They're not out of the game yet. The Cuts, they cannot quite close it out. Sodman, he's still got himself a chance to fight back, but he's going to get stunned up. Sunray connecting as well. Rises. He does not have a Blink Dagger, so he's not able to get close enough to the Ember Spirit. And only now, the Cut. Okay, they're still not out. They're still coming back into the base. Alpha, they got to hold these racks for some reason. They've still got the chance. At least it's not going to be mega creeps. They got the cookie, saving the Ember Spirit. Another Icarus dive coming in from Empyrean as he's trying to slow down the Marcy. The chains are there. The roots are coming out as well. They do miss the axes on the Rises, and another Gleipnir to connect onto the Troll, and some burning damage is coming out. And the Sun onto the Snapfire actually got stuck on the low ground. Rises going in. 5 seconds for another ulti. He can go. He can just go for it. No BKB. Doesn't matter. Going to get Yules up into the air by B-God and the rest of Alpha. Hey, look at the mini-map. It's a big piggy train. They're on the gang squad. They want to find kills right now. Roshan spawns literally at this second. Rises, he sees it. He's gonna seize the moment. He's gonna charge into the pit, go for the eggs, go for the ages.
Absolutely perfect timing for Roshan to spawn.
Holy shit, I'm just saying.
Yeah, they might just win the game off of this. Like, they're literally going into the pit. No one has a buyback, remember. Now they're gonna have 2 lives on their heroes. They're gonna have Aegis and Cheese. If you give a refresher shard, if you give the refresher shard to Troll, he's gonna have that as well. So he's gonna have 2 ultis.
Where does the replay start?
Yeah, it starts pretty damn late. It's been a really damn long fight. Like, crazy. Yeah.
That says everything. 3 words, all you need to say.
That was insane. Good on Alpha that they managed to hold. Like, that looked really scary for them in the end. And just that end fight, if Troll has a blink there, he cleans up, right? Like, he's able to jump on the Ember very easily with the Abyssal. But yeah, he just has no mobility at this point. Yeah, the game just became super crazy. 20k advantage that the Cut had is now only 9k. And shit, they have to wait out this Aegis somehow.
Yep. There's so many, like, there's a ton of small detail happening in these fights that I just can't keep up with everything, but I can see the control is being pretty well timed, and you got these small turnarounds, like the Troll getting his Satanic off just before dying, still has his fervor stacks on the target he wants to hit, and it just happens to be the Ursa. It just couldn't be better. You've got all the attack speed you need, Satanic to get yourselves the lifesteal up, you're getting bashed in between, doesn't matter, they're still brawling all the way to the end. and all the backup from the sides, like so much control, and the fights keep dragging and dragging and dragging. You got these reinitiations, you got exits, and oh, we're gonna go back in again. Like,
it's just very hard. Like this is a sort of a game when you're playing, it's very hard to count. Like usually when you're playing any sort of a reactionary support, or a carry, doesn't matter. It's you know when you're supposed to pop your spells and your items, like your BKBs and whatnot. This game isn't easy because it's hard to count some of these things. Like there's Troll with Satanic and his ulti. There's Ursa just jumping, using his enrage from the Earthshock, right? Not Earthshock, yeah, Earthshock, from the jump itself.
Yeah.
Not even popping his ulti, so you can't really tell the difference at times. It's like very annoying to play against.
oh, haste rune on Troll. You love to see it. The cut. Sprinting around the map. They're split pushing the top lane. Trying to make sure that they can defend while Alpha finally... It's been a while since we've seen them on this side of the map.
It is. They're in complete control at the moment. Like, the cut can easily lose this game. Remember, no buybacks on them. Like, you have a buyback on Snap and a buyback on Mars, and that's pretty much it.
Not to even talk about this. Troll Warlord is level 28. Once he gets Battle Trance, strong dispels. Oh boy. Like, you need to have that magic immunity for the dispel with the Aghanim's now brought up from Roshan. Probably the reason why he also picked up that that talent is because he got the Aghanim's from the Roche pit.
Shaker as well, getting closer to 25. Just chaotic fights. One thing that Alpha isn't doing at the moment, they're not forcing the matter. I'm surprised. Like, this Troll has an Aegis for a minute 30 more. You had a huge advantage with the Aegis, with the cheese on Mars, and you just decided to chill and farm, which is fine. Like, remember, one of the biggest issues that Troll had was he couldn't initiate. Now he actually has a Swift Blink. He's finalizing it just as we speak, so that's gonna be massive. Like, suddenly you get another way of initiating and completely locking down someone like an Ember.
Let's see what they can score here. Sadman in the mid lane, pretty deep out of the base. If Mars just gets a good opening, just blink, spear the Ember, but you gotta be pixel perfect and you gotta have the timing for it. I'm pretty sure his BKB, whatever he's got it bound to, his mouse, his keyboard, his fingers shaking, might accidentally just pop it.
30 seconds for the Aegis and it will be reclaimed. Like, that's the biggest thing. That's literally what the cut is waiting for. They're super happy to just chill out on the high ground, wait for this Aegis to be completed, and then they can play the game again. Like, look at how disciplined they are. They're not even like sending some Ember on the sideline to push in the waves or anything like that. No. Just chill on the high ground, everyone. That's it. As I say that, Ember did leave high ground, but for a slight bit, that's it. He just stepped down the stairs, moved back up.
1.5 lanes of racks claimed on the side of Alpha's map. That top lane is constantly pushing in. All these seconds, the cut, they also know someone's going to have to defend that. And scans on point. Back to base.
Yeah, their
they
map
were on the low ground for a second, but they're like, yeah, nah.
Their map is really dark. What they would like to do
Tier
is
4's in peril.
the moment the top
Double catapults.
The moment someone goes back to defend this is when you smoke from the cut, and you can go out of your base, maybe ward it up a little bit, ward up the map, de-ward what they did. Yeah, you see, this is it. This is the play.
That tower took almost half of his HP. That was one double catapult wave that just pushed in. They're coming straight down the mid lane.
It's on Alpha now to be like compact and to hug each other and create this buffer zone around the high ground.
Buffer zone, I love that. It's pretty much what you just need.
Yeah, you have a Mars, right? Like, you have good Shaker as well. You have good heroes to do that with. The only problem with how they're playing on Alpha And the biggest issue that they had with that top lane being pushed in is they just lost all their vision, right? And it's all because... So how do you solve this? It's not... Like if you talk to any tier 1 team that's kind of major attending or to any coach, like you need to creep skip this top lane. Like you cannot just control their triangle. Like you needed this top lane creep skipped constantly because that way you would actually keep them in their base. Because of this fact that you had to go back and defend, you just lost all map control that you had, at least on the enemy side, right? So the game is kind of all, again, even, and it even gives the cut this ability to just smoke up and maybe make a play of their own.
And again, even more creeps pushing into the base and the cut. Is this the jugular move? Smoked up in the river.
They are moving high ground though, this is dangerous.
They have full buybacks available as well. The courier going to be scouting out a little bit of information, and Mars is moving back and forth. They know where the Ember Spirit lies. Smoke will be popped, and here comes Ursa. Ursa's going to get surprised by the Trickster Cloak. He did not expect that to happen. He's down. 100 seconds gone on this Ursa, and they will stack on top of the Snapfire, get the double kill. The moment you see that situation, I could literally believe, as you put yourself in the perspective of Scourge McDuck, my smoke popped. I'm pretty sure I see somewhere where he is, but there's a Trickster Cloak. There's a bloody Trickster Cloak on the Mars, and he surprises them all. Sama gets that jump on up to the Troll Warlord, and they also got the Mars in the fight. They're going to pop the Refresher. Another BKB will be used. Troll going to have to fight for his life, but the heals are there. The heals are enough. They are sufficient.
They really need to
fend
run
off the cut.
Yeah. That was a bit of a mistake there from Marcy. He didn't want to pop the BKB when he jumped the Troll. And because of that, he just got instantly uled up by, I believe, the Phoenix. So, yeah, they had a decent idea to kill off Rises who won't suspect that to happen. But it didn't work out. Also, when they were pushing that high ground on the triangle, the cut, when they were smoked up, for some reason, Treant was leading the charge. I don't know if that's like necessarily the best idea. He has absolutely no way of catching easily. Like overgrowth is very slow. So the first target that goes in,
it is, I guess it's like because it is alpha, right? Because they see one hero, they feel like they're drawn into it, so he can force overgrowth and pop those early BKBs. I guess that's the mindset that he has right now, that they're just gonna walk in. But you are right. It is very untraditional to see the Treant Protector that far deep in.
If he's invis, then you can argue that it's good. Besides that, he shouldn't be in front. It's Ember. Like, he has a Hex. Ember needs to be in front. Like, he needs to be the one initiating. Marcy maybe with Blink Abyssal, but besides that, Treant should never be that guy.
Alpha holding on to the Roshan position, and here we go. The big neutral items are going to be kicking in. Pirate Hats, already a pretty important pickup. You're going to get that extra bounty into your team. And the attack speed buff, very, very nice to have. Is Marcy taking it?
I think Marcy should take it, right? Like, I believe you give it to Marcy.
Make a lot of sense. Still holding on to the Ogre Still Totem. Scan does connect.
I love the Joker instantly. As he got the Pirate Hat, he goes for the Aghanims.
Rise has just found a Giant's Ring. Empyrean. Okay, Jubei. He's got the Flicker.
Ember is going in.
Fourth a little bit on Ember. Actually going in. BKB has been forced out. Willow. Aeon Disc will pop.
Has to be careful.
Necro creeps. Pesky Necro creeps. Monster gets that spear again, but the Arena, it's a bit too late. Overgrowth coming out as well, but on the back line, they've got themselves a gank squad taking down Empyrean. The fight spreading into two separate parts now. Rises, catches the Ursa. Can they get the Ursa down this time? It's going to be a much more difficult fight. He's going to get hexed up as well. They got Black Soul jumping onto the back line, trying to get themselves the Scourge McDuck and Ursa, but it's not going to happen this time. He will come into the buyback, get back into the fight. Joker coming in as well. Jubei will be rejoining
Ursa,
this battle too. And
Scourge.
they will spot the Ursa on the side. He is cleared out. They found the bigger target. 3 buybacks used on the side of Alpha. Only 1 on the cut. Marcy getting caught. You do not see a buyback come out from this Ursa. I don't think he has anything to jump to. Jubei is trying to take the outpost so he could join the fight again. But Alpha, they were already taking down B-God. Maybe they can get out. Ember gonna get caught as well. Troll, Earthshaker surrounding Sandman.
Insane. Their mid Braxes though are falling, almost have fallen. Insane.
Soul just in rescue, just in time.
Yeah, insane fight once again. I don't even know how Ursay managed to survive that first onslaught, but somehow he did. Then he gets caught in the trees. That's probably their biggest issue at the moment. Like, Ursay is dying way too damn fast, and Roche obviously respawns once again straight into the pit. This one has everything. I don't even know which Roche this is, like 6.
This is the 5th one, yeah. This is the 5th Roshan. We've seen a plenty in Alpha, yep. We talked about it, the pregame series. They need to start scoring wins if they want to keep themselves in Division 2. And they're definitely showing some fighting spirit. Look at the size of that troll. I mean, always when you see Giant String, of course you get surprised, but damn, that's a big guy with axes.
Crazy. They managed to this kill on Ember as well. Like, they have everything they need. They just needed, really what they needed the most is a way to jump with the troll. Mwah, perfect.
Mwah, indeed. Chef's kiss. Well, 4 buybacks up on the cut. Only one missing is Jubei. You have 2 remaining on Alpha. Alpha really can't afford to step and make a mistake. That is the big difference maker right now, that their buybacks are on the troll, the Mars. And if their supports die, the cut could abuse that fact. They can kill the supports, they could probably just disengage. Look for another fight. Rises, trying to equalize the situation. 1 lane of Rax.
That's a big troll. Not only big in stature, but his items. Like, he's got everything he needs.
2 melee Rax fallen. Stygian Desolator as well.
Who do they give that to? Like, who gets the Stygi?
I don't know, but this Willow, holy damn. This Willow is scary. Willow's got Ags, and Willow also has the Pirate Hat.
Yes, exactly. Like, a ton of attack speed.
Ton of damage, yeah.
The moment he got the Pirate Hat, he queued up the Aghanims.
Yeah. Smart call. Okay, the cut. They're on the hunt for supports. That's the one that they need. Either they force out the buybacks from the cores, or they kill the supports. If you're happy with the Rises, he goes into the melee. He's going to get hacked up as well. Monster just get the spear in the arena. They're going to get the Dream Protector. Aeondis will pop. Then they got the Marcy. Marcy caught in the front line. Echo's not coming out as well, but not going to be doing a lot. Scourge McDuck in the fight, but Marcy's still dropping. Marcy's going to go down. Scourge McDuck taking the fight towards the Monster. Monster right now with that Mars battling it out. Jubei, very low on HP. Overgrowth is there. They caught the Willow. Willow going to be sent into the air as well. Sadman is going to get stunned up for the second. That is the Yules. Joker's going to be falling. Echo's number 2. They're going to be looking for the Ursa. Can they take down Ursa? They're so close to getting him, but right now it's just a snap to fall. Where even is the Ursa? He's coming back in. No, he's gonna fall. They will get the Shaker, but Sandman still in the front, still has a BKB. Hexes up the troll. He needs to get out. Gonna get stunned for the Fissure. Another catch from Black Soul. Another Remnant jump away, and he's got the mobility. The Shaker can't catch him. An Italiano Gangstar, he also needs to get out. This Shaker is relentless. But he will be able to get out.
Yeah. One really big thing for the cut after all is said and done is that the lanes aren't pushed in. So because of that, they are a little bit safe. At least their throne will not fall. Ursa will probably not be forced to buy back. Also, Dark Willow and Phoenix are dead. So I think we're going to stick around for a little while longer. Let's see. Rises, he might argue with that. He might go in. These fights are just so difficult for the cut at this point. Mars actually caught 3 at the beginning. 3 heroes. With the arena. Marcy pops the BKB to get out to find the Shaker, but Rises just jumps on top of her Abyssal Sir and keeps her stun locked forever. He's going in,
Rises. Rises knows one more lane would basically just mean an easy mega creep situation. The range Rax is still up, but if you can get the melee out of the way, this game gets a whole lot easier. They're going to the buybacks from the cut. That's exactly what they wanted, but the stuns are going to be connecting onto the Mars. Mars trying to make a run for it, trying to get out of there. Scourge McDuck also diving into the back line. They will still continue chasing onto the Mars, and Mars, he's going to be left all by himself.
He does have buyback, though. Like,
if you're Radiant, buyback.
Yeah, if you're Radiant and you're forced to lose a hero, this is a win. You forced buybacks, and the Mars has a buyback anyway, so completely fine with that. Crazy damn game. Like, this is probably the closest that we've had so far in Division 2.
It definitely is, and it's
Shaker,
a
hey Shaker, there's a
46.
gem. You just walk by a gem, Shaker. Never mind, Shaker doesn't care.
Doesn't care anymore.
The
This is
courier
a-
will pick it up. The couriers are flying. Let's see, the battle of the couriers. Who gets there fast? Oh, one is just going to the...
Treant gets it.
Yeah, the other one was just going to the outpost. Never mind. To the shop that
Just flew past and didn't care. But yeah, so far this has been this was a 21k lead for the cut. But numbers, net worth doesn't really matter at this point. Jube with the vision, they see a lot. Joker gonna get the Shadow Realm off just in time,
Oh,
but
the
the Ember jumped
fissure.
into a stun. BKB will be used. Root is coming out. Hex as well. A Scourge McDuck, he's committing. He knows that he's on a buyback right now. He cannot afford to die. Pops his refresher, gonna be able to get that next Machino. Get another BKB starts for himself with the spears. The refreshers, so many being used as well. Still trying to extend the fight. At least Rise is coming in. The big troll coming into the battle. He's not gonna get trolled this time. Jube, however, is gonna get burnt, and Sadman will get stunned by the egg. He also has buyback, so it's not over yet. The cut's gonna be disengaging, going all the way back to base.
They're insane. Like, the cut is... I respect them. This is really respectful. Like, the fact that they just go on the high ground like that with the smoke, they put the ward down, they instantly go in. The problem is, like, they're focusing this Mars and they're not killing him. He's taking way too much time. He pops the arena, controls them. After that, like, even if you kill him, so what? Like, who cares? You killed this Mars. Yeah, he doesn't have a buyback, sure, but all of you will die by the time you get him down. He's way too tanky. Like, look at this beast of a Mars. Like, and the biggest issue is, like, if you don't kill him, he has the Stygian level 2. Like, he hurts. Like, God's Rebuke
does.
actually damages quite a lot.
He does, and I was looking at the damage dealt graphs as well. The Embers, I think the Ember's already close to 100,000 damage dealt this game. I think it was like 91k or something, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough because Alpha is inside your base, one range racks away from getting mega creeps, and they will look towards it.
You're not defending if you're the cut. You have 2 buybacks, but you're gonna have to pump them anyway, most likely. Let's see. Maybe
Ursa has no second chance.
you can
Rises is really pushing them deep here. The Glyph will be forced out. There's a DD rune. They can find it.
The glyph is used and they don't have to buy back. So if you're the cut, now it's a bit more difficult to push out, right? Like, you're playing into megas. It's more difficult to take a good fight with the smoke because megas will be pushing in constantly. And you
Four
are
and a
versus a
half
troll.
minutes. 4.5 minutes for 2 buybacks on the side of the cut. One of them being the Ursa. Alpha, look at the positioning here. He might catch Jube off guard. He's got to be fast with his fingers. Oh, he gets caught, but the Stormcrafter cancels his blink of the jump in. Freeman Fissure. They're going to look for the battle here. They've got Rises in the middle. Jube is going to be falling. They might just lose the troll. Troll solo. He's got
ulti.
Satanic out of BKB. He's going to get stunned, but he gets the Lamb. He gets the Lamb. They take down the Ursa. They will take down Sandman as well. The cut, they cannot fight back anymore. They're running around of heroes. Maybe the Ember can still stall them. Rises down. Rises buys back. Willow in the front. Jube, he really doesn't have much business in this game anymore in this Treant Protector. He's used his overgrowth, 10 seconds for refresher. But Alpha, they're marching into the base. Force out the Aeon Disc from the Treant Protector. He ain't going anywhere. He is stuck. And here comes Rises with that buyback to secure the kill, secure the tier 4s. Satma still giving one last fight, trying to jump around with the remnants. He's got one more remaining. Tries to keep them at bay and trying his best. But he will eventually get caught here with the stuns. And Alpha, they will take game 1,
Jeez.
71 minutes in.
Oh, that was insane. Dude.
What a game.
What a game. Like, the caps lock GG right there. That's uppercase GG from both of these teams. 71 minutes in. Whew. Like, at some point,
Wow.
you know, when the tier 5 items come out and when you have so many stuns, so many spells to follow, it just becomes chaos for all of these players as well. They're the same. Like, and the way Alpha played this last fight was on point. They waited around the cliff. They fissured just as the initiation was coming. Then the Phoenix eggs on top of the cliff, so you can't hurt the egg. You can't do anything about it. Like, really, really nicely done by Alpha. Like, I'm impressed. I expected them to lose this game after the lane performance. Like, I expected this to be a 30-minute slap, and that's it from the cut. But it really wasn't. The cut, they kind of lost themselves in this mid game. They didn't really execute with their heroes properly. They overextended a couple of times. They got punished heavily for it. And they never really stopped Rises. Like, he was farming quite a lot. He was the one shining star on the side of Alpha in that early game. And he shone until the end. Is that the word?
These team
Shone?
fights,
Shine?
these were
Maybe it is.
Yes, yeah. Shine or outshine. They absolutely outshined the cut, at least on the side of Alpha. I mean, you said it yourself at one stage of the game that Alpha seems to be getting better and better with their engagements in this game. Like in a game, we're not talking about like the one particular series, and then this next series you might be looking a bit better, but they improved during the game so much that they were able to hold on to it, despite the items from the cut. That was also something we touched upon, that there's so many more answers coming in for the cut to answer against Alpha. You've got extra control. You have ways of holding this troll in place that he doesn't even actually get to hit anyone. But then the rest of the team rises to the occasion. They also find tools, the Yules on the supports, Monster playing a monster of a game with this Mars in the end and just being another damage dealer you got to worry about.
Honestly, T-Panda, I can't even remember half of the beginning of this game. Like,
me neither.
The first half, I can't even remember it anymore. I know that the Shaker got a really good lane. Like, he had triple the CS of Ember, and then he fed a couple of times and Ember just took over. I know that happened. I know that Rises was dying a little bit on top lane, right? Like, and then for me, there's a blur, and this late game just begins in which there's just like fights left, right, and center. The troll is somehow living.
Yeah.
Where did it all turn? Do you know where it turned? I remember now. When they pushed high ground on top lane, and they got like, they defended well on the side of Alpha, and Alpha just took ages. Like, Roshan respawned.
Yeah, that was the
for
big
them.
turnaround, right?
Yeah,
They had the fight in the bottom half jungle, which slowly transitioned into a top lane push where you're losing buildings, but also taking fights and engagements at the same time and chasing heroes into a literal lucky Roshan spawn. For them, it is lucky because they don't know the time. We do, but for them, it was literally spawning. Rises was about to walk out of the Roche pit. He sees Roche, hey, he's home. I'm actually going to go for it. That was really the big turning point of this game, and this game had a lot of events. I agree with you. I don't remember half of the stuff that happened. My tongue's been twisted so many times this game, but I'm happy it did happen because this was one hell of a game, honestly. The comeback, the battle, the perseverance from the side of Alpha. Of course, the cut, trying to find answers from a game they were already winning to a point where they might drop it. They still got a chance, and then they end up losing it in the end after all. This game had a bit of everything.
It had...
It's game one.
It's the perfect Dota game, right? Like, it's not perfect, and it shouldn't be perfect, but it is the perfect game because it's not perfect. That's the conundrum.
Exactly.
Yeah, I loved it. I really did. Like, I hope that we get half as good of game 2 and maybe game 3 even.
I feel like we're not going to get that, but I always hope. I always hope that even the second game is going to be just as exciting as the previous one that ends up being such a hype. But looking at these stats on the board, you're like, oh, everybody has a lot of deaths. This was a 71-minute game, and we're going to give the MVP over to Rises. He improved during the game from the laning stage. A couple mistakes happened here and there, but he was the man of the hour in the end. A couple super clutch ulti uses, and that is a lot said for a troll warlord. And you get a clutch ulti off and a turnaround. The satanic heals. There was... Rises earns it.
He defended the top lane with just him and Dark Willow defended it, and then they turned that into a game-changing, game-winning Roshan fight, really. Not Roshan fight, just Roshan. They went in, they took Rosh, they got the Aegis, they got Refresher for him, so he suddenly has like 2 Satanic tools to work with in the next fight. Just not the perfect performance from him, far from that, but just good enough. Just good enough to win the game and to make the game super enjoyable to watch.
Well, ladies and gents, hopefully you also enjoyed the ride for game number 1. The series is not over. We're heading over to game 2 in just a bit. But before that, we're going to take a break. It's Lizard and T-Panda with the cast. We'll see you in a bit. And if you thought that that was everything that we saw, no. We only saw and witnessed game number 1 between The Cut and Alpha. Alpha takes the win over The Cut, which is a bit of an upset. In the end, it was a long, gruesome brawl. It could have gone either way. But now game 2, I feel like, have the team spent everything they have in the tank? Or are we going to witness potentially Alpha running over The Cut? Can The Cut bounce back here with T-Panda and Lizard? We have a draft ready. Let's dive straight in to see what kind of heroes we're going to be witnessing this game, Lizard. What are your thoughts from last game? It was pretty crazy, huh?
I just want to leave the last game behind. Forget about it. If you're Alpha, you probably are feeling pretty damn good, but exhausted after that game 1. Meanwhile, if you're The Cut, you feel angry because that was your game to lose. You were 20k ahead and you still managed to lose it. Like that stinks. That stinks. Like The Cut, I believe in the last series when they lost the game, they lost the series as well afterwards because they just lose themselves a little bit. They got tilted or something. It didn't look that great the last time they lost the game. This time around, they might get a chance to pick a Skyrat. There's the Techies ban.
Still waiting for the Sky.
Sky is left in the pool. It was banned out last match, so maybe they can take it this time around. Alpha just go with the Undying. That's the solid pickup, right? It's the good old reliable.
Radiant team.
You can see Joker's face, like he's not that happy.
Dire team pick.
There we go. The Sky.
Why do you think Joker's not happy?
I don't know. He didn't look that happy.
I saw a small smirk.
Did he look that happy to you? Like,
I mean, is that happy?
I guess there was a smirk. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
10 seconds.
But yeah, SMD is pissed. He knows that we got to get this game in the bag, boys. Let's get ourselves a draft that we're going to feel super comfortable with. And we can just run over Alpha. But Alpha are going to take a different route. They're going to shift their draft a little bit. We got an Undying DK first phase. First of all, I'm not a fan of seeing DK first phase. Mainly the reason because like there's a lot of matchups he does not enjoy being in the game with, and currently, your DK idea mainly is behind. We got a blink stun. Like that's the main idea of the hero. He also does scale very well into the game, but there are a lot of phases where DK just feels like, is this a hit or a miss game? Most of the time, it feels like it's a bit of a miss game.
Okay, like I can see your point, but it's a good DK into the Ember. Like the lane is strong, you're not gonna lose it. You're already kind of countering that. Not necessarily countering, but you're giving yourself a good lane. The stun is good later on to set things up versus the Ember. You're a natural BKB or Manta builder versus the Sky. Overall, I don't mind it. I think it's just a solid pickup. Like Dragonite isn't always gonna win you games, but he can even do that if you put him on the safe lane with the Manta Aghanim build. So overall, I don't know. I'm a DK enjoyer. Sometimes in like Division 2 teams, they play him on the offlane. In Division 1 as well, they play him offlane, and then he goes for Meteor Hammer, just takes down towers even faster. Like you can do that, but then you have to play the tempo. Like if you fall behind with the Meteor Hammer, DK just feels bad. Like you're not doing anything on the map.
Radiant team ban.
Also, kind of trying to look around of who's actually going to play this DK, because I don't see
anyone can play a DK. T-Panda, you
anyone
don't have to.
Yeah, technically,
you
yeah.
don't have
but
to.
It's like
You don't
I'm just
have
trying to isolate who actually plays it, because anyone can play it for sure.
It's just a hero that every Dota 2 player plays. Have you played the intro to Dota, like the guide? Like even in the guide you play Dragonite. So there you go. Like if you played the.
Depends when you started Dota, because a lot of people haven't actually played that who started Dota before it came out.
Well,
So
I
maybe
started
newer
before.
players.
I started before. I still played it. It was fun. I want to see what Gaben giveth, and Gaben taketh. Like he gave us the guide and he took it away.
Currently, it is looking like it is going to be an offlane DK. Black Soul, he's got 3 games. He's won 1. But he did actually play it yesterday, if I'm looking at that correct. Let me see. So yeah, they did play it against Tilted Boys. They lost that game. They also played the DK versus the Oversight. I will say that is a mid DK in that case.
Most likely.
DK versus Ember makes sense.
Yeah, that's why they picked it. It's just a solid pickup into the Ember. Like it wins the lane. And
All right, I'll forget my my grudge for the DK just for you, Lizard.
thank you. And you have a setup with the Hoodwink now as well. Like
Now you
you
do,
get the stun into
That I
Sharpshooter.
like.
They pick up the Lycan. I do like where they're going. Like a lot of tempo coming from Alpha, and they banned out. Like the Naga is banned out, the Slark is banned. Oh no, Alpha.
Duck with the bristle.
Yep. Like now the Lycan doesn't feel that great. You have a hero to defend the towers against him. There is Sharpshooter. Like you get the break into the bristle at least, right?
That is true.
That's
true.
solid.
And you still have the DK. Like Bristleback is actually a good target to focus on since you have Dragon Tail and Sharpshooter. So it does kind of add up.
Yeah, now I'm thinking like what carry can they pick up that actually can dominate the Bristleback? What can they get? Is this Bristle? It's a carry Bristleback, I suppose.
It's
right?
it's Scourge McDuck Bristle, yeah.
Yeah, no one is crazy enough to play it on the offlane.
That's his most played carry hero, so yeah.
Yeah, so you can do the OG TI-8 2018 style. Get
the future.
Yeah, just destroy his mana, or you can grab one of those heroes that doesn't really care about
10 seconds
doesn't really care about tankiness like an Ursa. Eventually, you just leave through him, but then again, the bristles still hurt if you're a bear and you're mauling. You're gonna have those bristles all in your paws. That doesn't sound great. Maybe, yeah, the Drow is maybe a better way to go
Drow,
about it.
I still kind of like the... Okay, never mind. Slark's actually out, but
Drow,
the
Sniper,
Faceless
SF,
Void.
yeah, Faceless okay. There are heroes that can turn him, right? Faceless
Time
Void-
Dilation hurts the hero, and then the Chrono.
Yeah, that's a pretty good call. Like Void would be. You don't. What do you have?
You just don't have a lot to throw in the Chrono, so you're relying a lot. But the Time Dilation, at least outside of Chrono, does help.
Yeah, you got Dragonite in Dragon form to hit in the Chrono. You have Sharpshooter to help out a little bit in the Chronosphere, but besides that, it's not that great. You'd have 3 heroes with pretty long cooldowns on their ultis as well. But I guess you're gonna have that no matter what. I don't know. Maybe keep the range. Maybe get the sniper. I know you're playing into Clock and Ember, but it doesn't look like they want a monkey. It doesn't look like they want an Ursa. They just bent out an Underlord, right? Like they're basically protecting the Lycan as hard as possible.
What about Viper?
Yeah, you can get that. Sure. I like your ideas tonight, Panda. I like them a lot. Like the Viper as well with the break would be solid. And you already have like these 2 cores, Lycan and the DK. Another approach is like full tempo. Go Ursa, take Rush early on, just finish the game before Bristleback is even a problem.
Rises will not get his best heroes, at least, out into the field. And looking at the heroes that he does play, or has played.
Give him the troll
recently.
again and just forget about it, you know.
Yeah, could also just be.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, let's do it.
I
No,
swear.
what the heck?
I swear I knew that this is gonna happen because like they just won a game with it, right? Like they're feeling good about the troll. They won with it, and you can itemize perhaps a bit differently, but you don't have to. If you feel solid with a hero, you just pop that ulti, you go on the Bristleback. You don't care about the bristles. Okay, can the cut actually counter this now? They have. What can they pick on the offlane that actually destroys troll? I feel like there is something.
What is the break duration on Sharpshooter?
It's pretty long, I feel like.
It's like 5 seconds, 4 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. It's pretty damn long. It's not a short duration.
So with troll, it's viable then, yeah. If it's like 3 seconds, it feels bad to get fervor stacks up, and then it's like, okay, he's back to full action.
Like troll, what does he hate? Like on the offlane, some ranged cores are usually a problem. Range offlaners, but there's like Nature's Prophet, DP is already banned out.
right now,
Mars would be solid, but he's out as well. What do you feel like? Your ideas have been much better tonight. Tell me.
I mean, they banned out the Enigma, which is what I was thinking. Like, the lane matchup's not fun versus the Troll, but it would work.
I just hate
Italiano Gangstar. Like, I don't really know the hero pool that he likes to play.
Primal Beast. Like, that's something. Give him the
does-
Primal.
Or
Or you
play
can
the
go...
LC, but I don't like the LC here.
It's terrible into Troll, like in the lane. You can get like a... Tide, but that's also not that great. But it's good
Timbersaw?
versus Lycan.
He also kind of sucks versus the Troll.
Timber?
Timber,
Maybe.
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's an option. They're really burning their time. They're struggling to find the right pick.
Choose your
Oh
hero.
damn! They found it. I mean, the hero. Look, Axe is a dead man. Like, he hasn't been around. He's been forsaken. He's been banished from the town. But Italiano Gangstar and Axe, I don't know. He brings some swag. I feel like it might work. And if it does work, this is an amazing Axe game. Like, you get a hero that can catch Lycan, defend the towers against him. Like, Lycan is never really that safe in the wolf form. And you get a hero that can, well, just kill the troll. He doesn't care about his ulti. So
That is one.
he can cull him down. It's okay. It's a nice idea that they have. The only question is Axe viable enough for the hero to work?
There is one way where you do, and that is with the Skywrath Mage. So again, like the DK has Dragon Tail, where you can get the Sharpshooter in, lock down into damage. You have Axe Call into Mystic Flare, which also is locked down into damage, and then you can get the Cull onto the Troll. So Rises probably is not going to have as free of a game as last game, where he like escaped with less than 5% HP. That's just not going to happen versus Axe. You're just going to get, well, he doesn't seem to have an axe. He's got his fists, so he's going to smash him down into the ground. But which draft do you prefer more? You got your spicy side with the cut, bristlebacks, and axes in the same draft, but what about Alpha?
I like what Alpha have got as well. Like, their draft is pretty solid. Like, it's well-rounded. They got everything that they need. I'm a big Lycan enjoyer on that offlane. I don't believe in Axe. I think the hero isn't nearly as strong as Lycan, but it's a really good Axe game. So, yeah, it might work. I don't know. The drafts are kind of similar. It's all about the execution and how much the Axe gets. Like, that's the go-to hero to watch, because he can be really punished in the lane.
He can. Axe gameplay is sometimes also very fun to watch, where like how he dominates in the laning stage. If he does, if he has difficulties, how does he bounce back? Will he bounce back? Because you need to. Like, this hero relies on the fact that you gotta deliver. Like, Axe cannot just be this offlane that, you know, boys, I have no impact this game. Some of those offlaners can end up being in that position where it's like, I can't really help you guys out. I picked up this greedy offlaner and it's not working. And Axe, well, he's got ways of turning things around, but he also needs to make this hero work. And usually it just comes out of the first item you pick up, and it is the Blink Dagger. Like, that's one simple idea. Even if that's the only item you have in 60 minutes, you're still providing for the team. But the more you get, he's still got infinite scaling with the Culling Blade, getting extra armor per kill. That will reduce the damage Troll does, the DK does, the Lycan does. It's always nice to have.
Easy deboard.
See if that leads into something else. Joker, Bushwhack, just for a bit of poke.
The battle begins.
And quad bounties happening. Nope, B-God steals one, and Scourge actually gets before Joker. So 2-2.
B-God actually saved them. Because you know what happens? If you do take 4 bounties, you're lost.
Yep,
It's
we
just-
know the story.
Just karma. That's how it works.
Karma strikes indeed. Alpha, they're one game up ahead in this series. And just one more win, they could call quits for the series, you know? They're done at that point. You don't need to struggle against the cut. You don't have to play against them this season unless you're in a tiebreaker situation. You don't have to worry about this team at all. It would be a pretty huge upset if they're able to beat the cut 2 maps in a row and get their first win on the board.
Yeah, like if I was a betting man, if I thought about what team I'm going for, what team I think is stronger. I definitely think that Cut are stronger from the games that I watched so far.
Yeah.
Even from the first game, they lost it. They still looked like a stronger team. You know, it sometimes is that way. But
Dire's courier.
like, let's see how good and how well they can handle losses, because that's a big issue sometimes as well for teams, especially if you lose the games that you're supposed to win. Those kind of games can really morally degrade you. So perhaps that's something that Alpha can abuse.
That is some very fancy vocabulary there, Lizard. I like it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm blushing right now. Any compliments given by you, I don't know, it makes me feel
Why, sir, you are
all
worth
warm
all
and
the
fuzzy
compliments.
inside. All warm and fuzzy inside right now.
It is a very strange feeling for even us Nordics and some with Slavic backgrounds. So,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be, finding a good, nice soft spot between warm and cold, because we know we love both of that. We don't want to be
I'm
stale in
sure
the
you
middle.
do, T-Panda. I'm sure you do, but we're here to talk about Dota, man. What's happening
Sure.
on these lanes? Tell me.
So, what we're looking at is, actually, I think I'm more interested in this bristleback carry. Like the hero that, he was played as a carry a couple years ago, right?
Yep.
This goes some time backwards when he was the meta. But Scourge McDuck, I think the meta has not ended for him at all. He's still sticking with it, still keeping with the hero. He's been forgotten in pubs, even. Maybe low MMR pubs, people still play Bristleback, but he's such a rare sight.
Yeah.
And the fact is that he just it doesn't have the tools that today's Dota requires. The skill set's not good enough.
Yeah, there are some players that still, sometimes win with it. Like, the Aghanims build is still pretty damn solid, right? Like, he just started dishing out so much damage.
Oh, he made a very bold call here as well. Like, Scourge McDuck, he moved this courier to their own secret shop in the top lane, got ganked, the courier died. Now he had to go to the enemy secret shop, almost ends up falling, but they do a lot of damage back.
He's level 3 already. Like, if Clockwork is around, they should be the stronger duo. Like, this isn't a lane in which Lycan should be pressuring you. I feel like you should be pressuring Lycan. And that's what you can see already on the CS. Like, 19 on the Bristle, 11 on the Lycan. So, I don't think it's that wild of an idea to just go and pick up the Bring, Who's gonna stop you?
They did get him pretty low, but that is true. They do dish out damage back a lot. And it's weird that a double melee lane is this strong.
It's just Bristle. It doesn't matter who he lanes with. As long as you give him just a little bit of assistance, like, he will win most lanes. It's just the nature of the hero. Stupid hero.
Arian will also take one of the water runes away from that mid lane. So Soul does not need a bottle refill. No bottle picked up either for this DK. I'll be happy with that. Nothing special happening. We're just waiting for levels. We're just waiting for levels and items. No first blood yet. Top lane, can they get this Undying? Axe, is he fast enough for the Undying? Okay, they're just going to suffice with some poke. He does have decay stacks.
Yeah,
Very
X,
cautious of that.
X is, he farmed enough to get his ring. Both the offlaners kind of suffering. Like, the offlaners aren't really having a blast. On top lane, not necessarily because of the carry. Even though Troll is a nuisance for Axe early on in the lane, it's mostly about the Undying. Like, he just zoned them out completely.
Yeah, Undying, he loves to play against these strength cores. It makes their lane very, very, very weak. Gangstar, he's only level 3. Troll's already halfway to level 5.
Yeah, I love this bottom lane shenanigans with the creep waves. It's like, it's such a mess. The game is such a mess. And that one single melee creep just goes and gets denied by the hard camp. The hard camp goes in, claps them, kills even more dire creeps.
It is messy.
It's very sad for the Bristle. Like, he just lost some creeps for no reason.
Rises is trying to kill Italiano Gangstar in the top lane, and Empyrean Tombstone plays down. That's a first blood. Rises does have enough damage to take him out. Not only doing great in CS, now also getting a kill on top.
Yeah, perfect start for him. Once again, the troll having a good lane, good start. How's mid lane, by the way, so far? Ember 29 CS, Dragon Knight 32. So yeah, DK doing all right. Nothing extraordinary. He's not really pressuring the Ember that much. Just a solid lane.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This is the one where you usually tie up. Oh, kill on the Undying potential here. Italiano Gangstar. Does he spin from Rises hitting him? Where are your spins, bro? Okay, there's one, there's two. There we go. They just showed up at the very last moment.
Dire's
And
structures
Undying right now is like, Rises, bro, why you kill me?
Yeah, he kind of actually
Why
is just
you
like
do
that.
this? I was fine. Just let me run with my decay and my sticks. Don't make him spin.
Spin to win. Always the sad story of how do you fight this axe if you're a melee, or at least in melee range. You're always kind of fearful of the other guys, like please don't hit him, please don't hit him. Then you're like, please don't spin, please don't spin. Axe is literally yelling spin, 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 spin. It's the only thing that's going through his mind, and his palm is like, come on, spin already. And now spin comes out, Rises will go down.
Yeah,
Spin to win once again.
Even with that Ring of Health, there's a ton of damage coming from the two of them. Like the magic
They just
amp,
got 2 kills for this offlane duo.
the magic amp as well from the Skyrat, the silence, the burn from the axe. It's a ton of damage that it's hard to sustain through. If you're not like if you're not taking off the debuff instantly when it gets on top of you, you will suffer. That's a lot of stacks. Damn. A lot of stacks, I suppose, for the Bristle, right? Even the Ember could steal them, but I think it's...
Yeah, Bristle most likely. And the fun fact is that this this Howl, if Lycan some... Actually, yeah, I saw the Howl debuff on the Ancient Cross.
Man, this Axe is living life.
Yeah, Axe is enjoying his life right now. They even put Tombstone, trying to hope that they could maybe potentially find a sneaky kill onto the Axe, but he doesn't care about the zombies. Not one small bit. Maybe now, you know, Ancient Cap, you can't have this Undying sapping your strength.
Yeah, if they had an Ember here, like if they had an Ember on their side, Alpha that is, like that's a sort of a hero who could jump in quickly, help them out, but they don't have that mobile of a mid. He is rotating in though. Are they going for a tier 1, I wonder, or Ancients? Let's see, probably a tier 1.
They were trying to look for maybe an opening onto the Axe as well, but they are invading, and Be God, dun 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 dun, into the stun, and into the graveyard.
They're making some really nice moves. Ember is pressuring mid though because of this rotation, but they instantly rotate Lycan towards mid to defend. So the rotations are perfect, because Lycan can't really do anything about Scrooge McDuck anymore on the bottom lane. He's got Vanguard.
Yeah.
To kill the Bristle now you need 3 heroes.
There goes your top tower, under 10 minutes as well. That's not the one you usually expect to see dropping. And that's fallen nevertheless. Now they're rotating towards mid. 4 heroes around the Ember Spirit. All you need is a good stun. Monster already popped Shapeshift. Jubei.
Clockwork is like, take me! Take me instead.
I sacrifice myself as tribute. Scourge McDuck, though, he already TPs into, forces away Alpha. They will just sack Jubei.
It was very funny how he just ran in there to get sacked.
Pick me, coach.
Literally. He just ran and stood there,
And
you
Axe
know?
gets to farm the Ancient stacks while all that was happening. Joker moves in. Pushback on the big creeps. Can he take him? He got one.
He got one, yeah.
Can he get a second?
Okay, so considering the Ember goes in, catches the Undying, silence
Yeah,
is there.
Marion, yeah, he's going to drop this. Nowhere he can go.
Look,
Meanwhile, bottom, Monster's being chased by Jubei and Scourge McDuck, and the Wolves are out there. Monster is going to drop.
considering they had the obs on the Ancients, and considering they killed Skyrat right next to the Ancients, I feel like popping Dragon Form and taking the stacks instead of going back mid was maybe, I mean, not maybe, that was 100% more worthy. It was riskier, but you would deny so much gold away from them.
Meanwhile, Axe, who did not have the greatest laning stage up to the point where he was killed, did find an assist, 1 kill, a quad ancient stack, a quad hard camp stack. And he's suddenly up to 3rd in net worth. He's tied up with a free farm Bristleback. They have the same amount of last hits.
He's living
How
life.
quickly he got back in.
All those stacks really playing in. Suddenly
Enjoying life. Bottom. Schwack catches Jubei. Soul is right in the middle of Bristleback. If he gets a lot of stacks from the snot, will deal a decent amount of damage, but the break is there, and the chase is also there. He's got Vanguard, though. He's going to be very tanky to fight against. Satman trying to zone him out. Got the chains onto the Undying Scourge McDuck, trying to keep the stacks up and alive, but they're surrounding the Bristle. Bristle going to get stunned up again, and Scourge McDuck, he's very low on HP, but he's not going to die. Not just quite yet. They're going to lose the dummy creep, and he gets to walk away. They will take down Monster. They will sacrifice Jubei in the process, but that's a core for a support trade-off.
It's like one hero that you really, really don't want to go on if you're alpha. They try to, because they brought a lot of heroes.
Rises? Oh, no.
You get soloed? Yeah.
He got soloed.
Blade Mail from Italiano Gangsta. Oh, that's a feels bad, man, if you rises. Especially because your team just failed to kill on the other side. Blink Dagger reveal.
Well, on the positive side, maybe they can keep farming Jubei this game.
Nope, even he survives.
Salved up, feeling good.
He might even stick around because they have a TP coming from Bristle, so he doesn't really have to run back. You can just protect him instead.
Attempting to take the tower with these pesky wolves, but not quite able to get it. Smoke coming out. Begot, Sadman moving towards the bottom lane. If Alpha stick around for too long, the cut will punish.
They just realized that they have to open up this map, specifically bottom lane. And to open it up, you need like 4 heroes. And look at this.
High ground surprise. Oh, what a Mystic Flare. Beautifully positioned, doing damage on both of these heroes. And Joker, Empyrean, both down. Doesn't require too much rocket science if you just land a good Mystic Flare.
Monster. Look at Scourge.
Oh, the minus armor. Sadman coming in as well. Keeping the Bristleback at bay for the time being, but he's still gonna dive. Scourge McDuck, he doesn't give a crap.
14 minutes in, this man is diving tier 2s. Like that's the life they're living right now. That's the game they're playing right now. He's taking their ancients as well. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Surely is. How big does he get this game? Like, is there an answer for alpha late game against this Bristleback? You've got Silver Edges and Sharpshooters for sure, but is it enough?
Maybe with the Troll. Like, maybe if Troll gets really big. Also, the Black Dragon could be annoying because you won't really move fast. You'll be... They might be able to completely ignore him. But they're far away from it.
Oh no, Monster. He's in for an ill awakening. They're not even using Mystic Flare to kill this Lycan.
No.
Meanwhile, inside the triangle, they've killed off Jubei.
Maybe they'll lose EMP. Imperio.
If they get the root now. Okay. Suddenly a whole lot better.
They needed something, right? Like the game was the game was going so poorly for them. They're just losing on every side. Only 3k ahead, but 3k ahead 15 minutes in is pretty big.
Yeah.
Lycan,
also kind of like he just killed a clockwork, right?
Yeah. Look at this welcoming committee. They are scanned out, so they're not going to be able to kill anyone. Axe and Skyrat on the bottom lane. It's such a good Skyrat game. Like, you have the Axe to work with, you have the Clockwork to work with. Ember as well isn't that bad of a setup. Like, no matter where you go on the map, you're feeling good as Sky. Like, at any given point, you can just TP, smoke up, go for a kill.
Also, I just kind of forgot about something.
What
But-
did you forget?
You think Undying is actually good against Axe, but Tombstone is actually horrible against Axe with Vanguard. Because you
just spins
soak up...
more, yeah.
It spins more, and the Vanguard soaks up the zombie damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They found themselves Empyrean without the use of Hookshot. Still have Hookshot available if they want to start pressuring down that mid lane. Right now, they're just focused more on let's get Scourge McDuck beefed up as much as possible. What's the timing? Is it just the Aghanims and then we go?
On the Bristle,
Yep.
it's good enough. Like you can get some AC afterwards as well, some bonus attack speed.
Dire's middle tower is under
But
attack.
Haganims and you're good to go. BKB perhaps if you
What
want
a
it.
find in bottom. They had an idea that monster potentially still around the trees, and he just blinked right on top of him, like 2 pixels away. Instant call, Mystic Flare.
Joker, he was under a ward, so they know exactly where he is.
Is under
Yeah.
attack.
Man, the heroes that the cut picked this time around, they're so cookie cutter, right? Like basically jump in, kill a target every single time. And Alpha, they have no saves, they have nothing that they can protect themselves with.
They're trying to get Italiano Gangstar, and they got the stun out. Decay will drop him a little bit. Tombstone placed down on the ground. You get the bushwhack. He is stunned up. Hookshot does connect, and he's blocking the sharpshooter. That's going to save Axe's life for now.
For now, maybe Clockwork dies as well. Let's
But at
see.
least they get the chance to turn around because they bought enough time. Jubei will end up dropping, but if they can get Black Soul here, it's going to be a very big kill. And Mystic Flare coming out as well. They're going to share the damage, but it's not enough. Joker's also going to die. That's going to be a very costly trade for them at this point. 3 for 2 for the cut. And top lane, Scourge McDuck being chased up by Ryzen. They use Shapeshift for this, but they can't kill him.
Guys, you're not gonna kill him. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. He has Aghanims, by the way, completed. He got the good old neutral item as well to help out with a bit of armor. Vanguard, Dragon
Very
Scale,
nice.
Aghanims. Yeah, you can go Rush probably. You can threaten Rush now. There is no Lycan form, there's no Dragonite form. Pure Radiant, like that's an option. Or you can just continue picking off. I think that's also maybe even better.
Yep. Let's see what the what is up the sleeves of the cut. Alpha. You're gonna need a lot of more items. Still building the Helm of the Overlord, and we're already at 18 minutes.
Yeah, it's not a good
good
timing.
Lycan game. And it's not a good timing at all.
And it's not like his Dragonite has way more. Dragonite 7.6k net worth, 6.3 on the Lycan. Like these two are struggling. Troll rises once again. Like another good game from the
Dire's middle tower
resident Troll. He is on top of the net worth charts. Like he is farming up, but the game just isn't as good for him. He can't wait for his
He
ulti.
isn't. Okay, Sharpshooter. They've caught the Clockwork. They're gonna delete Jubei this time. They know they can get him out of the way. They've lost Monster already. Scourge McDuck actually taking a decent amount of damage here, but not fast enough. Look how much they're dealing back. And Rises trying to take the fight. Italiano Gangstar jumps in between, interrupts the fight. Alpha, they're going to lose everyone if they don't get this Bristle back, and they don't get the Bristle. This took so long. And they all just drop and drop and drops until you're so soft, so weak. You can just be, you talked about the cookie cutter. That is literally cookies from the microwave. They're soft.
Another wipe. 7 armor
Another wipe.
harvested by Axe. Feels good for him. Like you go on the Bristle, and that's the problem. Like you would really love to be able to burst him down, but there is no chance in hell you're doing that this game. Even with the break from the sharpshooter, you just don't have the firepower to kill that guy before Axe shows up. And with the Axe showing up, everything just turns instantly. Straight into the pit. They have the DD.
Yeah, this is... I almost feel like this game is starting to feel like it's a bit over. Of course, there's still chance, but it's just sliding more and more further away. This is 2 fights in a row where Bristleback has less than 100 HP and he walks out, and then he's dealt enough damage with that thorny skin of his to just wipe everyone out. And yeah, just look at in this replay, like how much they're starting to drop. They got a lot of stacks on them. And it just keeps getting worse and worse. They're trying to reposition themselves, but look at this. Oh.
Yeah, keep in mind that he wasn't even hitting them. Like, the Aghanims obviously is good because you can just spam QW constantly. You just start mashing your keyboard, that's all you're doing. But you also get a lot of right-click damage, and he wasn't even hitting anyone because he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't want to take that risk to turn around and die. Once he starts actually right-clicking, he becomes even stronger. Another call.
He was just vibing. And that is stack number 6. 9 armor now picked up for the Axe. He's currently the highest level in the game. Sharing with the Troll. Both level 16. Even ahead of this free farm Bristleback.
Yeah, with all the kills and all the ancient stacks, not super surprising, but on top of the net worth charts too, together with the bristle. Hook shot.
And onto the hoodwink they go. Joker trying to reposition with the sharpshooter, but there's nowhere to go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Nowhere to hide.
Dire's structures.
Also, when you think about it, with all this minus armor from the Bristleback, you built up the AC potentially at some point. Axe is also building an Axe. So your Battle Hunger reduces the target armor,
Radiant's bottom
and your Berserker's Call, if you call several targets, they also get hit by Battle Hunger, and that's also -7 armor.
Goes in.
Like, look how fast even this Troll is dying. And that is not even like that is pre-Axe.
And it was just the axe and a little bit of slight, right, from the Ember, and that's it.
Yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
So we've got some massive items coming on the side of the cut in a couple minutes.
Like these two picks, I don't think Bristle is a big problem for them, but Axe is a bigger. Like, Bristle is a problem because they couldn't find a way to deal with him. Sure, you can itemize a little bit later, so to make him a bit less relevant. But the biggest issue for them is this Axe, like, because your troll will never be the good old, never killable troll from that last game.
You know, we always see like these two heroes, the two heroes that have been an issue. Let's bring up the Warlock Pudge again. That was solid stuff.
It was some good Sand King Gomez innovation right there. I'm sure other teams played it. I've seen some Warlocks in Division 1 as well. I think it was Whitemon just spamming upheaval as he's eating a banana. As he's eating a banana or something. You know, just plant that upheaval and that's it. Hands off keyboard. But Sand King Gomez combo with the Pudge was really solid.
Right now it's pretty much just a waiting fight. I don't think Alpha has a lot to give right now, but they're trying to do something around the map. You know, a bit of farm here and there. They still haven't lost racks. They still have 2 tier 2s up. They've been dodging this Aegis, which is about to expire in a minute. Don't have the tools to fight back, so they're just trying to play the map right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A lot of potential items you can build this game. I think most notoriously, the Silver Edge on one hero would be great. And DK's actually lined it up, so he wants it. Cube, no hook shot, but they're just going to go on the Undying. He's died to this combo before from D-God. He will die again.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Atos Blink Dagger.
But they are split pushing top and bottom at the same time. Keeping the creeps at bay.
They understand that they cannot fight. So what can you do? If you cannot fight, you can just creep, skip, split push constantly. You have a Lycan after all, the ultimate threat at the moment.
What is Lycan getting for 3,000 gold right now?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know what
one item is not going to solve the problem, yeah.
He's going Boots of Bearing and actually drums into AC. Okay.
AC, okay. Yeah, it's fair enough. I mean, you need an AC versus the Bristle, and he's also building an AC, so you want to counter it out. Sad man, DD Rune, TPing back home. I think he has a remnant placed. Yep, he does have a remnant around mid. Able to join back.
Like you would really like to creep skip and split push, but you're also playing into an Axe and an Ember.
Well, they are going in. They do have that ward placed down. Skywrath getting deleted. Mystic Flare comes out, but the BKB will be used as well. And it's a bit... I mean, there wasn't anybody else, actually. The change didn't quite connect. I guess Jubei could have jumped in.
Maybe I would say BKB used. It's kind of worth it for the cut. But like if you look at the gold given, you're super happy as that Dragonite. He just got like 1,000 gold from one Skyrat, position 4 kill. And they smoke up straight away once again. They still have a bit of Dragon form left remaining.
Dire's middle tower is under
We did talk about the pre-game studio of B-God and his kill averages being the highest in Division 2 of North America. Any other core player, name it, they are not number one. It is B-God who's leading the charts, and one more kill and he's already above that average. He was already up to 11. Dragon form has run out, but they have vision. They see the cut moving in. Alpha, what do? Well, they're just gonna sack the Hoodwink.
They die. Yep. Everyone just TPing away.
Dying for the greater good.
Well, someone had to. Someone had to die.
Dying for the greater good. We leave someone behind so the rest can go. But let's see if that sacrifice wasn't in vain. Or if it was.
AC fully completed on Bristleback now.
Octarine Axe too.
Yeah, Octarine Axe.
Just a casual sub 30-minute Octarine Axe, BKB, Plate Mail, Blink. Very farmed boy, Italiano Gangstar.
Who would you rather, like if you're Alpha and you get to change one hero that you're playing against, would you rather change the Axe or the Bristle?
I'd change the Axe, I think.
The Axe? Well, they want to kill him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dragon form popped.
I mean, you have answers to the Bristleback later on in the game, but I feel like the attempts that they had early on were... I just keep on reminiscing and saying, wrong target. Don't try to kill the Bristleback. It's always like you're trying to kill the Pudge right away at the start of the fight. You're trying to kill the DK. Something that is going to take forever to kill with the lineup that you have. You have sustained damage.
What can you do? He's just running at you. He's just running at you, Panda.
You gotta keep him away. Empyrean, he's getting whipped by his friend, but he's just gonna get whipped to death. Oh, maybe they can do something here. Okay, they force out the BKB from Scourge McDuck. That is his 9-second. But he also gets out with the Ogre Seal Totem.
Is that a win? 9-second BKB for position 5 and dying.
That is a great trade in my eyes.
So it's a trade? Yeah, it is. It's a solid trade as long as Roche doesn't respawn and it won't. So.
Oh, Undying's going to be up. Like his death timer is 36 seconds. So if you still have control of the outpost, as you do.
Yeah. I'd like to see in that last game.
Joker. Oh, dangerous waters. 3 enemy heroes run in front of him and he's all alone.
That last game, I believe he built Yules. Joker,
he did,
that
yeah.
is.
Both supports had Yules, yes.
Both supports. I think it's a good Yules game again for Wind Waker later on. You build that.
You can, yeah. I think it's already a good Yules game when you see Axe in the game. It's like Axe, Ursa, Troll. Like, those are good heroes to just Yules into the air. And they gotta find Jubei. Jubei actually has found Alpha, let's put it that way, because they are coming. You gotta run.
He just couldn't hold them. You know, he caught them, but he couldn't hold them in place. They didn't want to play with the poor clockwork. They run away.
Yeah, it's always a nasty situation when you gotta choose between two poisons. Like, which guy do I chase? It's like, you get mugged, someone takes your keys, and the other one takes your phone. Which one do you follow?
The one with the phone, obviously. What do I care about my... What keys, though? Are they my car keys or house keys?
House keys.
I don't care. I'll change the lock. You run after the phone guy. It depends. What kind of a phone do you have? Do you have like
Well,
some fake?
While you're sitting there wandering, they're both running away in two different directions. That was basically
Well, I would know what phone I had. I don't know what phone you have. Maybe you have some Finnish discount
wow.
iPhone. Some fake
I
iPhone.
never said which one I would prioritize. You already getting shit to my phone, whatever I have.
To be honest, Panda, I've been mugged and I've lost both the keys and the phone when I was a kid. So
I will tell you, I have also, but I only lost my phone.
Yeah.
I almost lost my scooter, which felt almost like that would have been even worse, but thankfully not. However, we're not here to talk about those storylines. We're
why not?
Tower is under attack.
because we're waiting for some action from the cut. They're TPing back home. We might potentially see a fight here. Begot gonna be jumped in first, but it's just
Joker.
the supports here. Got Joker. So hiding the tree line. They will finish off Empyrean, and Hoodwink gets out.
Actually, nice play from him. He manages to bushwhack the axe and he moves back into the trees TPs instantly after. Look at top, like he's very much alone.
He is very alone, and they've got Sharpshooter. If Joker didn't survive, this probably would not happen.
They could
Got
kill
the
him
sharpshooter
twice.
for it.
That's how far away they are, but they don't
The nearest
believe.
hero is Clockwork, and he doesn't have hook shot.
They have
do
no
they
faith.
keep on going for it? Like, they've got to get the roots. Oh, Alpha's scared. They're scared.
They're too
Okay,
scared.
that's actually a good time to back up. Ego just showed up.
Yeah, that was very. They could have. And Lycan is taking your
Question.
bottom Raxes. That's the issue.
Question: why was Bristleback that deep?
Because he feels like he's a god. That's all. Everyone went back and he's like, nah, I'm not going back. They're not gonna go on me. They go on him. They do take down the Aegis, so they prove that it can die. It can
Oh.
bleed. Joker.
Okay, it's just the Hoodwink that they're going to be catching. Yet another kill.
For their mentality, that kill was huge because now they understand, yeah, we can kill him. It only takes that no one else is around and he is not fighting us. But we can kill him.
It's just one of those games again, Lizard. Give Alpha. They've already mounted one comeback this game. Right now it is a rough situation, but given more time, it starts to become more and more possible.
Skyrat casually dying to the wolves. Needs Axe to help out. They are rotating top. Look at all the TPs.
They see Rises. Rises is very deep in the lane, and he's gonna get caught too. But the 4-step actually pushes him to safety. Jubei for a moment there, he gets the BKB off, and he starts regenerating.
Pops
There's
the
no target to
Satanic.
hit though.
Yeah, pops the
At
Satanic.
least
Starts running.
he didn't use his ult. Now they're TPing bottom. Scourge McDuck, he does not have the Aegis. Oh, the bushwhack.
Joker.
It's a little bit off the mark.
Oh, Joker. He missed
Joker
everything.
caught him.
Yeah.
If he actually caught him, that would have been a dead Bristleback.
It happens. Sometimes
It
you miss your
happens.
spells, yeah. He still wants him. Joker is... He needs to get over it, at this point. Look at the clock. Hello.
Good shots available. There you go. Easy catch, easy kill. But again, the split push is real. Like, by the time they've been hunting the squirrel, suddenly showing up Monster, he's already pushing out the bottom wave. Top lane, they're setting up a gank. Can they kill him? Rises. He needs to get everything correct here. Black Soul with the stun. Can they get the root out? Yes, they can. BKB ain't gonna save you. He's down. And the split push continues now from another lane. But can they get through mid? Scourge McDuck's probably like, all right, screw it. Let's go, boys.
Has fallen.
I think we're done waiting.
They don't have Ember, though. They don't have Aegis, they don't have Ember. I don't think they push high ground. They just need to
But they
continue
can't.
defending, yeah. Like, Alpha strategy so
Alpha
far...
is making this very infuriating for the cut.
They're being true rats. And look, that's what they have to do. They're playing into a bristle axe. Like, at this point, they have to be split pushing, just getting what they can across the map. Rises, though, he might get caught here.
Yep. That blade mill is going to end up hurting him more. Now he gets the turn onto the axe. Jubei has to use the hook shot.
Sky's coming as well.
BKB up. He's actually going to kill this axe, and he will survive. He's going to find one kill. He's going to find a second kill. Rises turning around. Joker
Damn,
giving this
son.
hit for Rises. Damn, son.
They need to respect this troll a bit more, all because of the Satanic. Like, up to the Satanic, yeah, sure, you can kill him in the Blade Mill. But the moment he has Satanic, you're not killing him any longer that easily. You need more. You need the Skyrat to be next to you for that damage. What's Are they actually gonna push?
They're actually going to put high ground. Oh my god, Alpha.
Why not?
Chill for a little bit there. They're going to get the double roots onto the low ground on Dying Tombstones. Does he get it out? No, he doesn't. But they do have to break onto the Bristleback. Bristle's going to be in trouble, taking a lot of damage
Lycan
here.
is taking your
Duck is
Raxes.
down. He's gone for 85 seconds. Lycan is pushing down bottom. He's going to take down the melee Rax as well. A lane of Rax secured. Alpha might just be doing it again. They've been playing Rat all this game, and finally, they bear the fruit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The cut must be absolutely enraged, absolutely furious, dropping game one after a 71-minute brawl into now, seems like again they're in the same
broken.
situation.
They're just broken. They're broken. That game one broke them mentally. This game two now for Alpha. Okay, they respect Yax. They don't push anymore. Even though Bristle was dead and he doesn't have buyback for 40 more, you don't know that he doesn't have buyback, so you don't want to get caught by Yax and then. But look at this.
Oh, the Silver Edge. Does Sadman, does he read this?
He does not. They caught him.
He does not. He
Crazy.
does not.
80 seconds without the Ember.
You would say that's a sentry ward on the ground. No, that's an observer ward called sentry ward. He had no idea. He had no idea. And now Rises has been bitten by a wolf. Stun on Jube. They got themselves out to Italiano Gangstar jumping in between. And this troll running at maximum movement speed. They clear them out. Alpha, have they really just done it? Did they actually just take this game? Did they actually just take this game? Scourge McDuck, he's in desperation mode, trying to deal as much damage as he can. Beagle trying to help him out. Mystic Flare's gonna be available. Bristleback's about to go down. He's dead, Alpha! They've done it!
They've done it.
They've actually done it! GG!
GG.
I cannot believe what I saw this game. How did this turn around like that?
The cut, they need someone to really talk to them after their losses because, yeah, I'm going to talk about a little bit about them now because, yeah, it was a really rough game one. They had 20k lead. They threw it away. They lost it in the end. The second game as well, they were like, what, 10, 15k ahead? Again, they lost it. Insane. Then again, from Alpha, this second game, very methodical, strategically played very damn well. Like all the small little things, like the split pushing, the hunting of supports through the jungle to bait Axe to be somewhere else so that you can push top. And just buying time. And eventually the troll actually did get enough farm. He had that Silver Edge, had that Satanic. Yep. Axe goes... He felt he's strong enough to still solo him. He calls him with the blade mail and the troll just doesn't care. He has Satanic this time around. He just kills him.
Yeah, and I mean, this was just a game of perseverance from Alpha because this game could have been lost so many times. Like this game looked like, yep, it's over. Just take your time. The cut's going to take it in the end. But Alpha are playing the map so well. They're split pushing the whole time. They are giving away supports like on the other side of the map technically, which is always a good sign. You know where they are. That gives you again time to split and show on the map, get some farm on the cores that you really need. Like you have good late game with this lineup, and that will get easier with time as time passes. Even after those two dreadful, like this one of the attempts trying to take down the Bristleback, which is just like, yeah, you really just don't have the tools required to kill him fast enough because you're gonna pay a very heavy price to just trade off against the Bristleback. It gets easier with time. And their draft really speaks for that. Like, they need one or two things. And of course, this.
This was game turning as well, like game changing completely. They go on the troll, they don't manage to kill him off. He goes in, kills two. Skyrat was close, just not close enough. They can definitely kill the troll if they use the call together with the Mystic Flare, right? Like that's what they missed. And then they just broke one after another. I have a feeling that for them, when the game goes wrong, it's very easy to tilt them out and just completely close out the series or the game that they're playing at the moment, at least. Whew. Insane. Alpha staying strong, winning game one, which was an incredible mountain to climb, and this game too, like an even harder one. But they somehow make it work all together as a big team. They continued believing in each other. Like when the team is able to split push like this and just play until the bitter end, you know that they are truly all in with the same goal.
When the pack has someone who contests your rule, that's when the Alpha steps in, and Alpha takes the series 2-0. This was, this was a test of strength. This was literally a test of strength. Can they withstand both games being in a somewhat unique but similar situation? And they were able to mount 2 comebacks during the course of this series. It wasn't even a game 3 required. Alpha just 2-0 sweeps the cut, which puts the cut in a very awkward position. That might have just cost them their chances of going into Division 1. So if they were pissed after game 1, man, are they going to get pissed after game 2? MVP, who do we give MVP to?
Rises had a really good game, but we gave him that first game MVP. I think Monster.
Monster or Soul? Yeah, I'd say Monster. I think Soul just did what he was required to.
Monster
deserves it this one.
He's the one. He's the one. Like, you have to...
The rat.
The rat was way too strong. They couldn't and they wouldn't answer the rat properly. They would TP... Remember when Bristle lost Aegis as well on the top lane? Imagine if Lycan wasn't ratting at that point. They would take one side at least. They would push high ground with the Aegis. You wouldn't be able to fight against that. But because Lycan and his shenanigans on the bottom lane, Bristle is left alone. They kill him. There's no Aegis anymore. You don't feel comfortable pushing. He was constantly doing these shenanigans, these little sneaky little pesky plays. You don't want to give him MVP. You want to catch him and hold him up by his neck. But if you're playing against him, if you're playing with him, you're definitely happy you got him in your team.
Well, I mean, this is a very rare occasion, but we are going to get an interview with Alpha, and we have the Pause 4 player. We have Joker on the line. Joker, who would have actually thought that you guys take this series against the cut? It must feel pretty damn good.
Well, we thought. We thought we would win.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the answer we wanted to hear. You guys, game one game one was absolutely hectic all over the place. We saw your camera reactions during the game. Talk to me through, like, was it an emotional roller coaster? What went down in game one? Talk to us.
I mean, I think at that point in Dota games, you don't really know what's happening. You're kind of just trying your best to perform on your hero at some point because everything just gets so hectic. But yeah, I don't know. You kind of just play and hope you win at that point. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's basically what it comes down to, those lone games. It can go to, like, you make a mistake, your opponent makes a mistake. So how did the team stay collected? You know, they're just playing the game, but did the comms change compared to, like, early game towards the later parts of the games? Did someone take over the leadership role?
Yeah, I'd say towards the later, like once the game got to a certain point, we really tried to just listen to Rises. I think his hero reached a point that it was just so strong with Giant's Ring that, he really started feeling it, and we just kind of followed his calls.
All right. Lizard, you got something on your mind?
Very rarely. Congrats on the win. Can you tell me, in this second game, how nasty does it feel to rat them that much with the Lycan? Does it feel good?
Yeah, that felt really good. Honestly, that win felt way better than the first win, because I'm just like watching their heroes TPing like 5 to one side of the map, and we're just laughing. And then they're doing the same thing, and we're just laughing. And then they go on Troll when he's got like all his items, and they just feed. Yeah, that was a funny win for sure.
Yeah, like strategically outsmarting always feels good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too many questions. I'll hit you with a generic one. Like, who are you expecting to be in Division 1? Who do you think are your like remaining main enemies to beat? Do you think that you can take any team that's left remaining for you to play against?
I'd say we can. I don't really have my eyes set on anyone. I've been just kind of watching Dream League, really. I haven't been watching the other teams, so I've been just trying to improve that way. So I mean, we just take it one game at a time, do our basic homework stuff, and play the games.
Is that where you got the shaker from? Like from you guys played the shaker, right? Yeah, you did. Is that where you got it from?
Yeah. I mean, Soul just asked for it because we were ready. Like, I feel like everyone's doing this first phase Ember, and we kind of talked about it. And so Soul felt ready for it, and so we just picked it. It sounded good. It also could be like flex as a 4. I think it was a good pick on 15 because it counters the Ember, but it could also be played 4. So from their point of view, they're not really sure. And I think it was just the right pick.
It definitely looked right. Thank you very much, and congrats once again on the win. Solid.
Thank you.
I had one last question before I let you go. Alpha basically as a team, they played in Tour 1, Division 1 last tour. They lost all of their series, and it wasn't a really shiny start to this tour either. But they picked you up into the team. They added Satoshi and Imperium. Now you played with Monster as the stand-in. What was the vibe with the team at the start of the tournament? Do you feel like the guys were obviously feeling a bit upset, obviously, like dropping back to Division 2, but what's the mindset of the team? Do you have like your goals are set straight that you're going to keep on pushing, or are you playing a bit more relaxed in Division 2? What's going on?
Well, this question's kind of interesting because when I first started playing Dota, it was with Rises in the first time they introduced the DPC, and our captain ended up being removed from the team, so I kind of had to take over. So I've kind of always played this kind of captain role of the teams, but that's not the case on this team. I'm kind of more just like a 4. You know, they kind of have their ideas and I try to follow. So really I'm trying to adjust the most. And I'd say the vibes were just, it's more about me just trying to figure out how to play in a different kind of style, I suppose.
All right. Well, coming out with a victory out of the series against the Cut. Congrats with that. And I mean, wish you the best of luck here in Division 2. Hopefully Alpha will be getting more victories, and we'll see you guys more here at the winner interview. So take your time, and congratulations.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Congrats.
There we heard from Joker, the Pause 4 player on the side of Alpha. They were able to get themselves that victory, even though they faced all odds. The Cut, they definitely were a tough opponent to beat today, but this was probably one of the most entertaining best of 3s going at 2-0 in quite a while, Lizard.
Yeah, for sure, the most entertaining one, 100% from like the what was it? Fart Studios losing that game 1 was insane stomp, and the first game of Tilted Boys versus I can't remember who, when Tilted Boys played IO Witch Doctor on the offlane, it was also quite fun, but for different reasons, because it was a 20-minute stomp. These 2 games went, like the duration was, I don't know, 60, 70 minutes first game, and this second one was also very long, but they were interesting, especially the second one, because it reminded me of Dota a couple of years back when teams still couldn't handle the rat, like they just didn't know how to deal with it. Everyone is TPing, you're forgetting your carry, he's getting punished because of it. Like these sort of things, like I think most teams right now in other regions and Division 1, they've overcome, but every now and then a team stumbles on it. You just lose yourself. It's always difficult versus the rat.
It definitely is. And might as well take a look at the leaderboard as well, see what the situation is with this Division 2, with the current situation looming in the air. And there is something that is worth mentioning as we are here at the same time. We already discussed during the second series about the Fart Studio series, and it has also been continued a little bit. So Fart Studios incurs another default loss from their first series, which was against Alpha due to eligibility rule violation. The investigation revealed that insufficient players physically located in the competing region. So accordingly, a default loss was also given for that first series, meaning Alpha pushes themselves up with not only just 1 but 2 victories during this one day. It is unfortunate for Fart Studios, the situation as it is, but what can you do? Alpha This a pretty miraculous day for them. They just got 2 wins in one day, considering they went 0-7 last tour in Division 1.
2 wins and they deleted the loss, right? So pretty good for them. Feels good, man, if you're Alpha. Yeah, like leaderboards, Sand King Gomez and Tilted Boys on top. Something that from the first series that I watched, I kind of expected. They're looking like they are the strongest 2 teams in the region.
Yeah, they've been looking pretty hot, and maybe we're going to see them play on the next day of Dota. Well, let's take a look at the schedule and see what is up, as we have now finished week number 1 at the North American Division 2, and we are heading over for, not long of a break. In about less than 2 days, it's going to be the Oversight versus another NA team, and the Tilted Boys will be playing up against Fart Studios. And this, with the announcement that I just mentioned, Fart Studios, all they basically need at this point is one stand-in. That's all they need, because these results have already been played out. The second series, they are not allowed to take a stand-in during the series, but for this one, they can get that stand-in early on and play this one against Tilted Boys. It's really up to them, so they're not disqualified. Don't take it that way. They're not disqualified from Division 2. So maybe we get to see Fart Studios go up against Tilted Boys. Very exciting series, but I wouldn't say Oversight versus another NA team is also going to be anything less than expectations. A pretty hot series.
Yeah, the Tilted Boys versus Fart Studios is what we're all looking forward to. Like, because of everything that's happened right now, Fart Studios, they have to take a win. Like, they really need it. They can't go 0-3, or they might even get out of the Div 2, right? And they will be weaker for a bit because of the stand-in situation. But it is what it is. They have some time to prep for it and perhaps bring their A game versus Tilted Boys, because they'll need it. Tilted Boys are looking pretty damn strong right now.
They definitely do. And one final thing before we close out the show is a shout out to our sponsor, esportsbet.io, and their Watch to Earn feature. So while as these games today have been played out, we do have some West European Dota up on the horizon. So this is a good chance to go and create your account, go log in, potentially start watching some Dota games tomorrow with these broadcasts going on, and earn 3,000 tokens, which is worth about $3 per hour. So might as well take advantage of that deal that is going on. Thank you to esportsbet.io, making these broadcasts also possible. But Blizzard, we are done for the night. It is almost 7 a.m. here where we are, 6 a.m. where you are, and wherever you are from, dear viewer, we wish you a very good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are from. Thank you for watching today. Take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.